The AED cluster mission is to be a trusted added value partner for the aeronautics, space and defense sectors in Portugal, fostering growth in key opportunity areas by being an active voice of the industry and mobilizing its members towards synergies. Our goal is to foster a positive networking environment for cooperation, enabling the competitiveness of the Portuguese industrial, scientific and technological communities. And so far, the results have been amazing.
The cluster gathers the main stakeholders within these three sectors, being able to act as an entry point and a one-stop shop for Portugal for all national and international players. We are looking forward to continue to work with all our members and partners in order to keep this incredible path and to consolidate Portugal as an international reference within the aeronautics, space and defense global industries.
In our interconnected world, trust is essential for societies to flourish. Trust in our institutions, trust in our systems, trust in technology, trust in each other. And the people we all rely on to make our world go round, they rely on Thales. They come with big ambitions to build a future that's safer, greener and more inclusive. We help them secure the stability that makes sustainable progress possible, face their decisive moments with confidence, and navigate new frontiers with optimism. Our experts bring together innovations across many domains, from the bottom of the oceans to the depths of space and cyberspace, collaborating to find solutions to the biggest challenges in the most difficult conditions, continually exploring new ways to push technology further, to think smarter and act faster. As responsible future makers, we are guided by our ethical charter, always building solutions that are imaginative and resilient, human-centered and sustainable, so that together we can harness the extraordinary power of technology to build a future we can all trust.
So let's start. Thank you very much for joining us in this 10th edition of AED Days and the first edition of Sustainable Aviation Talks. As I mentioned yesterday, I think this is the biggest effort we have done in terms of trying to create a collective momentum towards achieving this ambitious goal of decarbonization of the industry. We started with aeronautics, but now if things go right, of course, we are planning next editions to expand to space and defense also, which are the three sectors that we work, and all of them, of course, have specific challenges, opportunities within this sustainability domain. So we started with a full day of sessions, but soon after we decided to shorten a little bit, because we were afraid that you will all leave in the lunch break, which is normally what sometimes I do in this type of event. So we've consolidated during the morning. We have gathered a lot of different perspectives from a lot of different stakeholders from throughout the supply chain. But because of that, of course, we have also a very tight schedule. So I will urge again, as yesterday, all speakers to please keep up with the time so that we can stick to the schedule. So with no further ado, I thank you again for joining us, and we'll start now with the opening session. Unfortunately, the Minister of Infrastructure, João Galamba, a couple of weeks ago could not inform us that could not make us with a presence here physically. He's an delegation to Japan, but nevertheless, he left a small video where he conveys the main messages that he wanted to share with you, with the audience. So we'll do that. And also, Rosaline van der Veel could not also attend physically, but she also makes sure also to leave a small film with us with also the key messages from the European Commission level. So, but we have here, I would call José Neves, the President of AED Cluster, that will give you the welcome words. Thank you.
I will be very straight with you. I'm not so comfortable with hydrogen and stuff, so it's something that I'm learning. So I will pick up some notes throughout
me out on this introduction keynote speaking. So, first of all, dear Minister of Infrastructures, which, as we mentioned, will be here virtually, distinguished guests and speakers. As we mentioned, welcome to the day 2 of AED Days. It's our 10th edition and the first edition of the Sustainable Aviation Talks. We have a lot, as mentioned by Rui, to talk this morning, so I will try to be fast. Still, I would like to raise some notes here. And Rui, I will ask you for the...
Is that down there?
All right, thank you. Okay. So in a moment that climate change is reality we are all confronted with, this industry cannot ignore the challenges that we have ahead of us. Just yesterday we had a great presentation from Ricardo Cohen, President of Portugal Space, which mentioned the importance of space for the environment. And today we are here talking about the aeronautical challenges towards the environment. It was recently mentioned by Ursula von der Leyen that decarbonization is the challenge of our century. From what we've seen yesterday, aviation is today a fundamental driver for the world economy, socio and economically. Beyond connecting people and taking people to everywhere in the world, this industry will never ignore the challenges that we have towards carbon emissions net zero by 2050. And I hope, as I've mentioned yesterday, we do it earlier. Based on this commitment and demand to decarbonize aviation, it's already started the technology challenges of finding breakthrough technologies, SAF, hydrogen, electric power, I don't know, many things are going on. Something directed with the fuel, something more directed with the systems, something more directed with air traffic control. Still, we have already investments being done by the Portuguese cluster under the Clean Sky Initiative and today under the Clean Aviation Initiative. So there's things that we are already doing, and for the size that we are in Portugal, I think it's simply amazing. I would say it's kind of a game changer about what can be the Portuguese position for the future. So lighter structures, and we have companies doing in Portugal structures for aeronautics, novel systems in terms of more efficient systems in more electrical aircraft, even air traffic control. There's optimizations at the ATC level which can be done, or usage of AI to improve the way air traffic control is currently done and managed by Aerocontrol. And of course, we can have also a stronger position concerning sustainable aviation fuels and hydrogen. Today, we are fully aligned with what is called the Destination 2050 roadmap. There are some pillars, and some of the activities that we're working are really going towards these goals and that have been set out by the European Commission. So we have several projects that that we have done in the past. UBIC we're dealing with real-time operation systems. We had PASSER, which was the first project involving 12 companies from the cluster towards a novel cockpit, towards new technologies, new materials that could be included in the cockpit, and it was a project that was run in 2014, already addressing uses of augmented reality for the aviation sector. And from the project there was several spin-offs which took off, which is quite interesting. Today, and I'm sorry I don't have pictures for everything, and I'll look now to José Rui that he did not send to me. So we have already activities being managed under the Clean Aviation program. It's a European initiative with around 700 million euros for research and development towards clean aviation. So we have one project involving a GMV, which is more on the system side. We have one project more on the regional architectures, which is involving ISQ, Alma Design, Energy. I don't know if I'm missing someone. And we have also one more on the hydrogen engine involving Embraer from Portugal. These are, I think, great examples of what we are doing, but we're a bit ahead. And we had, as I've presented yesterday, just last September, the first flight of the e-aviation Alice aircraft, which was flying full electrical. And the good point here, the picture on the right, is that if you look inside, the interior was designed in Portugal. And just yesterday, I learned from Miguel Braga that on the project that is currently being designed and will be industrialized in Portugal, the LUX 222, there's one potential version for the future, which will be full electrical. So we're looking ahead not only for what is going on today, but looking ahead what's going on for the future. So we really want to enjoy the momentum of having AED Days here. joining not only our members, but different stakeholders and also international players to really to stimulate this debate. And I have mentioned yesterday that our goal for today was really to understand how new technologies can impact on this environment. I was at the Clean Aviation Summit a couple of months ago, and I was very surprised to see that if SAF was already in use by the airlines, Lufthansa in one single day would take the whole production of SAF current production. So it's amazing that we're talking about something that still we need a lot to do. Mr. João Galamba was mentioning yesterday at another event that Portugal has a strong commitment for this production. So I think we have all the footprint to really stimulate what is going on in this market. So it's, I think, a good motto for today to start thinking on how we can improve and increase our supply. But of course, first we have to understand what are the challenges that we have ahead of us. It's interesting also, yesterday, myself and Rui were talking with a Portuguese person, Luígia from EALA, and she was mentioning that there's so many taxes being charged to the passengers, namely concerning environment, why some of these taxes are not moved towards innovation in this domain. So it's something that we also have to think about. And the second point that we would like to take from today is what can actually be the Portuguese role in this new industry. As I've mentioned yesterday, there's new supply chains being established. What can be our role on that? And we, as you saw, we are already investing in these markets in terms of research and innovation. So let's see if we can take this research and innovation to the next step, which is to the market. And that's always a challenge. You know, I'm sure that the aircraft from the future will be lighter, quite different from the format that we have today. And we see several trends going on today in the US on that. But really, I want to put our commitment here on what we have today, which is having our cluster aligned with European goals for a carbon-free continent. But we cannot miss, and going to the second part of this morning, we cannot miss also the dreams that we can make. And many of you remember Back to the Future movie. And it's funny because today we see already flying cars. It's amazing. I had the first contact with flying cars in 2004 with a company which doesn't exist anymore, but today say, and in the past was Intel, where they told me, well, we have a wonderful project about flying cars. And I'm an aerospace engineer, and I said, what a stupid thing. This will never happen. And it's happening now. So it's a whole new market. Urban air mobility for sure will change the way we commute in the cities. We are in Oeiras, we have an airport in Cascais. I'm sure many flights will be done potentially between Cascais and the Lisbon airport in the future using urban air mobility. Just a few examples about the reality that we're facing. American Airlines made an order of 250 flying taxis to vertical aerospace just last year. United Airlines, likewise, also announced last September an order of 200 aircrafts of this type to Eve Air Mobility, managed by Embraer Group, by our friend Daniel. And I just read yesterday that the first successful flight of SkyDriver was done in 2019. We have a person from SkyDriver here today. I'm trying to find him in the audience. So I'm looking forward to see what is his pipeline of orders. So there's something that is going on which I think is important. But I will tell you, besides all these dreams and challenges, I went also to check out what are the levels of investment needed really for Europe to reach a net zero emissions. And I really got scared with the values that I saw from the researchers about the investments required. So I'm sure it's not going to be easy to face all these challenges. But as I like to say, if it was easy, it would not be for us. So I really want to take my words from yesterday. Net zero can only be achieved if we make discussions, if we make exchange, if we make collaboration, and that's why we are here today. So I wish you a great day, and please talk a lot, because that's why we are here today, to understand each other and to really make a footprint for the future. Thank you. Rui?
So, thank you, José. So now we will put on the video from the Minister for Infrastructure, João Galamba.
Apesar de não poder estar convosco, não queria deixar de assinalar este dia dedicado a um tema que, como sabem, me é extremamente caro. a sustentabilidade e, em especial, a sustentabilidade no setor dos transportes e, claro, no setor da aviação. Sabemos como as alterações climáticas estão a impactar significativamente o nosso planeta e o nosso modo de vida. E por isso é crucial que todos os setores contribuam para os esforços de descarbonização. O setor da aviação enfrenta desafios particulares, mas foram traçados objetivos ambiciosos. É agora, mais do que nunca, imperativo trabalharmos em conjunto de forma a agilizar e a garantir que as respostas são implementadas. E implementadas o mais rapidamente possível. Quando falamos de sustentabilidade no setor da aviação, falamos de uma multiplicidade de dimensões. Podia enumerar questões relacionadas com as infraestruturas, mas também a otimização da gestão do tráfego aéreo, uma das importantes dimensões na área da sustentabilidade na aviação. Para esta complexa equação, é também determinante a adoção de novas fontes de energia. E para isso, é preciso pensar diferente. Temos de continuar a pensar de forma diferente, temos de ser arrojados e sem receios da inovação. Em matéria de energia, sabemos já como foram determinantes as apostas pioneiras do nosso país para atingir ambiciosas metas ambientais, que atualmente são também sinónimo de sucesso económico. Estamos cientes de que o nosso leque de opções está cada vez mais amplo, ao incluir SAF, hidrogênio ou soluções elétricas. O novo paradigma dará lugar a disrupções e a transformações no setor da aviação. E é dessas transformações que nascem as oportunidades. Será, sem dúvida, uma oportunidade única para Portugal reforçar a sua posição no panorama internacional. Mas isso só é atingível através de uma conjugação de esforços. Será necessário que todos trabalhemos para o mesmo objetivo. E até cruzar a meta, será necessário que todos estejam conscientes dos riscos e desafios, avançando a cada momento com a melhor informação disponível. Será com uma abordagem global, baseada no conhecimento, inovação e em modelos de negócio resilientes, que se alcançará o melhor resultado, com propostas verdadeiramente competitivas no mercado global. Se trabalharmos como um cluster, talvez não tenhamos apenas um campeão europeu como produtor de energia, por exemplo, mas vários campeões em diferentes níveis da cadeia de abastecimento, criando um ciclo virtuoso de crescimento que ajudará Portugal a ter uma posição mais forte. Queria deixar ainda as minhas felicitações ao cluster AED pela organização do evento inaugural desta Sustainable Aviation Talk. Um evento que é também uma plataforma central para dar início a uma dinâmica entre as partes nacionais e os parceiros internacionais. Que juntos possamos promover o diálogo, a discussão de ideias e contribuir em conjunto para que a visão de Portugal se torne um ator-chave no futuro da aviação. Bom trabalho a todos e até breve.
Okay. Thank you very much. So now we will go to the message from Mrs. Rosalinda van der Wies, which is a director at the GRTD Directorate Clean Planet.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I regret not being with
Just a couple of seconds. Any moment now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I regret not being with you in person today in the beautiful city of Lisbon, but I'm very happy to be able to address you virtually. Let me first start by congratulating you on organizing this event, bringing together over 300 companies from over more than 20 countries. The topics of this conference are at the core of the priorities for aviation research and innovation in the European Commission. Within the Directorate for Research and Innovation, we are responsible for research and innovation for a future sustainable European transport system, which include, of course, the aviation sector. Our goal is to develop solutions along the whole value chain, from renewable hydrogen, renewable energy to end use, but we also focus on circularity and affordability. And let me congratulate the organizers for the very rich program today, which addresses these topics in a holistic view, with 3 sessions on SAF and hydrogen supply chain initiative, circular aviation, and future of flight. Let me say a few words on each of these from the European Commission's perspective. First, regarding SAF and hydrogen. Our guiding principles of the policy priorities are sustainability and climate neutrality, with the aim of making the European Union the first climate neutral continent by 2050. The European Green Deal sets out the blueprint for this transformational change. For the transport sector, the Commission's Smart and Sustainable Mobility Strategy sets the ambition of a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions of 90% by 2050 for the transport sector. As an intermediate step towards this goal, the European Commission adopted a set of legislative proposals under the Fit for 55 package, aiming at the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2055 already. As part of the Fit for 55 package, there will be binding blending mandates for sustainable aviation fuels as set out in the Refuel EU Aviation Regulation. By 2050, at least 70% of aviation fuel in the EU will be non-fossil. For many years, we have been investing in research and innovation for SAF throughout our European framework programs for research and innovation. We will continue to invest in research and innovation for SAF in order to further develop those sustainability fuels and make them more cost competitive. And looking at the international landscape, it is obvious that we are at the forefront line to transform our European industry. Europe is well prepared to make this change, and we need to make sure that we will continue to take a leading role in this race. Secondly, on the circular aviation. Circularity is really a central focus of our research and innovation initiatives in aviation. And I'm very pleased to say that from 2014 to 2022, the European Union has invested over 360 million euros in research and innovation projects that contribute to a circular aviation economy. It addresses issues such as materials manufacturing, recycling, and eco-design. And this is very relevant because apart from our work on SAF, sustainability requires also to address the whole life cycle of an aircraft, including manufacturing and end-of-life aspects. And for this reason, the Commission adopted a new Circular Economy Action Plan in March 2020. This action plan looks at how products are designed, promotes circular economy processes, and encourages sustainable consumption. It also aims to ensure that waste is prevented and that resources are used and kept as long as possible in the EU economy. Considering circularity at the very early stage of the product development is crucial for the future of the aviation sector. And lastly, let me touch upon the future of flight. I think I'm not exaggerating when I say that we live in one of the most exciting times for aviation. The European aviation sector has made remarkable progress, improving aircraft efficiency. This is an outstanding example of what can be achieved through European collaboration. As a result of this collaboration, the European aviation industry became a market leader in passenger aircraft market. Keeping the pole position means to invest today in the solutions of tomorrow. And collaboration and working across the borders of the European Union member states is really part of our DNA. And for many years now, the European Commission has established partnerships with industry, where we co-invest and co-create innovative solutions to decarbonize the whole aviation sector. Building on these partnerships, the current Clean Aviation Partnerships is investing 4.1 billion euros in revolutionary approaches like hybrid electric and hydrogen-powered aircraft. The aim of this partnership is to have low emissions aircraft entering into service as of 2035. Let me come to a conclusion. And as a conclusion, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide a quick overview of what the European Commission is contributing to the Sustainable Aviation Challenge. My dear colleague Niklas will further elaborate on this in his keynote speech. It is clear that only as an aviation community as a whole, when we work together, we can take the necessary steps to decarbonize our sector. I'm also convinced that this conference will refuel our efforts in this direction. Let us embark together on a carbon-free flight towards a greener horizon. I wish you very interesting presentations, fruitful discussions, and exciting network events at this year's AED Days. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So I think the message is clear. We have to work together and try to find synergies to find good value propositions. So as Rosalina van der Vils mentioned, we have now with us Nicholas Zikus, who is a policy analyst at the same directorate. He's already online. Hello, Nicholas. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, excellent. So, and Nicholas will go a little bit more in depth about the tools that are available and what maybe we can look for in terms of working together and moving towards this goal. So, Nicholas, welcome again and thank you for accepting our invitation. Please start your presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Rui, and bom dia to everybody. Sorry for not being here. So my name is Nicholas Zikus. I'm working for the European Commission, and I'm giving this presentation on behalf of my head of unit, Jean Amila, who can unfortunately not be here today. So I'm working in the Directorate C, in the unit of low emission future industry, and we are managing the research programs in aviation, in waterbound, and in steel and coal. Next slide, please. So if we talk about sustainable aviation, we need to talk how do we get to a sustainable aviation system in the future. So what you can see here on the right are a variety of studies that has been done by very reputational organizations like the Air Transport Action Group, the EASA or ICAO. And what they all have in common, they agree that we cannot go on like it is. So, if we proceed like we did in a business as usual scenario, we will emit too much emissions. And so what we need to do, or what we can do, is normally referred to as the basket of measures. So we have these options of aircraft and engine technology, we have the air traffic management, we have sustainable aviation fuels and economic and market-based measures that can flatten the curves in order to reach the goal of climate neutrality by 2050. And if we have a closer look at all of these scenarios, you will see that especially sustainable aviation fuels play a crucial role here. So that's why I will focus most of my presentation on the SAF topic. And please go to the next slide. And what the European Commission is doing, it sets the legislative ground in order to enable the SAF uptake in the market. So as Rosalinde already shortly explained or introduced to you, we have the European Green Deal. So we want to be climate neutral in 2050. And we have an intermediate goal to reduce emissions by at least 55% in 2030. This 55% is not only by aviation, so this includes all actors in the transport sector, so maritime, it includes aviation and includes automotive sector. But as aviation and shipping are these so-called hard-to-abate sectors, renewable fuels will play a very important role in the short and in the long term. And it comes without saying that if we find cross-sectoral solutions, this will even support the commercial success of the new fuel options. Next slide, please. Within Fit for 55, the most important legislative proposal, or which is pretty mature, so this will come in the next couple of weeks, is Refuel EU Aviation. And the core of Refuel EU Aviation are the so-called blending mandates. So these blending mandates are a clear signal to the industry to ramp up the SAF production. What you can see on the right is the percentage. So these are the proposals made by the Commission, by the Parliament, and by the Council. And even though the numbers might differ a little bit, what they all have in common, that we will need significant amounts of SAF in the future. So if you assume it will be at least 63% of SAF in 2050, this means that 2/3 of fuel will be non-fossil. So these are very ambitious, but still, we think, realistic blending mandates. Also, battery and hydrogen-powered aviation will be considered as a sustainable aviation fuel, but anyhow, this will not replace the drop-in fuels, so the kerosene-like fuels that we use in today's aircraft. Next slide, please. So what does this mean absolute numbers. It's always hard to say. No one has the crystal ball, and we have seen crises, whether it was COVID or it was the war in the Ukraine at the moment. But anyhow, even in Europe, so the traffic numbers are still rising. So this would mean, and these numbers are taken from the EASA report, that we need in 2030 2.3 million tons of SAF. So at the moment, SAF is commercially not that available as we would like it to be. This is mainly due to the high production cost, and the Commission is also working to decrease the price gap between the fossil and the non-fossil fuel option. But anyhow, today, the maximum production capacity in the EU is around 0.2 million tons. So in 2030, in like 7 years, we need the 10 times as much as we provide today. And this will be even 100 times as much in 2050. So you can see there's a big challenge. There's a big industry starting, and we do everything we can in order to be at the forefront of this whole movement, on this transformation of the aviation system. Next slide, please. It's very important that we increase the oil wells, so to say. So it will be not the case that we drill a hole in the ground and get what Mother Nature gave us millions of years ago. So we need new production pathways. So the new oil wells will be different feedstocks. So for the time being, we have 7 to 9 certified pathways, and you probably know the HEFA and the alcohol to jet pathways, which are biogenic SAF pathways. But in the future, we will need to increase the feedstocks. So we will need to do everything we can in order to make use of what we have within the EU or with partnering countries. And this will be biofuels and advanced biofuels, but also synthetic aviation fuels made from renewable sources and hydrogen. Next slide, please. So what is European research doing here for you? Over the past couple of years, in our research programs, Horizon 2020, and in the currently running Horizon Europe program, we invested a lot of money, so a three-digit number, in the production of sustainable aviation fuels. So you can see there are more than 50 projects, like in the last couple of years, that were funded in order to pave the ground for the market uptake of sustainable aviation fuels. Also in the existing program, you will find calls, so in the 2021-22 working program, as well as in the 23-24 program. And these calls aim at an increase of the feedstock options. As I already said, we need more options, we need more feedstock for biofuels. We also need to increase the efficiency in the production processes, and we support the new upcoming technologies like power to liquid production pathways and solar to liquid production pathways. It comes without saying, it's not only about the SAF plant itself, it's a whole ecosystem. So we also have to invest in the green energy production, in the efficiency of electrolyzers, in technologies of carbon capturing and storage, as well as direct air capturing, because all these are important elements in our SAF endeavor in the future. Next slide, please. Okay, here's some promotion in our own interest. But if we assume that this is a race that we are running at the moment, and this is, if the SAF research is a race car, so this would be the stickers we would put on it. So these are the logos of a fraction of the project that we funded over the last couple of years, and it's naturally that research is not always coming to a positive result. So sometimes you go away that might lead to a not successful direction, which is also something you have to learn. But what is important for the upcoming years, that any of these projects which delivered results, which has promising approaches, that we take this to the next level. So increasing the TRL, the technology readiness level of these projects, and bring this project to the market will be one of the big challenges that we will face in the upcoming years here. Next slide, please. Okay, I was talking a lot about the supply of energy to the point, but we also have to decrease the demand on energy in the aviation sector. So this means to increase the efficiency of aircraft. And here I just spent this one slide because I know that our colleague Dr. Violato will give a presentation on this one here. But mainly Clean Aviation is the successor of two programs over the last decades, which were Clean Sky and Clean Sky 2. And in Clean Aviation, we have three development streams, so we call them thrusts. So the first one is an ultra-efficient short-medium aircraft. The second one is a hydrogen-powered aircraft. And the third one is a hybrid electric regional aircraft. So there will be revolutionary aircraft designs with new technologies. And of course, it's important that we make use of everything that is happening in other partnerships. So I put two examples here. One is the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. For example, we have calls here that are dealing with the development of fuel cells and the development of insulation for liquid hydrogen tanks. But also the development in the battery sector is very much important. So Clean Aviation, and the colleagues are very good in it, they make sure that they use the synergies coming from other partnerships and from other research programs. Next slide, please. Two slides on alliances. In the future, or the transformation of the energy system, it's obvious that this is a multiple stakeholder endeavor that we are going for. So therefore we have two alliances, and the first one I want to introduce here is the Renewable and Low Carbon Fuels Value Chain Industrial Alliance, the so-called RLCF, that's much shorter. And it's about boosting production and supply of renewable and low carbon fuels in the aviation and waterborne sector. I need to say here, so this alliance is mainly dealing with drop-in fuels, so with kerosene, hydrocarbons, and it's a flanking measure of the FuelEU Maritime and RefuelEU Aviation Initiative. So the main goal of this alliance is to establish a project pipeline in order to provide sufficient access to renewable and low carbon fuels in the future. It's very well taken up by member organizations. So we have 208 members, ranging from fuel producers to users and from academia to financial institutions. The second alliance, please next slide, is the Alliance for Zero Emission Aviation, ASEA. And this is dealing with this revolutionary aircraft. And you can imagine this is even more challenging. So stakeholder perspective here is even more mandatory as this new kind of transport affects the energy system, the fuel suppliers, the fuel distribution, of course, the aircraft technology. So it's of utmost importance that we bring all these stakeholders to one table and that we prepare the entry into service of hydrogen-powered and electric aircraft. So what we do here, we identify and prioritize the challenges, and then we propose practical solutions in order to enable an entry into service of this aircraft in 2035. To avoid a chicken and egg problem here. Also here it's very well taken up. So we have 140 members. Also here we have aircraft and engine manufacturers, we have energy providers and financial institutions. So the whole stakeholder, all stakeholders are addressed here, and everybody can give his input and raise his concerns and propose solutions to it. Okay, and then let me come to the last slide, please, which is funding schemes. I just mentioned that it's very much of utmost important that we bring the research that we have done, that we bring it to the market. And there are several funding schemes which they look at the higher TRL, so they try to bridge this, as we call it, the valley of death, to bring commercial success. And just two examples here. So we have the Innovation Fund, and this Innovation Fund is by the previously mentioned market-based measures. So we have the EU emission trading system, and the revenues that come from this trading system are fed into the Innovation Fund. So for the period of 2020 to 2030, this fund may amount for about 38 billion euros. So there's quite some money here, and there's quite some investment possible. And what you can see on the right side are some examples of large-scale projects from the first and from the second call, which were funded by the Innovation Fund. In the same manner, we have the InvestEU, which has an even bigger budget. So this one supports a sustainable investment of innovation and job creation in Europe. And it aims to trigger more than 370 billion euros in the period of 21 to 27. Okay, with this, and I hope I was on time, I will end my presentation. Again, I would like to thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present what our unit, what DG RTD is doing in the sector of sustainable aviation. And also from my side, I wish to be there in Lisbon by myself, but anyhow, I wish you a fruitful discussion and a wonderful event for the upcoming days. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you very much, Nicholas, for your presentation. We'll keep in touch. So now we move on to the first panel of the day. So I would like to call the panelists, please, to the stage, so I can shortly introduce everyone. Yes, go ahead. We have Julian Rossi from Safran online already.
I get the weapon.
Joining now.
They say.
Okay, so while we wait, so this panel is about SAF and hydrogen supply chain initiative, creating a Portuguese industry. The objective, as we have seen until now, is really try to put everyone working together and understand a little bit about the whole supply chain and how we can work together towards creating interesting value propositions for everyone. So the objective was for Julian Rossi, which is head of representative office at Safran, but also the liaison for the first alliance, RFLC, that it was mentioned earlier, so that he could give an overview of the work that has been doing in terms of European perspective on this holistic approach. I don't know if he's online already.
Can you hear me?
Yes? Okay. Excellent. So let me just... we can hear you, we cannot see you, Ricardo. No camera? And slides, no? Julian, can you hear us?
Okay, we'll do.
Switch off. Okay, so let's keep going. So let me just introduce the panel. So here just beside me we have Nuno Santos, who is the Executive Director at Navigator. Thank you for joining the panel. We have Manuel Gil Antunes, which is a board member at HiCam. Thank you for joining us. We have Manuel Costeira da Rocha, which is Director for Technology and Strategy for Smart Energy. And we have Marco Ferraz, which is the Head of Production and Operations Innovation Center at Galp. Thank you very much all for coming. Julian, we can see you now. You can hear us?
Yes, perfect.
Yes? Excellent.
Can you hear me?
So Julian Rossi is the head of EU representative office, but also is here more with the mandate of the work that he is doing at the level of the Alliance RLCF that Nicholas just presented before. And so the objective now is for you to quickly go over some slides and give us an overview of the work that has been done within the Alliance so that we can use it more or less as a baseline to continue our discussion afterwards with the whole panel. Excellent.
Thank
Go
you
ahead,
very
Julian.
much, Rui, and thank you again for having me today. I hope you hear me and see me well. I'm very glad to speak about this renewable and low-carbon emission fuels alliance. This is a key project for the entire SAF value chain around Europe, I think. And I think it is naturally a good way to support the deployment of sustainable aviation fuels in Europe too. So maybe just a very, very short word about Safran. Some of you may know that Safran is one of the world leader in the aeronautics, defense, and space sector. We are naturally equipping major aircraft manufacturers with our engine seats, with our landing gear, landing systems, but also we are also active in defense and space. I just wanted to focus on one specific point of Safran. Safran has a SAF comprehensive strategy. This is a key priority for Safran, and this is why we are so much involved in the RLCF Alliance. First of all, you are totally involved in research and technology. As an engine manufacturer and fuel system developer, we are here to ensure 100% SAF compatibility of our technologies, whether it's about engine fuels, engine or fuel systems. We are also committed to SAF because we are trying to lead by example, and we are trying to use more and more SAF in our test beds. Our objective is to reach 35% of SAF for our own usage, mainly for an engine test by 2025. We are already above 10% in our daily use. And naturally, as part of the strategy, we are also supporting SAF deployment and making a lot of advocacy about it. First of all, we directly invested in a German company called Ineratec, which is very promising company developing some specific technological bricks for the production of synthetic fuels. But we do also support, bring our support in SAF projects around the world. And naturally, we are delighted to be to chair the aviation chamber of the RLCF Alliance. So what is the EU RLCF Alliance? Some of you may know that the European Commission in 2021 has proposed two initiatives on aviation and maritime. The first one is called Refuel EU Aviation, and the second one is Fuel EU Maritime. These two initiatives are aiming at creating a sustainable fuel markets for both the aviation and the maritime sector. And for this to happen, the European Commission and the entire value chains needed to find an entity, a place to gather and to coordinate so that we can bring the industrial contribution or response to this new regulatory framework. So some of you may know that the Refuel EU Aviation is will impose blending mandates with a specific SAF ratio in the blend that will be supplied in the airports around the EU. And the RLCF Alliance is there to make this happen. How? The idea is to bring together the whole European industry from the energy and fuel sector to the airlines, And the idea there is to really coordinate these actors so that we can together try to overcome the barriers, the technological barriers, but also the investment barriers that are today existing for the deployment of SAF in Europe. The idea is to develop, to create what we call the pipeline of projects, which will include R&D, but most of all industrial projects, so that we can really build the production capacities we need in Europe, whether it's about conversion units, plants, refineries, specific infrastructures for the distribution of SAF in the airports. And naturally, from one part, we have the industry, but the other part, we have the financial sector representatives. So bank, credit institutions, I will come to that. This alliance is open and inclusive. This is something I wanted to underline because we need to have some kind of cooperation with various initiatives that are created progressively around the world, and maybe we will have a short point about that too. So basically, this is what you can find in the alliance. In the left part of your screen, you see that we have some. Oh, sorry, there is a reboot. Sorry for that. I don't know why. Okay. Okay. Can you see the screen again? Yes.
Yes.
Good, thank you. Sorry for that. So on the left part of the screen, you can see that we have some feedstock providers. So we are really in the start of the value chain, the beginning of the value chain. We have representatives from the agricultural residues and industry, some specific waste management entities. We have also some representative for the hydrogen and carbon supply, which are also present to the Alliance. And naturally, as you can see along the value chain, you find fuel producers and distributors, OEMs, like Safran, transport infrastructures and fuel distributions like airports and ports, and naturally the end users, which are airlines and OEMs as far as the aeronautics sector is concerned. And apart from that, you have all the finance providers, so the banks, capital investors, public entities also. This is a short sample of what we have achieved until now. We have more than 210 members today. You can see that we have the major producers and suppliers around Europe, like Total Energy, Shell, Cepsa, Neste, LanzaJet and LanzaTech, Prim, P2X, Eni in Italy, Sky Energy in Netherlands. The energy producers also like ENGIE, Orano, EDF. We have also, as I was telling you before, techno providers, OEMs like Airbus, Safran, GE Aviation, Leonardo, Dassault, Rolls-Royce, airports, naturally, represented by the European Association, ACI Europe, but also with airports like AENA for the Spanish airports, or Groupe ADP for France, Aeroporti di Roma for Italy. As far as users are concerned, we have some major airlines like Air France, KLM, Iberia, for example, but also EasyJet, lessors like AirCap, and naturally, as I was telling you before, a key point, the financial sector. So there we managed to gather some of the most important banks for the aviation sector, like BNP Paribas, Société Générale, Goldman Sachs, CACIB, Intesa Sanpaolo, but also public actors like the European Investment Bank or the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Regulators are there. They are key for the aviation sector, like EASA, and member states. And as far as member states are concerned, we have only France and Spain at this stage. And if Portuguese authorities are there, I will invite them to join the alliance as quickly as possible. 2 members from Portugal, APETRO and Associação de Energia Avançada, ABA. And that's it for Portugal, unfortunately. So we hope that you will join us in the coming days and weeks. This is more or less the geographical origin of LCF members. We are pretty much covering all the most important let's say, countries regarding the aeronautics, so Germany, Spain, Italy, etc. Unfortunately, as I was telling you, Portugal is not that much represented today. And we have, as I was telling you, actors coming from foreign countries like the United States, India, or the UK. The Alliance has been launched on the 6th of April in 2022. Its general objective is really there to ensure that the aviation and the waterborne sector will have sufficient access to renewable and low carbon fuels. We have 4 specific objectives which are really concrete, because we do not want the Alliance to become another forum of discussion where nothing's happened. The idea is really to go concrete and to work for the value chain and the relevant actors. So the idea is to work specifically on each alternative fuels value chain, identifying which specific fuel is the most economically or environmentally adapted for scaling up in the specific transport sectors of the maritime and aviation. We're also there to identify the barriers that we need to unlock to really boost the investment in the different SAF value chain, and naturally identify also financing opportunities. The first annual program, because this is very concrete, has been adopted during the first General Assembly last year on the 12th of July. The second General Assembly will most probably take place next autumn, around September, October. This is the organization so that we can see the concreteness of the thing. So we have a General Assembly where you can find all the members of the Alliance and two chambers or pillars. The first one is the Aviation Chamber, so chaired by Safran and our CTO, Eric Delbies. The second one is chaired by Fincantieri, representing the shipyards and the naval industry. Fincantieri is represented by Davide Cucino and is also a major actor in the maritime sector. The heart of the alliance is the steering group, where you can find representatives from the European Commission, who chair the steering group, and representatives from Safran, Fincantieri, and the Secretariat of the Alliance. The Secretariat has been built around Fuels Europe, which is the major European associations of the refining industry, and Hydrogen Europe, which is also representing the hydrogen industry. And there you see that you can have both the two SAF, most important SAF value chain represented, the advanced biofuel one and the synthetic fuels one. We decided to create 4 roundtable working groups, one on aviation naturally, another on feedstock and synergies with the other transport sectors, one on financing, and the other one on the maritime sector. This is the work program of the Alliance. I would mainly focus on the aviation, and this would be the last slide. So, as I was telling you before, we want to go concrete. So the idea is really to deliver concrete results for the aviation, the SAF value chain. First one, we are currently building a common knowledge basis, taking all the studies and reports that has been published for the past 10 years and trying to identify from this work if we are able or not to set a production target for the industry to serve as a guide for the entire alliance. Second point, very important, we are trying also to build a roadmap for scaling up SAF. The idea is to identify all the relevant and certified SAF pathways and to see what is the maturation point of each one and identify where the investments are needed. This roadmap will serve the investors, whether we are coming from the financial sector or the industrial sector, to identify really where are the priorities. The second work stream, another work stream which is very important, is to set and identify a clear scenario of the evolution of SAF demand in Europe by 2030 and 2050. I would mention lastly the certification issue. You know that there are 9 SAF certified pathway at ASTM level. The idea is to work on them, but naturally to help European producers to have their new pathways certified as quickly as possible at ASTM level. Unfortunately, the ASTM is really something that is embedded and created around the American culture and the American processes. So the idea would be to facilitate, under the leadership of EASA, the work for the fuel producers. And this would be it. Thank you, everyone, and I would be glad to answer to all your questions if you have any.
Julian? So I think that was a very good overview of what we are talking about in terms of the diversity of stakeholders that we have to take into account. Thank you very much, Julian. Just stay with us just to follow up the panel. Now I will start going to the panel. I think it's important because there's a lot of new initiatives going on. Things are relatively recent, so I think it's good for everyone to understand how are you involved within SAF and hydrogen production, what are your main initiatives, and how do you look at the future in terms of your investment and strategic positioning so that we can level up and understand what are the main initiatives here in Portugal. So I would start with Nuno, please, with the navigator. How do you see this and how is this becoming important or relevant for your
company? So I don't know if you're hearing.
Yes, I think it's okay. Yep.
It's okay? Okay, good, thanks. Good morning to all. So basically, Navigator, I think some of you might know, we are basically a forest, pulp, paper, and also energy company. We represent 4% already today of all electricity generated in Portugal. So we have other elements. Our presence in the energy value chain in Portugal is not new, even though our main and our core business is around forest, pulp and paper. Sustainable aviation fuels represents an important, or may represent an important opportunity for us, especially on the eSAFs, on the synthetic fuels. I think, as some of you might know, from 2040 onwards, synthetic fuels in Europe, not only for aviation, but also for maritime transport everywhere, all synthetic fuels in Europe need biogenic CO2 to be produced. So I think you know that synthetic fuels need the green hydrogen and the carbon source. And we have 3 million tons, we emit 3 million tons of biogenic CO2 per year. And so we are a good candidate to supply carbon for this important value chain that will emerge in the future. So basically, the way we're looking at it is, as we're looking at this as a new important potential new business segment in our portfolio. We will bring not only the biogenic CO2, our large and historical, more than 70 years old industrial expertise, the fact that we are in Portugal, which is a region, a market where we can have access to renewable energy at a competitive price versus what other regions can offer. So when you put all this into perspective, we believe that we have an attractive logic to pursue a business of producing synthetic fuels together with other stakeholders that also bring significant expertise and assets to the table. So our plan is not to produce synthetic fuels alone. We will partner with other strategic partners that will help us produce this. So I think I went too long. So.
No, that's perfect. And in terms of the initiative, what stage are you in? Is fully deployment industrial? Is something that is on the books and trying to understand how is it?
Let me start from the future backwards. The targets for eSAFs in aviation are almost there. So they've been recently, I think it was on the 25th of April, recent 1 month ago, that the Parliament and the Council agreed finally on the target for the eSAFs. This should be made binding, formal, I don't know, maybe by June, July, or even September. And then we will finally have a binding, formal, committed target for the aviation eSAFs. This puts let's say, the startup of eSAFs in Europe into 2030. There was a big discussion before if we would start 2025, 2027, or 2030. So the airline companies will start consuming, at least if they follow only the binding mandate, in 2030. It's possible that some may want to start earlier, but this is an expensive fuel, and we have to acknowledge that in the early days this will be an expensive fuel. So if we start from 2030 backwards, basically we want to start production immediately before that. At this stage, we are doing our feasibility studies. Next step will be to enter into FEED stage, engineering stage. We are not that yet. We've done a lot of feasibility, business plan, and assembled the right partners, we believe. But we need to start FEED. FEED will take 1 year at least, and it's going to be an expensive phase, detailed engineering. And then we will have FID, final investment decision, after this FEED. So I think that we are fully committed to start. We have announced it already. But there are a few elements that still need to be in place. We can talk about those in a minute if you want, because there are three or four condition precedents that need to be there that are not yet there for this to take off.
Okay,
like
excellent.
all the planes.
Excellent, thank you, Nuno. So maybe Manuel Gil Antunes, from a HiCam perspective, what are you doing? I know that you have both SAF and hydrogen. What are your main bets at the moment, and how do you see it progressing in the future?
Thank you. Good morning, all. My name is Manuel Gil Antunes. I'm Managing Director at HiCam. HiCam is formerly Solvay Portugal. It's a chemical plant that produces hydrogen for more than 89 years in Portugal. We produce more or less 1.7 thousand tons of hydrogen each year. Back in 2017, another company that I am general manager, A4F, Algae for Future, approaches Solvay in order to propose a pathway to put HiCam, at that time Solvay plant at Póvoa de Santiria, a net zero plant, capturing the entire CO2 emissions of the plant and also the wastewater from the industrial side streams, converting it into net zero plant, the first of Solvay Group in all the world being net zero, and also treating the wastewater streams. Unfortunately, in 2018, only 2 years later, Solvay Group decided to disinvest from Portugal because of the costs of context, namely the cost of energy. I can make a joke with Navigator, which is our main client.
IKB is one of our main suppliers.
Thank you. So at that point, we A4F, together with another Portuguese company, Green Aqua, we approached Solvay in order to buy the company and keeping it working in Portugal, producing two very relevant products to the pulp and paper industry, sodium chlorate and peroxide, hydrogen peroxide, água oxigenada para os portugueses. That's why we put together A4F, Algae for Future, a biotech company specialized in the capture, in CO2 capture for large industries, together with HiCam, Solvay at that time, that produces hydrogen. Back in 2019, we entered, also with Galp, in a partnership. The name is Collab. It's a collaborative laboratory called BioRef, specialized in biorefineries. And at that time, 2019, we started the first, we think, the first aviation fuel, biofuel project. The name is Move to Low C, Mobility to Low Carbon purposes and for transports. And we have two pathways to develop SAF from biomass. One is radiocellulosic biomass, and the other is algae. We managed to bring TAP, Air Portugal, to the consortium and also to the BioRef laboratory in order to develop those pathways. And this, fortunately, we faced COVID and then the war, so we are a little bit late in the execution of this project, but the goals are there, and we are working with some success in developing these two different pathways to get SAF from biofuels. But as we are hydrogen producers, we are also in this pathway of the e-fuels. Happens to that HiChem owns the two largest salt mines in Portugal, one in Torres Vedras and the other in Carriço, near Pombal. Salt mines are very interesting for carbon capture because once we extract the salt from the caverns or from the underground, we create caverns that are very fit to capture and to be as storage to store gases like natural gas is in the mine at Carriço that is stored the natural gas reserve from Portugal, from Portugal. So these mines can be used to store the hydrogen and also the CO2 and to become a very relevant instrument to get the e-fuels. So this is where we are. And also to mention that we are working in biofuels since 2019. We entered in several European-funded projects. We also are part of CBE, Circular Bio-Based Europe. It's a joint undertaking from the bio-based industry in Europe and European Commission that put 3 billion euros for innovation in bio-based products, not specially in direction of energy, but there are lots of opportunities to cooperate with Clean Aviation joint undertaking to get both things together. So this is where we are, and it's there.
Excellent. We'll continue the discussion. Thank you very much, Manuel. So I will go to Manuel Costeira da Rocha, which is the Director of Technology and Strategy at Smart Energy, which is our newest member at the cluster. So thank you again for joining us. And I think that is in line with the perception that we should indeed work together. So please, in terms of what Smart Energy and what is thinking for Portugal, Swiss group, what is happening?
And first of all, thank you very much for the invitation, and it's for us a pleasure to be here and also to be part of the cluster. We are a Swiss-based company, so our head office is in Zurich, and we have branches in Southern Europe, in Spain, in Portugal, in Italy, and also in Germany. We develop our activities in these countries, also in several others, but without local branch so far. We were incorporated in 2011, so it's a recent company, and since 2018-19, the company grew a lot and benefit from the increased interest of renewables, especially in Iberia, in Portugal and Spain. So our core business started in the development of PV and wind projects in Portugal and Spain. And on top of that, we had activities connected with hydrogen and hydrogen derivatives. Our pipeline is roughly 8 gigawatts of installed capacity, and in Portugal, about 2 gigawatts, meaning an investment that could reach more than 4 billion euros. So it's an activity that we develop supported by our local competence center. So we have an engineering center in Porto, in Portugal, that supports all the activity of the company, not only in Portugal but also in the other countries. Talking about SAF, we are really focusing SAF as a way to add value to our investors, because we are developers and also investors in these activities. We understood that there is an appetite for this kind of products, and we are really taking advantage of the experience we have in the renewable side. So all our activities on SAF are based in green hydrogen produced by electrolysis. So for us, the feedstock issue, we think it's not a problem. I'm very happy to tell that we had contacts in all these countries I mentioned before, Portugal, Spain, and Italy, with relevant local stakeholders to develop together with them SAF projects. So it's really something that is transversal to several countries, and in particular in Portugal, we have activities also not only in the area of Lisbon, but also in Oporto, for example, with Lipor, where we are developing together with them a project aiming to, let's say, explore the circularity of the waste to energy and also converting, let's say, previous materials that were a problem in something valuable for the society. We think that there is a huge challenge on these processes because we are talking about very big scale projects that require lots of land, that require lots of investment, lots of stakeholders, quite complex ecosystems, and it's not possible to do this alone. So we are always searching for partners, for organizations that would like to join us on these efforts, because we are always learning. So lots of the technologies that are involved are mature already. As Manuel was saying, hydrogen is not a new product, okay? And we are happy that we have ICAM with us here. That is really an example of someone with experience in hydrogen. So hydrogen is not new. What is new really is the ecosystem and the challenge to put together different stakeholders that were not together in the past, and also the scale of the project. Smart energy is really focusing this ecosystem creating solution and bringing together not only the technicalities of the challenge, but also the financial, let's say, requirements. Because for us, it's very important to de-risk as much as possible the projects, because it's the way that we can, let's say, attract more investors to our activities. So, and in brief, exactly. This is what Smart Energy is doing. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So the final panelist, Marco Ferraz from Galp. What is Galp's take on this, and how do you see it can evolve and become perhaps one of the biggest
SAF producers, definitely. Rui, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, first of all. It's great to be here. This is actually a subject that it's very sweet to me and to our innovation team at Galp. Galp is a jet fuel provider, as most of the people know. It's an energy company, oil and gas based, still fossil based, doing a significant effort to be more sustainable, more of a green company. Not that it's only the mission of the company itself. We see a market developing there, and this is definitely the place we want to go. And sustainable fuels play, of course, a key role. In this case, we usually say we are afraid of losing the train. In this case, we are afraid of losing the plane. Basically, mandates are here. We saw it today. There's a significant number of mandates to follow, and that energy companies need to go through. But apart from that, it's not only the mandates. We actually see a market demand growing and companies wanting to have sustainable aviation fuels faster than the mandates reach. So it's definitely a market demand available there. Galp is doing a significant effort on two value streams. Hydrogen, first of all. We are a significant hydrogen producer in Sinjar Refinery. We produce gray hydrogen from a steam methane reformer, and today we are investing in electrolyzer. We are going to FID in our 100 megawatts project with our hydrogen team. It's a huge project. The biggest electrolyzer now in Europe is 20 megawatts. We're talking about 100 megawatts. And we want to continue ramping up to at least 600 megawatts in Sines. And of course, our HVO unit that is also close to FID. With the HVO unit, we'll start to fill up the mandates by 25, but then of course we need to ramp up. It's not only to, again, as I said, to fill up that mandates, but to be prepared, and we talked about this here today, to be prepared for 2030 and for 2050. And if you're doing significant industrial investments, you need to have this subject of scalability. You need to invest today in something that in the future you can actually fill the mandates themselves and actually go further on that. Regarding innovation, and I have the innovation department for all the industrial projects in Galp, we are doing a significant effort, especially on R&D. Why? Because a lot of these technology routes still need to be studied, and today we talked about, Julian just talked about the ASTM certification. So all of this, all the regulation also needs R&D and innovation to follow through. Last year, I can tell you that we have studied 21 technological routes. As you can imagine, our engineers were not so happy and not sleeping much. 21 technological routes, it's a lot of technology to foster and to scout. And from those 21, we took the decision to study 3 of them. And these 3 are currently under feasibility. Feasibility studies where we need to actually see all the value chain from the feedstock, from the process, the CO2, where is it coming from? And it's a huge challenge because we are huge CO2 emitters, but it's industrial CO2, meaning that if we need biogenic CO2, by 41 we cannot use the industrial one. So we have to put all this regulation, all this effort, all the feedstocks that are available, and working on both sides. The biofuels, extremely important, with different processes, but different challenges regarding feedstocks, and as we were saying here, the e-fuels as well, that we see further down the road, of course, but still something to address. But when we say down the road, 2030 is tomorrow. By the way, just to give you some extra numbers, 5 R&D projects dedicated, fully dedicated for sustainable aviation fuels, apart from these 3. And overall, it's an investment of about 20 million euros. So sustainable aviation fuel is a subject that we take it very seriously, and we actually see that it merges a lot of value streams. Hydrogen on one side, CO2 and CO2 capture, and we talked about this on the other side, and also some synergies with marine fuels, for instance. For instance, methanol, the methanol route, no ASTM certification, but we see a lot of methanol coming through the marine fuels as well. So all of this needs to be taken into consideration, and it's very exciting. It's very exciting to be part of this journey, to allow, to have a team that focus on changing a big fossil company into a sustainable one.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Marco. Now, just a quick question to Julian before we go again here. You talked about United States leading a little bit the way. What is your opinion regarding in terms of how is Europe currently positioned in terms of international competitors as the US, China, or any other players? How do we see it that, I mean, we need to speed up, we are on the right track? How do you see that power game between the different countries?
Thank you, Louis. Maybe two comments. First of all, I would very much encourage all the company represented in this panel to join the Alliance, because this is exactly, I think, the kind of joint ecosystem cooperation we are all looking for between the various parts of the value chain. And I would say that the other countries and the other economic areas are progressively organizing themselves. We heard about the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States. You may know that it introduces a specific credit tax to boost the production of sustainable aviation fuel, but also specific funding for R&D in the for aviation technologies, decarbonization technologies, and also hydrogen production support mechanism. And we are not late in Europe. What we think is that Europe has a strong leadership when it comes to climate change, when it comes to sustainability and the deployment of sustainable aviation fuels. We still have somehow a strong leadership with major European companies working on it, and specifically today, ones that are represented. The only issue is about simplification, coordination. In the US, you have a credit tax. So basically, the company comes and naturally, if it matches the relevant conditions set by the US law, then you have credit tax. In the EU, we have a lot of funding available, a lot of support mechanisms available, but they are scattered. There is a difference between the EU rationale and the member states rationale and the local rationale. So you need to be able to simplify and coordinate the action at each public authority levels to support the industry. And then naturally you have the kind of initiatives like the Alliance to coordinate the industry and help project promoters to build their projects and find some fundings or industrial partners. I heard some of you explaining this. This kind of organization we set with the Alliance, and maybe you will set also in Portugal, is really useful to that. If we speak about Asia, you may have seen that Japan has set a 10% blending mandate by 2030. Australia and New Zealand are working on a 5% blending mandate. Singapore is also working on it. China, from what we understand, is still a bit late on the sustainable aviation fuels deployment because they are really focused on technology. You saw the first operational flights of the C990s. So this is by COMAC. So this is very maybe appearing to be late, but undoubtedly China will boost very quickly its effort to support sustainable aviation fuels in the coming months and years. So everyone is progressively organizing to really create their SAF value chain and gaining leadership on the market. This is the impression we have. We can speak naturally lastly about the UK. You see that also in the UK, they are trying to really boost the organization, the various organizations, set a clear blending mandates of 10% by 2030, and they have also set the Jet Zero Council in which the various industries involved in the SAF value chain are coordinating that. So everyone clearly around the world is working on this, but the European industry needs to really accelerate the investment and production. And for this to happen, we need the same kind of organization that we have at EU level.
So maybe I go now here to Nuno. I mean, of course, the issues, the known issues are everyone is well aware. In terms of scalability, availability, you know, what is your impression in terms of what steps need to be made in terms of to make this happen, in terms to be able to meet the growing demand for the aviation industry? Talking about energy requirements, feedstock availability, lack of technology. How do you see what needs to be done in terms of eSAF and to make this a reality? That is, of course, the $1 million question.
It's a $2 million question. No, but there's a lot of things there that need to happen, right? So if we let me see, on the first regulation, it seems that it is close to getting there, but there are some details that need to be brought to light. For example, I think we understand now that binding targets are for 2030. But it is not yet clear, for example, what are the penalties for not fulfilling those targets, for example, for airline companies. So we should expect that, for example, synthetic fuels, not the overall SAFs, or biosafs, but the e-SAFs, which are enforced on 2030, in 2030, they are expected to be in the early days 5 times the conventional fossil-based jet fuel. So if there are no clear penalties, then we will not be sure that those targets will be enforced. That's point number 1. Point number 2, this is really, this requires a lot of renewable energy, mostly wind and solar, a composition of a portfolio of these already traditional assets. It's a lot of energy. It is indeed a lot of energy. For example, if you could, just to give you an idea, if we would use all our biogenic CO2, we would need 30 terawatt hours per year of renewable energy to be supplied to our sites. Portugal today consumes for the whole country 50. So this would significantly require 10, 50 giga of wind and solar capacity new to be installed in the country to be able to supply and use only our biogenic CO2. And there is more biogenic CO2 in Portugal than ours, but still ours is a lot. So just this means the immense task that is the challenge that is to have competitive, because we do need competitive power at low price, renewable, and it will require a lot of addition of new capacity. This is tricky because not only we will require a lot of investments, but we will need both land, space, pipeline, and Portugal is already, there's a lot of renewable capacity already installed. So we need to find every spot in Portugal that can provide a good place for wind and solar assets. But also very, very important, which is actually right now probably the most important bottleneck on the energy side, is the network. We need the connection to the network. The transmission and distribution network need to be able to receive the energy and to deliver it to the different sites that need to be there. There are other challenges. For example, hydrogen electrolyzer. We were talking, Galp was saying that they've done the FID for the 100 megawatts. I don't know how many you're thinking about, maybe 5 or more electrolyzers. But today, there is no single electrolyzer supplier, OEM, being it Siemens, Cummins, Nel, etc., that gives us a guarantee on the performance of the electrolyzer. We have none. We will not have a positive FID if we don't have a minimum guarantees on the performance of the equipment. Electrolyzers are critical, and we will, these need to mature a little bit, because we will not be able to just undertake 300, 400 million euros investments without a guarantee from the technological provider that we have a minimum performance standards in place. There are other things, like Marco mentioned also about the regulation, right? How this depends. So for aviation, because there are other routes, we also discussed already the methanol for the maritime sectors, but on the aviation side, we will be producing a synthetic crude. This will need to be processed after the syn crude is produced. Currently, as we see it, a batch process is not the best solution, so we would need a co-processing. Might be in Sines, might be in Galicia, might be in Andalusia. There's a lot of refining capacity out there. But the regulation on the co-processing, what are the obligations? Will we be obliged to assume that the output of that processing and refining process, can we take it only as 100% jet fuel? Will this need to follow the mix of dedicated processing, so with some naphtha and diesel also coming out? So there are a lot of questions on the regulatory side further downstream the production of the scene crew that need to be clarified. It's important that this is also clarified down the road. So there's a lot of things out there. Another thing that is also very important is the incentives, financial supports, being them to the CapEx. I think we also talked about that already today, the European Innovation Fund and others like those. So I think for like 20 years ago, we've seen wind and solar being supported and incentivized significantly. I remember the early days of solar in Spain where we were all of us subsidizing 400 euros per megawatt hour solar energy, and today we can get it for 30. But if we don't get enough support early on, this will not take off, and we actually need two types of incentives for the CapEx, but also for the OpEx. So, there's a lot of things that need to happen. As some of my colleagues here at the panel were saying, we are very excited because this is a very interesting, very challenging, technologically very, very demanding venture business. We're very excited with being in building this business, but there's a lot of challenges out there, and all the stakeholders, all the suppliers, technologies, the producers, but the regulators, etc., need to be aware of the different challenges because this is not done. This is not done yet.
Exactly. Excellent. So,
sorry, I'm stealing some time from my colleagues. One thing, the biogenic CO2 that needs to be in place for Portugal to be able to be a producer of e-fuels should also not be given for granted. Today we have a lot of biogenic CO2, but forests in Portugal, by the way, I don't know if you guys know, but 10% of exports of Portugal, of the whole the Portuguese economy, comes out of the forest value chain, being it wood, which is the least important, being it paper, being it pulp, being it furniture, whatever. And today, Portugal is not taking good care of forest and production forest, plantation forest. And this is a major threat for us that are a forest, pulp and paper producer, but also for the industry. If we don't get biogenic CO2, forget about producing e-fuels and synthetic fuels in the future. Sorry about that.
No, I was actually picking up that last point about that, and maybe because you focused more before on the energy capability of powering in terms of CO2 feedstock availability. How do you see that can also be an issue, even if we can have the necessary required energy? How does it work on the other side of the equation, and how can it?
I think the main Nuno and the others refer very relevant things. First, there's lots of work to do. Second, we do not know yet what will be the future, what pathway. Currently, there are 9 different pathways already recognized by ASTM, that is an American institution, and there is the need to get more. So there is the need to look at, to invest and to support R&D activities. That's why all companies and all are committed in R&D projects supported by European Commission or supported by the Portuguese government. This is of utmost importance. There are lots of work to do, and we must do it because several of these pathways are in TRLs, lower TRLs, so a technological readiness level. So we have to put it to industrial level and commercial level, and we are far away from that. Second, we can only do this together. If the approach is one company with one partner, another company with another partner, we will not be efficient, we will not be quick enough. And never forget, Portugal, any big company in Portugal is a small company at European level. And even large European companies are not so large in international level. Which brings us to another aspect very relevant, that is regulation and those European mandates. Please be aware that some of the mandates and some of these regulations on only biogenic CO2, that only applies to European standards. There's not the case of International Civil Aviation Organization from United Nations. The levels, the standards there are much lower. And if we are, sorry to do this, perhaps it's a little bit out of the mainstream. We cannot be so fundamentalistic. Others have this step-by-step approach. And if we insist on only biogenic, only this, only those, about hydrogen is the same. If we insist on having of hydrogen is equal to water, pure water electrolysis, then others will go faster, because there's other ways to produce sustainable hydrogen, and there are other ways to produce sustainable aviation fuels and maritime fuels. So, step by step, always looking on what others are doing, international non-European organizations, because otherwise we will be passed by others. And for Portugal, we really have an opportunity to lead this industry, but we need some coordination, and we need to work together, and we need to create infrastructure, to think about infrastructure. Each, one by one, any of these projects will not be efficient, will not be strong enough. And without a comprehensive infrastructure and the involvement of the entire industry, we will not be able to fulfill our goals.
Manuel, I know you're coming from
are leading.
Coming from an international company that has come to Portugal. I mean, how do you look? I mean, the challenges are a lot. Do you see as Portugal to have specific conditions that make perhaps more competitive in terms of the worldwide market moving forward with these initiatives? Being our exposure to renewable energy, can be that a game changer and can put Portugal on the map, or what do you think?
Well, I'm Portuguese, so maybe not the right person to express my feelings about Portugal in terms of a cooperation perspective. But I'm very proud to, first of all, highlight the commitment of Smart Energy with Portugal, creating a competence center and base our engineering skills in Portugal. This is showing us that the company really believes in our, let's say, universities, in our people, and for me in particular is really something that touch, because in Portugal sometimes we are not proud of ourselves. We have to admit that we have to learn a lot, that we have to develop more skills, and we have to evolve, we have to investigate, we have to innovate. But our level is already interesting. And Smart Energy not only creates this competence center in Portugal, but is also connecting with local research institutions to really develop our models. Not only in the electrical side, so I see there the logo of Inesktek, with whom we are now starting a one-year program to really investigate the conditions of establishing 100 megawatt electrolyzers and more, coping with the grid codes, coping with the good fit of the production profile with the demand profile of hydrogen on this complex value chain. We cooperate, for example, with ISQ, which is based here very close to us, with LNEG. We were part of the atlas for mapping the hydrogen sweet spots in Portugal. So we really think that Portugal has a role to play in this challenging world. In terms of endogenous resources, we are in a very particular situation in the world, I would say. So we are, of course, recognized as having very nice irradiation, which is important, of course. We are now developing the offshore wind and also taking more advantage on the onshore with repowering, with hybridization, with other opportunities. And as Manuel was saying, we need to work together. That's the main challenge, because these new opportunities are very complex. And what we try every single day in our activities is to change the risk perception of the stakeholders. At the end of the day, there will be a bank or a set of banks analyzing the risk of the projects. And there are lots of risks, we all know that. But working together, being very professional on the development of the projects, we can, one by one, de-risk the perception. We are not de-risking at all the project, because the risks will always be there. But the perception that is behind is the fact that we can try to adjust and to minimize. And really the work that together with my colleagues we do at the Smart Energy is really to connect the dots and try to reduce this risk perception, because it's the only way to make things move. Of course, there are technicalities, there are lots of challenges, the ecosystem, the off-taker, the timeline alignment among the different stakeholders. But at the end of the day, the one that will put the money asks, okay, where is my IRR? What about the risk? What can it happen? So that's where we have to really concentrate our forces.
So I'll have a last question to Marco. We have been talking about producing, and then we have to get it to the places where they are used. Now, infrastructures is very important, particularly in hydrogen for aviation or SAF, with airports and so forth. How are you looking at it? You're just focusing on producing, or you're thinking about the whole ecosystem in terms of solutions and partnering? How is Galp looking at it?
We are looking at it from an holistic perspective. Why? Because actually we know that today. Okay, now it's working. We know that today we are producing, for instance, in Brazil. We are refining in Sines, and then we have a supply chain that provides it for different places. We need to address all energy transition topics in a different way. We usually say, don't think that is the car running for the road, probably it's the road running for the car. And this innovative perspective is really important. Why? Because when we talk about SAFs, we are talking about blending, and most probably we can provide with the infrastructures that we have now. Just provide.
But when we bring the different feedstocks, etc., we already need to have a decentralized solution in mind. Why? For instance, imagine that I'm grabbing biogenic CO2 from Coimbra area, and I need to put it on my infrastructure in Sines. Will there be logical to just trade off or going around with CO2 from one place to the other, which is expensive, dangerous, and even regulation is not very clear at this stage. The same for hydrogen, etc. So we need to think outside the box, and most probably energy transition, especially for sustainable aviation fuels, is going to have different perceptions and different kinds of solutions. Most probably we'll have an electrolyzer next to the source of biogenic CO2, or we have some feedstock, some solid feedstock coming to Sines in order to be digested, so to speak, or gasified, for instance, gasification, in order to have that CO2. My colleagues here talked about we won't have one solution. We need to have a set of solutions. CO2, hydrogen, all the value streams need to be decentralized and with several clusters. Clustering here is going to be key, and mainly partnership. I don't believe that one company will have it all. I do believe that companies need to cluster, partner together, hold hands in order to actually provide more sustainable solutions. We also need to address that, and finally, regarding the timeline, that this needs to be step by step. I usually say that it's energy transition, it's not an energy leap. We won't have a solution by tomorrow. We won't shut down the oil and gas wells, unfortunately, tomorrow. We need to do it step by step. And it's very good to see that this regulation, these blending mandates are not in one go. It's good to see also that these mandates start to address or start to ramp up and they have more percentage. It's good to know, but we also, and as Nuno said, we also need to be very sure what's the penalty here. For the companies, like the companies that are here, that are struggling and focusing on finding a solution, that they actually get the award for that solution in the end of the day.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Marco. I think we could keep on discussing this, but we are out of time. So I would like to thank the whole panel for participating, and Julian from joining us digitally. And thank you very much. I think we can close the session. Thank you. Thank you.
The AED cluster mission is to be a trusted added value partner for the aeronautics, space and defense sectors in Portugal, fostering growth in key opportunity areas by being an active voice of the industry and mobilizing its members towards synergies. Our goal is to foster a positive networking environment for cooperation, enabling the competitiveness of the Portuguese industrial, scientific and technological communities. And so far, the results have been amazing.
The cluster gathers the main stakeholders within these three sectors, being able to act as an entry point and a one-stop shop for Portugal for all national and international players. We are looking forward to continue to work with all our members and partners in order to keep this incredible path and to consolidate Portugal as an international reference within the aeronautics, space and defense global industries.
Okay.
Here we go. Thanks, Rui, for the kind introduction. Yeah, I was aware that I need to discuss, or I need to start my presentation despite your hunger and despite your thirsty. Nevertheless, this is an interesting subject overall, and when I started to prepare this presentation, I was overwhelmed by a lot of issues which are in line with the subject decarbonization at all. I've titled it Decarbonization Taking Off, and I have to admit, since last year, there is a lot of activity. Since last year, there was a lot of activities globally, which is now taking off. And I think many people in the industry, in the aviation, aerospace ecosystem, recognized that there is something to do. There is a way ahead of us, and this is nothing we can sit down and wait. The industry, and I mean us as part of the industry, this is something we have to do. So is it the right direction? Yeah. I split it into two pieces. So it's a situation and the future, which you are pretty aware of, and I will jump quickly on that. And then I will spend some time on the technologies, but I'm at least not a deep dive engineer, so I cannot definitely answer questions which are in the chemistry of SAF, so forget about this. But we have our thoughts. Maybe a quick note on aerodynamic advisory, the quick 1 second or the 3-second advert. We are a 13-people company in Michigan, mainly based in US. Our focus is aerospace consulting. We are advising all the big and the small guys in the industry. And I usually, and I hope there's nobody from McKinsey here, I usually explain ourselves, we are much smarter than McKinsey and way less expensive. So jumping on the subject, and I came up with this chart already last year in my presentation and keynote here at the Days. And the topic is, we are as the ecosystem, aviation, aerospace, we know that we will be the coalies in 2050 if we don't do anything. This is now a 12% anticipation, which is our ecosystem contribution in 2050. This is 12%. Now we are at 2%. Nobody is really taking that too serious. But in 27 years, we are at 12%. And believe me, this number is even a nice anticipation and a nice calculation. So it might happen that in 27 years we will sit here, and then we are the nasty ones, the nasty technology drivers. We are the refinery guy, or the sulfur guys we had in the 60s. So we have to be aware that our industry is now running and facing the situation that we are not anymore in future the shiny, nice-looking people who are really at the forefront of the technologies, and everybody loves to deal and work in this industry. So it might happen that we are facing also people who are not willing to work in aerospace anymore. And believe me or not, this is already happening in the US. Lots of airlines in the US are really suffering labor shortages because people don't want to work for airlines anymore. So this is a subject we have to be aware. And another topic here, which is really, for me, very important, we are now trying to spoil it down a bit and talking about decarbonization of aviation. And this is a 2% contribution. But aren't we fighting against the future of mankind? Because what's happening, and I'm looking very often in the history of the planet to find out what are the impacts in the future. And we are, and this is maybe a bit too high fly, but give me these few seconds. If you look in the past, in the history of the planet, whenever it came to climate changes, it came to disruptions in the life of the animals, dinosaurs, in the extinction phases the globe ran through. And since mankind is on Earth, we ran, when climate changes showed up, we ran into really violent situations. We ran into terrible wars. We ran into whatever tribes crashing all neighborhoods only to survive. And this is something I want you to keep in mind. We are not decarbonize aviation. We are saving our lifestyle. We want to make sure that our planet is the same in 100 years. And we have freedom, and we have no neighbors who are killing us because they are living on a hot place on the globe. So this was my introductory words. I know that this is far-reaching, but I want to make sure that you know that there is a lot of empathy and big emotions in this topic. And we all should be aware of that. I think you know that already, so the targets are set, the mandates are set, I would say. So we know what to do. The question is at least how to fulfill and how to come to our targets. And this is maybe my last overarching subject here. It's not ending in 2050, even if all the charts are ending in 2050. In 2050 it starts, I spoke with a professor for quantum physics a few days ago, and he told me, no, it's running hotter until 2100. And even if we are reaching our goals, we have to remove carbon dioxide in the 2100s out of the atmosphere to make sure that the planet is not overheating. So this is not the end. This is only the beginning in 2023. And we have to be sure that we are running in the same direction. And here the panel already phrased it a few times, that we have to work together. I think this was the quote here I heard a few times. This is nice, this is right. And we have to collaborate to a large extent. At the end, or not at the end, hopefully not at the end, but I am convinced that this is such a big thing, that this race is on. And this race needs fast, quick technology and pragmatic and fast movements wherever it happens. And working together is nice, but my experience with 35 years, working together in large corporations, working with organizations, with regulators and whatever, collaboration usually needs time, and we don't have the time. So make sure that the collaboration is speeding up and not slowing down. Also, maybe something you are well aware, I think we all agree that our existing technology is not really whatever helping us, so electric, hybrid electric, hydrogen solutions. They are whatever, they are feasible at the moment, nowadays, for small aircraft, but this contribution is very low. We did our models running through that, or we ran our models through that, and it's whatever, 4 or 5% of the total emissions in 2050. So we should be aware that this is not a breakthrough technology right now. And we still need, for our mobility, the large aircraft, we need the mid-size, the narrow-body aircraft, and these aircraft cannot be moved with a battery. They cannot be moved at the moment with hydrogen solutions, so we have to have our only answer at the moment is SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel, and if you do the math, 2/3 is contributed if we are believing, if we are staying at our mobility pattern on flying by air. So 2/3 of the emissions is coming out of these large aircraft or large mobility connectors. Let me phrase it like this. And so we need SAF, and this is driving me at least immediately to the SAF topic. So, of course, there are also some other issues which should be done, which could also be immediately implemented. We could do, on the short term, we could make airport infrastructures much better. I'm discussing since 20 years that taxiing on an airplane, on an airport could be much more efficient, but it's still a nightmare. I remember that I was sitting in Atlanta for 1 hour in a taxi line before the airplane started. So this is 1 hour too much fuel spoiled. And then we have at least other operational issues we could use. We could implement immediately better routes. We have still 39 different air transport management systems here in Europe, and this is leading immediately to millions of gallons fuel spoiled. And we have, of course, a lot of funding, market-based measures, which is helping to bring the topic ahead. The last one here is, at least the long-term view, is new designs, and I don't want to spend too much time on new designs. I think it was done by one of the other keynotes. So blended wing bodies, you face it, open rotors, and whatever new aircraft designs. These are all nice ideas, but at the moment we are not in a phase that allows the aircraft OEMs to invest again. We are now, believe it or not, in a harvesting phase. Nobody will, at least at the moment, build a new airplane or a large mass airplane, a mass production airplane like a narrow body within the next 10 years. We have to face it. This is the economical reality. Nobody will implement a new airplane in the next 10 years, unfortunately. And I hope I'm wrong, but we have discussions with all the players, and they have a backlog of 4,000 and 7,000 airplanes. And if I would be them, I would not change anything in this supply chain. And then we have the hydrogen. I think the hydrogen future is for me, it's a good contribution. So I think hydrogen could be a solution in future, but at the moment we have still not solved the issues on storage, on the temperature, and how to make sure that the hydrogen is not whatever digesting it through the metal and all the issues. So there are still a lot of questions to answer, and it needs definitely new platforms, which means by the end of the day, we need at least at minimum 10 years plus before these maybe first demonstrator airplanes will be in the air. brings me to my final, or to the key topic here from this. It's sustainable air fuel. And going at least quickly into this, by the way, this is in my neighborhood where I grew up. I think it's a nice area. So you have the sunflowers and the windmill. So you have at least everything in place. Perfect for this presentation. And then at least at the end, the technologies need to be spurred and they need to be accelerated by government fundings. And we pulled together, and I think it was already shown here by Clean Aviation, and it was always also showed by the European Commission. There is a lot of funding out there which is important, which is helpful, and it's accelerated. On the other hand, it needs platform, it needs activities all over, and the US, thank God, the Americans woke up. I hope there are not too many Americans here in the room, but they woke up in the last year. I think the IRA, or the Inflation Reduction Act brought a lot of action, and Americans tend, and I explained it already to a colleague here, Americans tend to do nothing until it's economically sensible, and if they think it's worth it, then they jump on it and they will come up with quick activities and with quick solutions very fast. So I'm convinced that this waking up of the Americans, and hopefully they will bring the US debt to date through the Congress, then the Americans will accelerate their activities, they will bring more stuff, and they will definitely bring more hydrogen initiatives. This is, from my perspective, the picture which shows our dilemma. Because we are in this right upper corner with our equipment. Our equipment needs the most energy for the longest ranges, and for at least for the payload which is behind it. And then you have the small cars, at the lower end, at the lower left end, the cars, the little whatever eVTOL stuff and issues which needs only limited energy for their missions. And this allows the use of battery electric solutions. And I would say we have a lot of activities there. There is a lot of solutions out. You can buy whatever cars you can buy. I would say in a few years also an eVTOL for less than $1 million. So I'm pretty sure that this segment here is covered. Our segment, our equipment is unfortunately not feasible for the next, let's say, 20, 30 years to make use of battery electric solutions. Not out of our existing feasibility. But it needs to develop. So we definitely need to develop hybrid electric, and I'm sure that the first hybrid electric solution will be in the mid-30s for maybe a 35, maybe a 50-seater, which is helping maybe to develop systems and examples that could be used in aviation. But, oh sorry, I forget this. But we have to be very, very aware that we are running as an ecosystem aviation into a phase where we have not only 1 minute, one solution out there, we have not only one energy source, we have multiple. And at the moment it seems that we have minimum 3, 4, 5 energy sources in the future, and we need at least to make sure that we can cope with that. So I promise that I'm overrunning this, so we are running a bit late here, so we have some solutions which are now in development, but they won't be a game changer, the SAF topic. We need that quick and now. This is the reason I'm speaking quick and now. So maybe some figures, shoot a picture of this. This shows at least how much megaton SAF we need. And I think the Niklas from the European Commission already explained that we have only a limited production at the moment, And and I pulled together these numbers. So we need at least a huge investment for each mini factory. And I was a few weeks ago at a conference in Berlin, and the speaker made it pretty clear we need 6,000 of these production sites. 6,000 in the next 20, 30 years. So we have to be aware that we have to be fast in this issue. And I think also the panelists here made it clear. We also need production, we need biomass, and we need electricity. And electricity should be green. So this is a picture I found from the web. This is now in progress, but this factory is now in planning. It will need another 5 years before it's productive. So we need at least the time coming at least here quickly to the end. We need a lot of activities. We need issues, and the key drivers are at least the green electricity. It's not pink, it's not green, it's not pink, it's not gray. It has to be green. If it's not green, from my perspective, SAF does not make any sense. And coming here to the final, from my perspective, here in Portugal, and this is already shown, Portugal has a lot of good opportunities to develop and to make, to become whatever. I'm pretty sure you won't, or Portugal could not become the leader of the SAF production globally, but you could definitely become a leader in Europe and use your geopolitical position to make use of your temperatures, of your sun hours, all these issues, or the wind. Biomass, I was not aware that you have so much trees, sorry. but so it's definitely, it could be a good opportunity. And at the end, and this is now my latest, this is delivering for the political position of Portugal an opportunity to become independent. And this is maybe something we should also carry in mind, that changing to these new sources of energy is delivering for a lot of countries opportunities to make use of their own sources and to become independent from the dependence strings we have right now. And this could be a big driver of wealth in future. Coming to the end, green electricity is needed. Here we go. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm around.
For joining us again on the AED Days. We'll sure have plenty of time to discuss and see how we can collaborate together. So I would like to ask Bruno Silva from PIEP, which is the head of Circular Economy and Environment, and is going to give us even a broader overview of what are the challenges for sustainability. It's not only about SAF and hydrogen, there's a lot more to be taken into account. Bruno, go ahead.
Thank you, Rui. Good morning. I would like to thank AED for the invitation to talk about circular economy approach to the industry of aviation sector. I told circular aviation. So the increasing environmental awareness within the European society is challenging the aviation sector to intensify its efforts towards a greener, cleaner, and more sustainable aviation, by reducing its environmental impact in terms on consumption, waste, and emissions connected to all aviation activities and operations. The principles of circularity or circular economy should provide a framework to reevaluate the complete cradle-to-cradle life cycle of each aspect of aviation, enabling the transition to circular aviation. Aviation sector need to become fully sustainable and climate neutral. A circular economy approach, also known as circular aviation, is the next step for the industry to reach in this undertaking. So, regarding the the role of materials in meeting the sustainability challenge, I want to say that the recent sustainability conversion on aviation value chain often revolves around how aircraft is powered through the air. And the burning of jet fuels causes the majority of carbon emissions during flight operation. 97% of CO2 emissions of a typical commercial aircraft life cycle greenhouse gas distribution. So the industry needs to replace the jet fuel with the new propulsion technologies. We have talked about these new technologies in previous sessions. So I want to say that the sustainable aviation fuels, the SAF that was talked before, pursued from sustainable feedstocks, hydrogen or electric, hybrid electric, are among the main technologies currently discussed to power aircrafts, and I think that will not be the future, but need be the present. We need to put the effort in innovation and in the part of batteries also and the infrastructure so we can implement that. However, focusing decarbonization efforts solely on cleaner powering of the aviation sector falls short in looking at the whole sustainable picture. The role of materials should not be neglected in bringing the industry on a full sustainable and climate-neutral pathway. The current predominant linear and extractive economic model still results in the waste of high-quality aeronautic-grade materials, while advancing aircraft decommissioning have led an estimated 90% reuse recycle rate of aircraft parts. This still means that large quantities of materials are not valorized. Furthermore, societal demand for flying is expected to drastically increase on over coming decades. This is bound to increase resource consumption, waste and emission along the entire aviation component value chain. It does become paramount to rethink role of materials and thereby ensure that high-value aircraft components can be 100% reused, recycled, and upcycled. This can also help in making airplane graveyards and barnyards where massive amounts of aircraft are currently retired a thing of the past. This is a picture of a graveyard in Arizona, in the United States. So, regarding the current industry approach to material usage, I want to say that at the moment there is no real sustainability in how materials are used in the aviation sector. Aircraft production usually relies on steel-based riveting, but these rivets can be easily dismantled and recycled. Furthermore, two types of casting are currently used which cannot be mixed, and also result in materials not being easily reusable. In addition to this, I want to say that aircraft production still remains conventional, energy-intensive, and wasteful, and does not fully exploit possibilities and sustainable manufacturing like additive manufacturing, high-pressure die casting, and other type of technologies and materials like composite thermoplastics and other type of technologies. So the quality of materials available in aviation is currently at the highest level in human history. Aircraft giants Airbus and Boeing each produce more than 1,000 airplanes per year. But minimizing demand for materials, energy and waste in the line with the circular economy approach has not yet the same attention in aircraft production as efficiency and safety and quality compliance. In short, the linear economy model still dominates over the circular economy on one aviation sector. On the areas where attention is low is the initial extraction of raw materials. Aviation uses a high proportion of metal components, which vary in their attraction energy requirements. Some of the most commonly used elements like titanium, nickel, aluminium have high energy costs associated with extraction, so we need to go forward with that. Regarding now the circular economy principles in the industry, I want to say how we are design, eco-design, manufacture, maintain, repair, reuse, dismantle and recycle aircraft will be the key in optimizing the usage of materials in the aviation sector. The four R's principles of circular economy, redesign, repair, reuse, and recycle, applied to the industry, bring several benefits to this vital economic sector, as well as a society as a whole. Reducing the extraction of materials with planetary boundaries, while full valorizing the material use in a virtuous loop, can enable circular aviation to become a reality. Furthermore, it can support in bringing down the sector overall emissions and energy consumption in lines with the need to become climate neutral in the coming decades. So we need to apply circular economy principles to eco-design, to manufacturing operations, and life phase of aircraft. And this includes circular design, eco-design of individual components and joining technologies for airframe constructions, including morphing structures and other type of structures, real-time structural health monitoring of materials and joints during operations, improve maintenance and repair technologies to extend aircraft lifetime, rivets removal solutions using robotics and water jet cutting for improved recovery of high-quality aluminum recycled materials, implemented thermoplastic composites in the structures and in the interior of the airplane, new bio-based materials also for the interior of the airplane, so and other type of technologies. And finally, I would like to say that the planet Earth where we live has finite resources. So if we want this to also be the planet of our children and grandchildren, we have to make resource last over time. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Bruno. I think it's important to stress exactly that we have to look at it at a holistic point of view, and there is much more than just energy efficiency and new ways of powering the plane. So thank you very much, Bruno, for your presentation. So we'll go now to Daniel Violato, who is a Strategy and Program Officer at Clean Aviation. We are a little bit, okay. Daniel, can you hear us? Ricardo, we don't have sound here. You're muted, I think, Daniela. Can you check?
Hello, good afternoon,
Yes.
Rui.
Hello, Daniela. Apologies for the delay. It's always a little bit difficult to keep on the schedule. But thank you very much again for accepting the invitation to talk. And we are looking forward to know a little bit more about clean aviation and how these programs can help us to make the way towards decarbonization. Thank you very much, Daniel. Can go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you, Rui. While the slides are put on screen by the IT, I want to thank you and of course the AED cluster of Portugal for inviting clean aviation to this very important event. Dear colleagues, the distinguished speakers, dear Minister Galamba, President Neves, thank you again for having us. It is unfortunately we could not make it to Lisbon, and I could hope to be there with you. So please bear with me, although I will be speaking from remote. I don't see the slides appearing. while they are probably coming up, I can just echo what the previous speaker was mentioning, that in fact we do live in a climate emergency, and we know that in 2021 was the year with the largest emissions ever, and we have seen recent flooding taking place in north of Italy. These are just examples, unfortunately sad, that remind us that we need to act fast and soon and have impact to address climate change. Clean aviation is part of this action plan put forward by the European Union, as mentioned earlier today in the event, and is actually clean aviation is a public-private partnership which will run until 2031 and will be serving as a launchpad for reducing aviation greenhouse gas emissions. It's been already quite highlighted, next slide please, that the benefits of aviation are huge in terms of economic growth and social connection and connectivity, but we know that it accounts for a percentage, about 3% of all human-induced carbon emissions. Now, if there has been already quite a phenomenal progress in terms of improving efficiency, and gains have been improved more than 70% in terms of reducing CO2 emissions compared to 1950. But however, the air travel demand is growing and is predicted to triple by 2050. And if we continue on an incremental approach, by then the emissions will be still double. So now we need to take a disruptive approach, and this is a call for our entire community, global community, and of course European community, to address this challenge. Next slide, please. The challenge, as according to the ATAC report 2021, makes it very clear what is the path towards achieving net zero. There is an important contribution along this path that is emerging from developing new technologies in a technology-centric scenario as projected here. The contribution of technologies reducing emissions is accounted for 34%. And this scenario is well aligned with Destination 2050, and the goals and the strategic research innovation agenda of clean aviation are also perfectly aligned with this approach. It was mentioned also earlier that there is no one solution. We need to work with several approaches. What will work at the level of a small commuter in terms of disruptive technology may not be work at the level of a scale-up platform, and therefore we need to develop the necessary solutions for each and every segment. Now, what is the main message I would like to give here is that when preparing clean aviation, we have been looking at what are the segments of the aviation sector most contributing to pollution, and apparently 2/3 of the global aviation emissions are actually emerging. Two-thirds of the global emissions are actually emerging over routes that are below 4,000 kilometers. And this is accompanied by an increased trend in demands of regional and short, medium range trajectories. So we, as Clean Aviation and as a program that is as an impact-driven program, we have focused the research and innovation agenda on the regional and short, medium range to maximize impact. And the next slide, please. And in the partnership that has been launched at the end of 2021, we have set as target a reduction of 30% of greenhouse gas emissions for short, medium range aircraft, and a reduction of 50% for regional aircraft. And so the partnership aims to demonstrate technologies that will enable such emissions and technologies that will enter into service no later than 2035 to ensure impact and allow the transition towards climate neutrality. Clean aviation is supported by joint public and private support, 1.7 billion euros emerging from Horizon Europe envelope, and 2.5 billion euros emerging from a private commitment of our 39 members. Next slide, please. The program builds on 2 phases. Phase 1, in which we are now, is all about developing aircraft concepts, technology options, and develop trial studies. Phase 2, as of 2025, until the end of the program, will be about down selecting the promising technologies and further integrate and demonstrate them. You have seen that we have launched the program with a Big Bang approach. Call 1, launched in 2022, has been leading to a volume of project activities up to 2 billion euros, supported by 654 million euro funding. With this Big Bang approach, we have launched the indeed phase 1. And we have recently closed Call 2, launching in 2023, which is also complementing the approach of phase 1. Probably important for the Portuguese ecosystem to be aware that at the moment we have still open a call for expression of interest for associated members, and the call is closing on the 22nd of June, and is very much focused on attracting organizations that can bring additional competencies and capabilities needed in the clean aviation program, organizations that can also bring additional in-kind commitment and can foster synergies with national, regional programs, but also through the Next Generation EU and cohesion funds. These new actors will need to be also supporting the preparation of phase 2 to be launched in 2025. Next slide, please. So our plan, as described in the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda, builds on 4 main pillars. The first one on developing technologies for hybrid electric regional aircraft. The second one to improve the efficiency of short-medium range aircraft. And the third one is about hydrogen-powered aircraft. And all in all, these pillars are supported by transversal areas. Next slide, please. Which are activities important to, first of all, develop and integrate technologies on aircraft concepts. We have launched 2 projects on one on the hybrid electric regional aircraft platform, and another on short medium range aircraft platform, led respectively by Leonardo and Airbus. The activities in the transversal part of the program is about also the impact monitoring of the program to ensure that it delivers the impact as expected and defined in the clean aviation objectives, and also includes at the core key synergies with other projects and certifications. Next slide, please. So all in all, we are targeting to develop technologies up to TRL6 at the end of the program, ensuring that these can enter into our skies by 2035 to have impact, and meaning reducing 30% of the greenhouse gas emissions compared to 2020 state of the art. This approach that we are setting in clean aviation is to support also the fleet replacement in order to have 75% replacement by 2050. As you can see, we are very much pushing the envelope of the traditional aeronautical sciences. We are pushing for including in the program key enablers that are necessary to develop the architectures presented before, in particular in the field of hydrogen, batteries, digital, life cycles aspects are also key in these in our approach. Next slide, please. Here probably not a very friendly slide, but it's an overview of the projects launched as part of Code One. You see projects that are focusing on the hybrid electric aspects at the level of thermal management, at the level of integrated propulsion systems. Also project in the short medium range segment, looking, for example, ultra efficient propulsion, and also projects looking at the hydrogen powered aircraft with fully integrated fuel cell powertrain system or a powertrain system based on hydrogen burn. And all in all, again, an effort that is amounting to up to 2 billion euros activities. Next slide, please. As part of Call 2, recently closed, we are giving a step up on what has been launched in Call 1, is a more modest call supported by more than 100 million euros of EU funding, which will be complemented, of course, by in-kind contributions from members. These are very much topics to focusing on preparing developing again technologies on the 3 pillars, and also preparing phase 2, for example, in the area of short medium range aircraft, to prepare test beds for testing ultra efficient propulsion systems. Next slide, please. Now, I think this one for me is a turning point slide, because all in all, we have seen the ambition of the program. When we look at Weber from a helicopter point of view, the activities within clean aviation are only part of the research and innovation efforts that are that actually are required in order to deliver the clean aviation goals. And we estimate that 12 billion euros will be needed within the time frame of clean aviation to achieve the goals and ensure that air transport can transform towards climate neutrality. And next slide, please. So this is why we are working and we are developing synergies with other European Union programs within Horizon Europe. For example, other partnerships such as the Clean Hydrogen Partnership in the area of hydrogen-powered aviation, and other partnerships, in order to strategize approaches, core road mapping, and maximizing resources. We have recently signed a memorandum of cooperation with EASA, which participates in our project with a service contract, and EASA provides their input at the early stage of the research and innovation activities in order to embed certification at the core of the technology development. With clean hydrogen, similarly, we have a memorandum of understanding which actually consolidates long-term, I would say more than 3 years, now activities in strategizing and aligning a roadmap at a strategy level, at road mapping level, but also a work program level, and now at project level, alignments that are necessary to maximize the input into the hydrogen-powered aircraft program under clean aviation, and to make sure that key technologies such as fuel cells, such as storage, are designed and vis-a-vis the requirements set by the aircraft platform developed under clean aviation. Not only our activities are also looking forward on developing cooperation with aviation regions, and in particular to cooperate with regions and member states that are utilizing, for example, funding from the cohesion funds, from the ERDF and regional funds dedicated to aviation. And we have recently embarked in this action, and we aim to expand more in the coming future. And not only the alignment that we require that is important, is also with the member states, and to maximize alignment not only with national programs, but also with fundings that are arising from national resilience and recovery plans. Next slide, please. I conclude with this one, and highlighting that the approach on synergies that we are undertaking in the this action that I just mentioned is building upon a success story from our predecessor partnership, the Clean Sky 2 joint undertaking, where we have been closely working with member states, such as, for example, Portugal, in developing synergies and projects. Now, these activities have led to 18 memorandum of understanding being signed, one of them, as I mentioned, with Portugal, and led eventually to 52 pilot projects, and all in all, an overall funding volume of 50 million euro arising from regions and member states that have committed to collaborate with, at that time, the Clean Sky 2 joint undertaking. So for us, this one is a success story. We want to expand with more ambition, achieving from a memorandum of understanding up to a memorandum of cooperation, and supporting on a joint road mapping strategy in order to ensure that across Europe, funding, forces, resources, capabilities are put together, strategized in order to achieve the sustainability objectives for aviation. So that's all from my side, and I thank you all again for your attention.
Thank you very much, Milato. I'm sure we are in conversations in really to try to understand how we can work together in order to create these synergies between this European funding and also national funding. So that is something ongoing. So we'll definitely keep in touch and see what we can do. So thank you very much for participating, and we will meet soon, shortly. Thank you very much. So now I would like to call Frederico Fernandes, General Manager for Middle East for VPorts, which will be the moderator of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And I will call all the panelists to come, and then Frederico will present briefly each one of them. So Nuno, please. Sergio.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the lovely invitation. I can see a lot of familiar faces, friends, brilliant minds, key leaders on the industry. I will try to make this very active so that we will not starve here during this session. My name, we are in Portugal, I can say that. So we all understand each other very well. Very good food, very good people, very good environment. I would like to introduce first myself. My name is Frederico Fernandes. I'm based in the last 8 years in United Arab Emirates, when I work with the government, the Ministry of Economy and General Civil Aviation Authority in enhancing projects in innovation, mainly to spotting and driving investment into projects that we believe that will enhance our shareholders, Emirates Airlines, the NATA, Dubai Tourism. We also have Mubadala, and I created some platforms, Hub 71 and Interlac Hub, that are still today one of the world's best in terms of acceleration companies in aviation and travel. I'm here with another hat, with VPorts, so that we can join this magnificent panel. VPorts is an infrastructure developer for advanced air mobility, something that we will speak further on during this panel. I will jump straight forward to our online panelist. That is Dominic Wheels from an exciting project called Zero Avia. We have been talking about metrics, we've been talking about goals, we've been talking about our vision, talking about the money around for grants, but now this panel is so exciting because it will reflect where are we, what are we doing, and what's happening right now. So, Zero Avia, Dominic, thank you so much. How are you? Hello, we are running
very
late.
Good, thank you.
Very
thank you
good.
for having me.
Dominic, I will ask you to introduce yourself and Zero Avia, and I will jump to the first question because I know that you are in a very, very tight schedule. And please introduce yourself and tell us what are you doing, what is happening in Hydrogen.
Yes, absolutely. So apologies that I am on a tight schedule and can't spend longer with you, and also that I'm not there in person in Portugal. I think I'd much rather be where you are. But I am head of external affairs and marketing at Zero Avia, so I head up all of our external communications, policy interventions and participation. And I've been with the company for about 1.5 years. Prior to that, I was a consultant to the business as we really kicked things off from being a very small startup 5 years ago to now nearly 300 people across Europe and North America. So we're developing hydrogen electric engines for aircraft, so fuel cell based propulsion. And we've already had some successful flight demonstrations, which I'm happy to talk you through. We're on a trajectory to essentially try and deliver zero emission flight into commercial segments.
Yes, Dominic, I follow Val, the CEO of the company, and all the team since 2017 on an investment row in the United Arab Emirates, and now you are finally flying with the powertrain. Tell us what's happening and how is your mission going?
Sure, yeah. So to start at the beginning, I mean, the company really wanted to address the full challenge facing the aviation industry. So currently around 3%, I'm sure you've all talked about this today, but 3% of global carbon emissions. But with demand growth expected, we're expecting about 8.7 billion passengers in 2037, not something that can easily be bottled up. So we wanted to try and keep the world flying and find the best possible solution for commercial aviation. And we looked across all of the different areas that were possible and essentially identified fuel cell as the most economical, the most environmental, and the most practical way to address this challenge over the long haul. Obviously, we need a variety of solutions. But we think that this is long term the best option for many or all types of aircraft. So where we've got to in 2020, we flew the world's largest, at the time, the world's largest hydrogen electric aircraft. It was a Piper Malibu 6-seat aircraft, and we flew that in September of 2020. And that was part of a UK government-backed R&D project called High Flyer. We then commenced a second project called High Flyer 2, which was to demonstrate a 600 kilowatt system, which now is over double the power output of the previous system, which was 250 kilowatt, and to demonstrate that in flight on the trajectory towards a certifiable design. So we conducted the first test flights using that system in January. So with a Dornier 228 aircraft, with the right-hand side still carrying the stock combustion engine, and the left-hand side with our novel hydrogen electric powertrain, we were able to complete the first flight in January. And we've now actually conducted 8 test flights of that system, flying up to 4,000 feet. We've flown at the maximum speed allowable by our permit to fly of about 150 knots. So really starting to see, and we've done 8 flights in total. So really we're starting to see that the system performs very, very well as expected. And it gives a lot of confidence going into certification. And so in terms of just very quickly in where we wanted to, so you wanted me to maybe roll through some of my slides. Okay. So if we scroll on to the next one, I think I can cover these and then we can come back to the questions. If that makes sense?
Yep.
Yeah. So we've covered here. I think if we move on to the next slide. So I'll go back a step then and just finish off here. So why hydrogen electric? So when we look at hydrogen, all of these solutions starting from the bottom up. So hybrid electric, I'm sure it has a role in the short term, but essentially we're going to end up, still with a fair amount of direct CO2 combustion and non-CO2 impacts because of the retention of the traditional engine. SAF is crucial. We need as much sustainable aviation fuel as we can possibly get our hands on. But I think everybody recognizes there are big challenges scaling biofuel SAF. And when it comes to synthetic aviation fuel, the costs are high. And you also need green hydrogen anyway as a starting point. So we're believers, as is the UK's Aerospace Technology Institute, we're believers that hydrogen or liquid hydrogen is likely the fuel of the future. And then you have 2 choices. You can either combust it or you can use it as a fuel cell, in a fuel cell. The big advantages for fuel cell based propulsion are that the maintenance costs are likely to be far lower. And you also, while both deliver zero carbon in flight, you can remove all of the non-carbon emissions. And carbon emission impacts of aviation, as I'm sure many of you are aware, and there are big error bars on some of the science here, but there is a growing understanding that carbon emissions are only a small slice of the problem, and actually non-carbon emissions might be 2/3 of the impact on the climate from flying. So we want to look at the holistic opportunity. According to McKinsey, up to 90% of emissions or climate impact can be reduced through fuel cell, and we think potentially even higher. So this is the approach that we're taking. It's hydrogen electric, and if we move on to the next slide. So, and our vision is not just these 9 to 19 seat aircraft. Our vision is a hydrogen electric engine in every aircraft. I'll come on to our next engine program that goes beyond the 9 to 19 seat category. But we think fundamentally this technology over time will scale for aircraft of all sizes. And what we're planning is, this is an ideal vision here, where you're essentially taking water, you're using sunlight or wind to split that water into hydrogen and oxygen. You vent the oxygen, you liquefy for larger aircraft, or for our first system, you retain the compress, you compress the hydrogen, and then you use that to refuel the aircraft. So, even in the fuel production, it can have very limited emissions and low carbon fuel production. So if we skip on to the next slide.
Dominic, I need to release you so that you can go to your meeting, so that I continue to rest with the panel. I have one last question for you. I saw a little bit there about your challenge. The challenge is about the weight and the size of the wings. And do you also have challenges with the legislation part? This will be the last question. And I'm sorry that you're not here with us to share our marvelous lunch and wine afterwards. And you are released.
Yeah, no, that sounds very, very
Tell
nice.
us about the challenges.
Yeah, so the challenges. I think that one of the big challenges is, and having the system up here is probably helpful, because you can see the PGS, or power generation system. So this is the fuel cell system. So we have to deliver the electricity. The progression of electric motor technology, and we have much of our own electric motor technology in-house, and inverters, that is all, the trajectory looks really, really promising. Super advanced, highly efficient electric motors. The big challenge is on the power generation side with the fuel cell systems. So essentially, you've got the fuel cell stacks there. You can see that pictured, and then you have the balance of plant. Now, what we need to do is try and reduce the overall weight of that system, so that we can get the desired specific power to fuel larger aircraft. We have a system now that works for these 9 to 19 seat aircrafts, which we are looking to certify by 2025. But really, the challenge is to reduce the overall weight of that system. The other challenge is a little bit in the volume of hydrogen. So again, I mentioned it's gaseous hydrogen that we're targeting for the smaller aircraft, but we are already working on a 40 to 80 seat engine, an engine 40 to 80 seat aircraft, which we call ZA2000. And we will be retrofitting that system into a Dash 8-400. Which, if we actually just skip on a couple of slides, I wouldn't mind showing that, if that's okay. But the Dash 8-400 we are retrofitting in Seattle, and we'll do the similar thing. We're going to test it with a conventional engine on the right-hand side, and with the novel hydrogen electric powertrain on the left. And in that configuration, we'll be using liquid hydrogen. So we also need to advance the technology around onboard storage of liquid hydrogen. And we will be using higher temperature fuel cells, which will allow us to improve the specific power. And the reason for that is, while we use lower temperature fuel cells, which are well used in road transport and other applications for our ZA600 engine, we need to move to higher temperature fuel cells overall, because with that we essentially can reduce the cooling weight. Those radiators and heat exchangers that are part of the balance of plant. So it's all about getting the weight down. Higher temperature fuel cells will allow us to do that, and we're developing those stacks, those fuel cell stacks in-house ourselves. Quickly, and then just quickly to pick up on your second question there. which was around is regulation a challenge or legislation? I mean, legislation certainly. So yeah, this was the Dornier, the 19-seat aircraft, which I mentioned. Hopefully, I haven't got a video here because I think it doesn't always work brilliantly with streaming. But you can go on our YouTube and please check out some of the videos of the aircraft in flight. And we also have a page on our website which showcases the latest testing. So if you go to zeroavia.com, you can click on flight testing and see where we've got to with the testing program. And then this is the Dash 8-400 that we're currently working on in partnership with Alaska Airlines. And I think when people see an aircraft of this size flying, 76 passenger aircraft, then it becomes very real that we will soon be will be able to fly regionally and perhaps even further beyond in the decade to come.
Thank
you.
It
makes the vision of zero emission flight very, very real.
Thank you very much, Dominique. I will release you now for your agenda, and I will continue on stage. If you please can come back later after your meeting, at least to see the opinion on the rest of the panel. We also have here. Tell me.
My apologies. I can't stay longer, and thank you so much for having me.
You're very welcome, Dominique. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Dominique. Exciting news from a powertrain manufacturer. And now it was my pleasure to introduce Yadin Laviolette. I'm going to introduce the panelists so that we can understand where are they and how exciting the conversation will be, so that they can defend their own view and tell us what they are doing in terms of sustainability. Yadin Laviolette from Airbus, you have a small presentation also to guide us a bit on the vision of Airbus and what's happening nowadays. Please, go ahead.
Thank you for the invitation. My name is, hello everyone, my name is Yadin Laviolette. I'm working in environment and sustainability marketing for Airbus. My role is to promote the sustainability vision and strategy of Airbus toward customers, operators, and also gather their view and their need regarding this topic to continuously improve our product and services offer, and also support them in their decarbonization, their sustainability journey strategy. So I'm glad to be here today to talk about sustainability. Our purpose is pioneering sustainable aerospace for a safe and united world. And you see, sustainability is fully embedded at the top corporate strategy of the company. It drives everything we do daily. And it's built on, I would say, 3 axes: respecting the planet, obviously, and this is the axe talking about the decarbonization, the circular economy, and also valuing people. That's important in our sustainability journey, and enabling prosperity. There is no sustainability without prosperity for our industry and for our company. So now let's talk about the main challenge. I say the people I heard today, so thank you for all the speakers we heard so far. They were very inspiring, and I hope I will be able to do the same for you, inspiring you in our journey toward that. And let's talk about the decarbonization of our aviation sector, which is the main challenge. So important things I want to precise, and I think it's really specific to our industry. We all align on the same target of becoming carbon neutral by 2050. In October 2021, IATA, representing 280 airlines, committed to that, to the net zero target. And 1 year later, at ICAO level, with the long-term aspiration goal, we, the member states, agreed to achieve this net zero carbon objective. And it's fully in line with the Paris Agreement. And so now, this is the ambition, but we need to go further and see how are we going to achieve all of that. So our roadmap at Airbus is clear, and we define, so I can show you now, so really the big milestone of our decarbonization strategy. So we started since a while, but the main milestones are by 2030, first start by decarbonizing our own operations. So we committed to reduce by 63% our Scope 1 and Scope 2, so our own emission, by 2030 compared to 2015 levels, by 63%. And to do so, we have several solutions ongoing. We committed also having all Airbus aircraft, but not only commercial, but also military and helicopter, capable to fly with 100% SAF at this date, sustainable aviation fuel. 5 years later, by 2035, we committed to reduce it's a carbon intensity objective, reduce by 46% the emission of in-service aircraft during operation, compare also to 2015. And those two targets regarding the scope 1 and 2 and the scope 3 has been validated by SBTi, the Science Based Targets Initiative, which is really important to precise. And by 2035, we want to put into the market the Zero E. You may heard about the 3 concept aircraft we announced by 2020. And we want to put one of these concepts into the market by 2035. It's hydrogen power aircraft. And obviously, we support the aerospace industry, IATA, ATAG, the ICAO roadmap, and the objective of becoming carbon neutral by 2050. So when we say that, we have to look, you have seen already, I saw this morning this graph, the roadmap, but I wanted to highlight also the point that there is no single solution to decarbonize the sector. We will need a multifaceted approach based on multiple solutions, on technology base, obviously, on energy, new type of SAF, new type of energy carrier. We need to improve the way we operate our aircraft, and we will need some market-based measures, some framework from locally, not locally, but more globally to make sure we have we are able to remove the residual emission from the atmosphere. So that's the strategy at Airbus. So fleet renewal with the technology, our aircraft can provide 25% CO2 reduction compared to previous generation of aircraft. We are working to develop the future with new technology, with the Zero E concept aircraft, but not only. We are working on different bricks of technology to define the next generation of products. We are providing services to support our customer in their decarbonization journey, to be more fuel efficient, I would say. So we are doing consulting, supporting them on that. And you see the green part of this graph is sustainable aviation fuel, very important. And the difficulty with this, the SAF is obviously the cost and the scalability, the accessibility. And we have a lot of work to do in that direction. And market-based measures, EUTS, CORSIA, are the correct scheme to support that. And we also invested in direct air carbon capture, because we strongly believe it's an important technology that we need in our industry to achieve the net zero objective.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this lovely introduction. Yadin, I'm going to pass for the next, our next guest, Sergio Bagorro, that is here to represent the operation, the owner of the aircraft, and also the end user. So give us a little bit of presentation of yourself, and very well known iFly. And I know that you speak fluently sustainability. And tell us in your perspective, and present yourself, and then we will follow on the other guests and go to the...
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. So my name is Sergio Bagorro. I'm the group CFO of iFly. iFly, it's ACMI operator, and we operate Airbus wide-body fleet across the world, basically going to the 5 continents. This is a good topic to discuss, and in fact, during the break, we had the chance to chit-chat a bit on the main topics. So I guess that we have here some interesting hot potatoes.
And another hot potato for me is tell the name correctly, the name of the next guest. That flown directly from Japan to here. It's an amazing entrepreneur, Keisuke. Almost there.
Yeah, almost there.
Almost there.
It's good enough.
It's good enough. Thank you. Thank you. Keisuke made us the honor to be here to disrupt a little bit, or to disclose a little bit about the future of original equipment manufacturers. So it's in the next wave. Tell us a little bit about your project. And it's a sustainable project also because it will flown based on electricity and hydrogen in the future. Tell us a little bit about your company and yourself.
Sure. So my name is Keisuke Yasuko. So I'm a business development manager for SkyDrive. So you probably never heard of SkyDrive. So we create the eVTOL aircraft. So that's electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. So that's a new mobility for the advanced air mobility. So it used to be called the urban air mobility. Now it's called advanced air mobility. Anything related to drone, anything related to electric aircraft, that's called advanced air mobility. So we are from Japan, so we try to manufacture the eVTOL aircraft itself at the moment. So it's fully electric, and you can do that vertical takeoff and landing. So unlike the helicopters, you don't have to come into the angle to land and take off. You can do the vertical takeoff and landing like the Osprey of the US Air Force. So that's for the new sort of like air taxi market. So we try to sort of like mobilize the new personal sort of like aircraft itself. And obviously, the aircraft is fully electric. There's options for going for the hybrid or even going for the hydrogen, but we choose to go for the full electric because of the, at the moment, there's limitation for the hydrogen fuel tank at the moment, as Dominic explained before. And also, we didn't want to go through the hybrid model, which still produces the CO2, so we want to go for the full carbon-free emission as well. So we are in process for developing the prototype, new prototype actually. So we already flew with the manned flight test back in 2020. So we are building the new type, which is going to be the two-seater model at the moment. But we have the bigger announcement at Paris Air Show next month as well. So if you are tuned into the Paris Air Show, you will hear our announcement as well. So we are obviously launching into the Japan market as the initial start. Then we are also going for the concurrent FAA type certification in the US as well. So it can be launched in global market as well as we're focusing on the APAC, also the UAE market, then probably move to the Europe as well. Only the problem with the Europe is the tighter regulations at the moment. So it would be significantly challenging to even do the flight test in the European market. So obviously Portugal is the one of the potential test bed as well. Like I've been discussing with a couple of people last night as well at the drinks. So if there's opportunity for the test bed, like that could be the possibility as well. So we try to launch in 2025. That's our milestone for the type certification and launch in probably end of 25 or 26. So this is not the whole new thing. It will be coming quite soon, and we are working closely with our ecosystem players because OEM cannot build everything by ourselves. So we need the infrastructure like V-ports for the vertiport, charging station, the operator, new airspace UTM systems as well. So everything's going on digital from the analog general aviation as well. So it will be the exciting time, and you can probably fly like the Fifth Element in future as well, quite soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kisuki. Nuno Simões, muito obrigado por estar cá. Thank you very much for being here. Nuno Simões is the Director of Strategy Planning and External Affairs Office from NAV. It's one of the entities, the government entities, that will make this possible, all this possible. So a little bit of presentation about yourself and NAV so that we can hear.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Yes, in fact, I work for NAV Portugal for the last 25 years. I started my career as an air traffic controller, and I will try to give my experience also regarding all these developments. In fact, we manage an infrastructure that is our airspace. It's about 6 million square kilometers that goes from Portugal mainland until the coast of New York. So it's a large airspace. And we work as a facilitator to all these developments. So we are also involved not only with the sustainability, sustainable fuels, but also with the new vehicles that we have to integrate in this ecosystem. So a lot of players to engage, a lot of collaboration to develop, and for sure during the conversation I will share my experience and my thoughts too.
Fantastic. So we have 35 minutes. Hope that we will also have some questions from the audience if you have any doubts later on. But I love one thing about Airbus, because when we work in innovation, we always work with possibilities. We think about possibilities for a long, long time. And Airbus was the first one to trace the roadmap as it placed. I think I never saw that from 2 years ago from a competitive set. So the roadmap was very simple. 100% SAF 2035, 85% reduction, and then hydrogen after 2035. You lead the market in this affirmation. So where is Airbus today? Where are you at the moment?
Good question. At the moment, we are working with all stakeholders in the industry to define that. We have this objective of decarbonizing the aviation, and we all agreed on that. We could have different scenarios. The scenario I show you is from Air Transport Action Group, and this is the one giving the speed on the technology part. As an aircraft manufacturer, this is our duty to develop the aircraft of the future. But we have to look at all the levers we have in place to do so. And obviously, we continue to improve the current product to make them more fuel efficient, and we are invested in average 2 billion per year to foster aircraft efficiency. We are the research and technology activity around the zero-E, the hydrogen power aircraft, but not only. We are working, for instance, with CFM, with the open rotor technology. We are working to define the wing of tomorrow, more efficient wings. So it's kind of research, exploring the possibility in technology to define the next generation of aircraft. And we know that technology by itself will not totally decarbonize the industry, so we have to work on the other aspect of the strategy. So as we say, trying work on sustainable aviation fuel and new energy like green hydrogen. And the main difficulty linked to the main challenge, I would say, linked to those pathway of SAF and hydrogen is the scalability and the accessibility and the impact they have on infrastructure. So for us, the key to develop all of that is collaboration, partnership. And it's really part of our strategy, trying to partner with any stakeholder, with airline, with airport, with energy provider, with technology provider, and outside also the industry to promote, to develop together this journey, I would say, and speed up, because what we need today is to quickly put those new items into the market. And the idea is to accelerate them through the partnership, through the collaboration, and make it happen in the coming years.
Very good. Sergio, you're the voice of the industry. You speak fluently sustainability before, but now you are listening. You will need to change your fuel, and then you need to buy new aircraft with new powertrains. So how do you see this? Which will be the critical factors so that you can also adhere to all this in a very sustainable economic way?
Well, in fact, they are very simple. So basically, there are three. First one is a big one. It's cost. The cost to adopt SAF fuel, it's enormous, and for a private airline or a small operator, you simply can't do it. Can't do it because it doesn't work. It doesn't work in terms of cost efficiency, and let's say the fundamentals of the economics doesn't work. Doesn't work, well, needs volume, and volume needs market makers. So
I think we have a problem with the microphone. Continue.
The market makers need to lead the market and need to create more volume. The volume will decrease the price will adapt. Yeah. The price will adapt the cost structure, and then off we go, and we can go easily to a model that was desired since the very beginning. So this is the first problem, which also, as an ACMI operator, as you know, the fuel is paid by the client. We cannot simply force the client to pay a more expensive fuel. So that's impossible. They will go to somebody else. So this is the first big problem. The second one that we need to tackle is availability and infrastructure. Just for you to have an idea, Emirates, well, that's a figure that is advertised everywhere. They fly to 130 plus destinations. Highfly, as a very small airline, we flew to almost 200 different airports last year. So you see the complexity. We fly to military bases, to very, very remote places where to uplift an aircraft requires 7 trucks full of fuel, which takes sometimes 3 hours to uplift. So talking about SAF, it's the future when we still need to tackle the present. of course, that we need to go to this path. That's the only way. That's our commitment, and we have to that there is no plan B, in fact. And in fact, the planet does not have a plan B. But the third concern, it's also airworthiness. We don't know, simply, and we fully trust on the research done by the OEMs about the effects of the new kind of fuels on the traditional engine, traditional aircraft. We simply don't know. We don't have an analysis, we don't have a trend, we don't have the research enough to support us and to back us up that, okay, we'll not have a problem on the engines, we'll not have a problem in the tanks, we'll not be stuck in a very remote aircraft or remote airport where the aircraft will be stuck with 300 passengers. So this is our very, very, let's say, also concern on a medium long-term basis.
Indeed, very interesting challenges for us to go through. Keisuke, let's speak about advanced air mobility and how the electrification of this taxis, let's call it that way, or super advanced helicopters will change the industry. What is your perspective that your industry will bring to the traditional, to the legacy one that is using SAF at the moment?
So obviously, it's full electric. So SAF fuel is like we are not going to be using it, but like we are going ahead of like going SAF from electric, then electric to the hydrogen as well. At the moment, the current challenge with the eVTOL aircraft is the lithium-ion battery itself, because it's quite limited, and the battery density itself is not big enough. So obviously, like the eVTOL aircraft can only do like 10 to 50 kilometers probably max at the moment. Then once we move to the hydrogen fuel, we probably do more kilometers, but that's another challenge to the hydrogen fuel tanks, which Dominic explained clearly, that like there's no specific method to be able to hold that hydrogen liquid into the tanks at the moment. So NASA is doing quite a lot of research on that, but it will take probably like another 5 to 10 years at least. So if we can make much significant improvement into the lithium-ion battery, we will be able to do more long distances, more hours. Then we don't have to do the charging as well, because like obviously the charging is another challenge we are facing. So it's like the EVs, like we need to charge our eVTOL aircraft. It will take probably like half an hour to with the high voltage, high density charging station. So it will be like about 350 kilowatt to even like megawatt station we would require. So it will take a lot of electricity itself. And people are dreaming about putting the barge port on the top of the building. How much electricity do you need? It will probably take the whole electricity from the building itself as well. So you probably like expecting the first barge port to be on the ground with sort of like charging station, and it will take more time. Then we probably move to the top of the building or the gas station or somewhere else as well. So obviously the lithium-ion battery and charging station would be the significant challenge to the eVTOL market itself and the whole AAM industry. But it will come, and we need a lot of support from the government itself and the energy industry as well. Because, like for example, like the eVTOL charging station is not even enough at the moment as well for the EVs. Then for the eVTOL, that's even more challenging as well. So we need a lot of funding and a lot of collaboration from the other ecosystem players as well.
I came across that problem, and if you go to the internet, you try to find the design for V-ports in Dubai. We have a lot of pads for the eVTOLs. So when we went to speak with the energy industry, we cannot have those movements. There's not enough power, even on the place that's going to be the world's biggest airport. So it's very, very, very interesting. The challenge from jet fuel into SAF, into hydrogen, and now the challenge from starting to fly electric and then going to hydrogen. So how does NAV look at this complexity in such different kind of devices and energy sources? How are you going to manage this on a proper way?
Well, for us, I think the most critical issue is the performance of these kind of vehicles. So it's not all about the kind of fuel, but the limitations that they will or may have. Let me give you an example, since I have no new fancy presentation. So let me give you an example just to be more vivid about that. So back in '98, so when I start my career as an ATCO, so I'm quite old, we still have that masterpiece that was Concorde. So Concorde was a lovely bird, but it was quite a nightmare for any air traffic controller. And why? Because the performance at low level was really, really difficult and a nightmare. So this means for the air traffic control that as soon as the Concorde start to descend, he has to make an interrupt descent. And you can imagine with a lot of traffic near the airports how this was done. So back to our reality, what we need to understand is how these new vehicles, new aircrafts moved by hydrogen or electrical power will behave in terms of performance. Will they have the same performance or the same limitations that we have with the jet propulsion or not? And this will increase complexity in our operations. So at the same time, and now Portugal in that sense, we have to offer, as I said in the beginning, we are a kind of facilitator for all these developments. So we need to offer the most efficient airspace for these aircraft or for these new vehicles in a way that they can perform in the best way. So in 2009, Portugal, and now Portugal was pioneer in the implementation of the free route airspace. Free route airspace is now is mandatory in all over Europe and means that an aircraft, as soon as entered in our airspace, flies direct to the exit point of our airspace. And these offer an efficiency near 100%. We will not have 100% efficient in airspace because there's a lot of factors that contribute for instance, safety issues to separate aircrafts or weather and so on. So, but at this time, the level of efficiency of our airspace in Portugal is around 98.5%. So it's quite efficient. But looking back or looking to the future, I think that we need to first to understand how these aircrafts will behave. Then there will be for sure regulation, procedures, standards that we will have to implement. And ATM and the air navigation service providers are also a kind of living, learning, and always bringing innovation to their operation. So I am quite optimistic about the future, although we have a huge challenge ahead. So let's work together.
Congratulations. Amazing to hear that you are optimistic and you will keep enabling the future because the challenges are definitely very, very interesting. I need to make this question regarding the SAF fuel. So what do you feel that are the main difficulties now in addressing SAF flights in every Airbus that exist? I know that you are speaking with the engine manufacturers, but what is your feeling on this? Will we be on track and will there be enough infrastructure? Will you lower the capital costs? Will you help to lower the capital cost so that airlines can easily adopt the fuel?
Yeah, good question. Today, first, all Airbus aircraft are capable to fly with up to 50% of SAF. So it's certified like this. It's Jet A1. We are working internally at Airbus to increase this 50% to reach 100% to prepare the future, to prepare the scale-up of SAF. So that's the technology part. And on the infrastructure, on the ecosystem, there's a lot to do because we need to produce the SAF, you need feedstock, and there are several pathways to do that. And obviously, we have to work on it to explore the new feedstock that we will need in the future to support the increase of the need of capacity of SAF. And to do that, we need a framework. And for instance, in Europe, there are the RefuelEU which created a SAF mandate for suppliers. So that's a good start. We will have 2% by 2025, 6% by 2030, and up to 70% of SAF in Europe by 2050. So, and plus the SAF allowances that they decided a few months ago. So it created a framework to work on SAF and increase the capacity and decrease the cost. So go out of this chicken and egg supply and demand situation. But on top of that, we believe it's not enough. We need policymaker and government support to give confidence, because aviation is an industry that is needed. We participate to the social and economic development of the world, and we need policymakers to take it into account, to give confidence to investors, to have investment in SAF and renewable energy, in hydrogen, in our technologies.
Very good point. Confidence so that investors can invest more in SAF and make it more available. It's kind of a wild market for you. When you go to Schiphol, you need to have a mixture of, right? And then you go to Africa, you don't even know if the fuel is good enough, and you need to have your teams. So how will you deal in the next years with this nightmare? That is, here you pay more, here you pay less, but you want to transition to 100% SAF. And also, what are your conversations, if you have any, with engine manufacturers stating the problem that you just mentioned? Can I use 100% SAF on this right now?
Yeah, well, basically that nightmare started, well, in COVID. During COVID, if you remember, the fuel cost was an authentic roller coaster. We got in certain months in the States a difference between the ton cost, East Coast versus West Coast, double or half. So flying to Los Angeles or flying to New York was double flying to Los Angeles, for instance, in terms of fuel cost. That means storage, that means infrastructure, that means the capability of a region to have access to fuel. In certain airports, we can't simply fly with an A330 because there is no enough fuel. We are talking still with Jet A1. So jumping already to SAF, you can imagine the challenges we have ahead. But speaking of from the very basic, I mean, if the demand is there, if the stakeholders, meaning the market makers, so the bigger airlines, if they push to this direction, the market will respond. If the market will respond, the cost will go down. Of course, the research, it's there, and I think you have already enough data to share with the airlines. So I guess this will happen sooner or later. But just for you to remember, I just got in my memory a slide from aerodynamics. That was a graph where I spotted wide-body airlines on the right-hand top, marked with red as the last row. So I feel that Highfly will be one of the very, very last airlines, I'm sorry to say, but it's the truth, to adopt SAF. But we will be forced to go to the last row, unfortunately. Although we want to get to the front, it's really difficult for a smaller airline to get in front of all these big challenges. That's rather impossible.
I would like to tell a very interesting story that Yadin just mentioned. It has to do with the government, the guys with the money, and to enhance the market. In 2017, we have a gentleman pitching. Even happens with advanced societies and governments that are looking for this. We had the gentleman pitching for a company that will produce SAF in the United Arab Emirates. And we had the biggest and the most complex high-level meetings. And at some point, nothing could be done. Although the goal was to help SAF, but nothing could be done. I would say that 3 months ago, my good friend Farid from ENOC called me and said, Federico, we are doing the first flight in SAF. Come and see us. It's a big, and I went there and I said, congratulations, we were on tarmac, the 777 has just landed. I said, congratulations, who is this SAF from? And I said, it's from Neste, we buy it from Neste. So it was Neste, 2018, pitching ENOC to be invested in, and they were still thinking and saying, maybe we're going to do locally, maybe we're not going to invest all the money will out. So people really need, and now ENOC is considering to invest on Neste and others. So there was a gap here that was lost. and capital cost now is still very high. So this is a very interesting story that alerted us to be aware where the industry is going and really investing them, and by the government enabling it. Keisuke, you will have a presence, a very strong presence in Osaka, 2025. You will transport people. I'm sure you're going to tell us how you're going to do it in which distance. But I'm sure that you are counting that your equipment will start to fly regionally. So taking some cargo and some revenue out of the normal airlines because you will fly electric. What is your plan? Tell us about Osaka and the plans of different routes, connections.
Sure. So obviously Japan has the Expo in Osaka in 2025. So that's our milestone for the whole AAM industry in Japan. It's government-backed up project as well. So obviously, we are planning to, so there's like 4 eVTOL manufacturers. There's Joby, Volocopter, Vertical Aerospace, and SkyDrive, who will be all flying at the Expo in Osaka. But at the moment, difficulty of the certification processes at the moment. So everyone is trying to get type certification through either EASA, FAA, or each civil aviation authority. The government and regulators are quite cynical about type certification because it's just the program is not ready for it yet. So we probably are going to have to go through the airworthiness and probably more like demonstration flight. Obviously, that's a milestone for the first, like sort of a commercial flight. Then we're going to move to the sort of like launch into the market. So obviously, flying the people on these sort of like aircraft would be quite difficult as a safety standard point of view because it's the aviation industry itself. So we will be probably flying with the sort of like cargo, sort of like transportation as an initial start. So obviously, the urban air mobility is the great concept, but there's like so many challenges with the regulation and also the public acceptance as well. That's each country have different public acceptance levels. So for example, Japan is not really used to with the helicopters flying above people's head. The other country like Brazil, like a helicopter is used for as the daily transportation as well. So that would be the quite challenge. So obviously in Japan, we probably see more at the countryside where the population is not dense. So you can use for example, like between the islands, sort of like cargo drops as well as the people moving from the mountain to mountains. So that would be the first use cases we would be looking through. And the distance in the sort of like cargo would be like about 10 to 20 kilometers as the initial start. Then we probably like putting more longer distance with depending on the lithium-ion battery technology as well as the public acceptance of the people on the ground as well, because people are quite conscious about noise level and safety level of these aircraft as well until they get used with it, and also being educated by the manufacturers as well as the regulators as well. So until that's ready, we are not going to be ready to fly the people in the air as well.
There is around 290 original equipment manufacturer projects in advanced air mobility. Half of them, they already have a prototype. I would say that 40% of them owns more than $160 million for investment. So how do you see this complexity? Where are they going to fly? How are you going to manage them?
Yeah, well, first, in fact, there is already European regulation to manage these kind of new vehicles. Then, as you correctly put it, airspace, although it's a huge thing, is not finished because everyone wants to fly from A to B and more or less at the same time. So it will be a very complex issue. Then we will have also, maybe, I don't know if in Osaka it will be like that, but we will have unmanned aviation also in the middle. And we have to be prepared for that. So now Portugal, as a navigation service provider, we have to decide, not only NAV, but I see our Portuguese regulator in the front. But we have to work not only with the regulator, but also with all the stakeholders involved to define a UTMS space, so a U space that in the beginning I believe it will be near the city centers because there's where is the market. But then, like Highfly said, there's a problem of cost too, because it's still a green market. So we have to implement something to deliver the services, but until now the market is still very, very, very incipient. So we need to understand who will pay for this. We will have the infrastructure to provide the services, but it will be really a challenge also for us. And then, as you said, we have to accommodate all this diversity of planes, clients, and to provide the best service as possible, most efficient. So it will be really a challenge, but again, I think if we are optimistic, we can move things ahead, okay?
And precisely because of that, this panel has been about our operational challenges so that you can all join us and collaborate and we can make it possible. But it is possible. And now for the final note, an optimistic note, what excites you into this path of sustainability? The same question for everyone so that we can close the panel.
What is exciting in this journey is that we are transforming, we are reshaping our industry. There's a lot to do. And we should not see that as a threat, but as an opportunity to transform, redefine our industry, our sector. There's a lot to do, but we can do it if we are together and if we have the framework from the policymaker to do it and the confidence from the investor.
Very good. Sergio.
Well, taking the basic principle of the car industry, I think the aviation industry has to go exactly through the same path. The car industry went to, well, normal combustion to electrical in a snap. So I guess that the airline business will go exactly to the same way, particularly because all the stakeholders have already a commitment, a firm commitment, and everybody is pushing into the same direction, which is really good. You said about optimistic view. We are not pessimistic. We are nor skeptical. We are basically realistic compared to the reality we have nowadays. And as soon as the things are moving, everybody will follow the flow. I'm pretty sure about that.
Very good. Tell us, what is your, I know that SkyDrive excites you and what you're going to do in Japan, especially having the government as a support and how much will be important for the industry in Japan, but what keeps you motivated into this futuristic fight?
I think like we are in the aviation industry, so everyone wants to fly. So obviously, like if we can use the air taxi as normal, sort of daily commute and daily transport, I guess. So that just excites me to just like as a BD, like we want to build like more use cases, working with different ecosystem partners as well. We cannot build this kind of like AAM industry by ourselves. So I'm quite excited to work with different partners like Bports and other companies to bring this whole air mobility to the normal public, and not only for the rich people, it's for the general public as well as daily transport as well. That excites me to bring this together.
No, I know that you and Nav are already optimistic. How do you see this coming? I know that we also have one of the most advanced systems in Europe. We just saw yesterday with Thales. Yeah. Congrats. How do you see this happening on a positive note?
Well, the optimistic part is when you tell me what motivates me, I think what most motivates me is people with great ideas. So, and the fact that we can engage like we are engaging now. I think we need to work closer because sometimes we are not really aware of all the developments or all the concerns that the stakeholders have. So we need to engage in a different way, and we have to share our concerns because now Portugal also has his own concerns. But again, I think there's, I know that times are changing and are changing quite fast. As you said, we have a new ATM system, but the future of the ATM systems will bring artificial intelligence, new tools, new features for the air traffic control, data that will help to have better profile, better routes, more efficient. And I see, it's not for my time, unfortunately, but I know that the new generation of air traffic controls, or the new generation of people that embrace the aviation challenge, will have a lot of tools to deliver a better service. So this motivates me.
Very good. Thank you very much. I think it was all said and done. Thank you for your presence. It was amazing to have your vision here, and thank you all.
Moderation. Thanks to the whole panel. We are just finishing up. We'll just have just another perspective from Canada. I think it's good to know what other countries are already doing. Canada is very much advanced, and we have the luck to have with us Aaron Hoskins, Deputy Director for Transportation and Decarbonization from Transport Canada, that will give us a quick overview of what's happening in Canada and what are they doing to make sure that this SAF uptake goes through and we can go forward. So, Aaron, I don't know if you can hear us.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Excellent. Ricard, maybe the sound a little bit higher. Yeah, okay. Aaron.
Great, thank you. I'll just share my presentation. Really an honor to be here virtually. Apologies that I'm not there in person. I'd much rather be there than here in Ottawa, but anyway. So Aaron Hoskin, Deputy Director at Transport Canada. It's a real honor to be able to speak to you today briefly about decarbonization of the aviation sector in Canada and globally. Just a bit of a snapshot. In terms of Canada, we're the smallest but fastest growing population in the G7. We also are the second largest country in the world. And so transportation and aviation are essential. They're critical to a safe, secure, stable economy for our citizens and our businesses. In fact, we have the second largest civil aviation fleet in the world, 16,000 civil aviation aircraft. And so decarbonizing that sector is key to our climate objectives in 2030 and 2050. We have significant opportunities as well, though. We have sustainable biomass, some of the largest availability of sustainable biomass in the world for SAF and renewable diesel. We have one of the cleanest electricity grids, and we're committed to having a zero emission electricity grid by 2035. We have abundance of critical minerals, and we have world-leading hydrogen fuel cell technology companies. Decarbonizing the transportation sector in Canada, transportation is 25% of our domestic emissions with industry. So it's the second largest sector, with industry being the first. And of those, only 11% comes from aviation, marine, and rail. The rest comes from on-road. Aviation is about 5% total of our emissions, but it's really one of the hardest to abate sectors. Heavy transportation like trucks and trains and ships and planes have high capital costs and long lifespans for the equipment. And so locking in investments now for things like sustainable aviation fuel are essential to meeting our climate objectives. But it's also essential to recognize that the transportation system isn't just about decarbonizing, or it's not just about decarbonizing the transportation system, it's about the role of transportation in decarbonizing the economy. And so if we can grow significant clean fuel production facilities, they can support things like renewable diesel and sustainable aviation fuel that not only can decarbonize transportation and aviation, but can decarbonize other things where diesel is used, like off-grid communities, for instance. So we have several commitments for decarbonizing the aviation sector. We are developing right now a climate action plan for the aviation sector, and it's in line with, or we're pushing to have increased ambition at ICAO. We work really closely through ICAO, but also through the International Aviation Climate Ambition Coalition, which I understand Portugal is part of as well. And this is really meant to commit to promoting the development and deployment of SAF and new, low and zero emission aircraft technologies as well. In terms of our climate action plan, we did release a climate action plan in September this past year, but we're already focusing on developing the next iteration of that climate action plan. It aligns with our emissions reduction commitments. It sets a vision for net zero, and it does establish a 10% ambitious target of 10% SAF use in domestic aviation by 2030. It also outlines a number of decarbonization pathways that will be essential not only for decarbonizing the aviation sector or the airplanes, but also we're focusing on decarbonizing the on-ground, the airport operations as well, which I understand is also key discussions happening at AED Days. So it does set that aspirational target, and it does define how to measure progress towards our emissions reduction targets, including identifying intermittent or identifying targets between now and 2030, 2040, and then that net zero for our domestic aviation sector by 2050. pathways to achieving net zero by 2050. We all know that SAF will play an essential role. There's also advanced technologies and hydrogen use. We know that a number of airlines are looking, or airplane manufacturers are looking for alternative propulsion systems. But in the absence of those being economically or even commercially available now, SAF really offers the only clear mechanism to driving down emissions from the aviation sector. It's a key pathway of our domestic action plan. It also is a key pathway of global action plans. And it's the only alternative, a key alternative. Again, we do have a number of opportunities in Canada. We have rich feedstocks. Our airports have vast land use, and they're already looking to become not only airports to support the aviation sector, but also using some of their existing land mass to generate clean fuels on site, to distribute them and to use them not only in the airport and in the airplane themselves, but to decarbonize their airport operations as well. Things like electrification of ground support equipment and using other clean fuels on site as well. We really know that Canadian airports, including Vancouver and Toronto and Montreal and Edmonton, are seen as world leaders in terms of decarbonizing their own operations and are looking to enable the use of sustainable aviation fuels. One issue in Canada and globally is that there's very limited supply of sustainable aviation fuel. As we all know, there's no domestic production in Canada right now, although the Canadian government is committed to growing the production, distribution, and use of all clean fuels, including sustainable aviation fuel. And our government has made several key commitments and investments to enable the growth of the production of clean fuels, including SAF. There is production tax credits under our clean fuel regulation. The Canada Infrastructure Bank, which is a $15 billion investment, government-owned investment company or investment bank, is working to grow the large-scale production of sustainable aviation fuel. And then we also have a Canada Growth Fund, which includes things like offtake agreements and supply contracts for differences that can help offset the purchase price of sustainable aviation fuels. So we're working to ensure there's sufficient supply, and we're working to ensure that that supply can be cost competitive with conventional fuels. But our airlines are also taking initiatives on themselves and committing to deploying sustainable aviation fuels in their own operations. We also have strengthened climate action for aviation. We're also looking at climate resilience for the aviation sector as well. So not only decarbonizing the airplanes and the airports, but making sure that as the climate changes, that our airports are ready to support what could potentially happen during extreme weather events. So what happens, if there's significant lightning storms, for instance, that shut down an airport? How do we have a sustainable transportation system that is resilient to the effects of climate change as well? We're not just working domestically, we also have a number of activities happening internationally. We work, as I mentioned, through the International Civil Aviation Organization. We did lead and continue to support the implementation of CORSIA. So that's the global offset program for sustainable aviation fuels. Canadian canola-based sustainable aviation fuel is eligible under the current CORSIA regime. We're working through the Clean Energy Ministerial Hydrogen Initiative, which is looking to grow the production, distribution, and use of hydrogen across the economy. And we know that hydrogen is an essential feedstock for the production of sustainable aviation fuel. So as the global supply and demand for clean hydrogen grows, so then does the supply of clean hydrogen for the production of other clean fuels like SAF. We work really closely through the Biofutures Initiative under the Clean Energy Ministerial as well. And in fact, I was just on another call for the Clean Energy Ministerial, and they're working towards a sustainable aviation fuel roadmap that will look at sustainability aspects of global supply chains for SAF and how we can work together as industry and as governments to ensure that as our airlines and our airports are looking to diversify and decarbonize their operations, they have access to sustainable, low carbon or zero emission fuels like SAF. And as we grow the supply of that SAF, it's also essential to drive down the life cycle carbon intensity of the SAF that we're using, so that over time it becomes more and more lower emitting when compared to conventional aviation fuels. We work domestically, we work internationally through these multilateral fora, but we also work bilaterally with a number of countries as well. And in fact, my Director General Paula Vieira and I were in Portugal in 2019, and then she was back in Portugal just this past March, and really spoke to AED about how we can enhance collaboration between Canada and Portugal on things like aviation decarbonization and SAF. And so we were actually supposed to be on the ground this week at AED Days. Unfortunately, that trip was not possible. We'll be there in September, and we really look forward to meeting with all of you, further strengthening this collaboration, this long-standing collaboration with Portugal. And also we work through the EU and other countries bilaterally as well, significantly with the US as well, to grow the production, distribution, and use of clean fuels, including SAF, because it really is the only key mechanism to driving down emissions from the aviation sector in the next couple of decades, as we work to transition to those zero emission fuels like hydrogen and its derivatives. So with that, I understand you're behind schedule. Hopefully we'll catch up a little bit. I will thank you. My contact information is there. I look forward to hopefully meeting you in person next time we're in Portugal, and I open the floor to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron. We'll keep in touch shortly to continue to develop our relationship with Canada within this scope and many others that we are in touch. Thank you very much, Aaron, for participating, and I hope to get in touch soon. Thank you. So now for the final speaker, Ana Vieira da Mata, board member at ANAC. Just some final words to talk about the regulatory environment. O filme quer passar já. Ricardo, can you play the movie?
So, good evening, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today talking to you all about this important topic, which is sustainable aviation. So, ANAC, as a civil aviation authority and a sector regulator, has focused on developing a competitive aviation market with commercial opportunities, providing connectivity, employment, and added value, as well as safe and sustainable air services to passengers. Our goal is to work actively to promote a resilient, cost-efficient, fair, socially balanced, and sustainable aviation sector. So, today, and yesterday, we had very interesting panels. So we talked about sustainable aviation, we talked about circular economy, we talked about the flight path. I would like to recall some of the buzzwords from our previous speakers. So we've heard about opportunities, dynamic ecosystem, partnership, collaboration, research and development, sustainability, strategic drivers, and green aviation. José Neves, on his opening remarks, asked, what is the Portuguese role? So my challenge today is to tell you what is the role of the Portuguese Civil Aviation Authority, the Portuguese regulation. My second challenge is to capture your attention during lunch break. Let's see if I can do it. So, how does aviation addresses climate change? Let's establish aviation is an economic sector, a global economic sector, has a huge responsibility because to act globally means to be globally responsible. And all of us in the value chain of aviation have a huge responsibility towards the planet, as we learned yesterday and today, and towards consumers and towards passengers. So how does aviation addresses this? Well, our previous speakers were telling us about milestones, pathways, strategics. So let's try to put these two into a frame. By acting globally, it means that we have to regulate the civil aviation sector globally, at regional level, and nationally. So we have to develop a strategic goal. My background is management, so it means that if we want to achieve a goal, we have to put ourselves out there, define a strategic goal, define a path, and implement an action plan. So I will try to explain this in a nutshell. At ICAO, we have 193 countries that have committed last year on a long-term aspirational goal to be zero impacted by 2050. So this long-term aspirational goal, by achieving carbon neutrality, is of paramount importance and is our strategic goal. Also at ICAO level, we have committed to CORSIA, which is an operational way to adjust our activity in order to offset our emissions. So at global level, worldwide, we have a strategic goal, long-term aspirational goal. At regional level, how does EU bloc align with this strategic goal? Well, the Green Deal and the Fit for 55 package is the way to move forward. The European Green Deal, launched by the European Commission in December 1920, aims to create the first climate-neutral bloc in the world. So the background of this action plan emphasizes that main lines should be an approach on 5 pillars. So how does the EU align with this strategic goal that I was telling you about? First, to reduce emissions at source. We must reduce emissions at source. So this includes to support the work done by CAPE, the Committee on Aviation Environmental Protection. So we need to reduce emissions at source. We need to draft standards at ICAO. Second pillar, research and development on emission reduction technologies. This means including joint undertakings such as Joint Undertaking Clean Aviation and Joint Undertaking Hydrogen Partnership. Third pillar, development and use of sustainable aviation fuels, including research and operational initiatives with our stakeholders. Fourth pillar, improving and optimizing air traffic management. This is very important, so Nuno Simões talked about this earlier. Fifth, market-based measures, which enable the sector to continue to grow in a sustainable and efficient manner. So we have to talk about this by reducing source of emissions and offsetting the actual emissions that we have. So as part of this strategy of EU, we have the Fit for 55 package. The Fit for 55 package is a legislative package. Our previous speakers already talked about this. But I would like to emphasize that we have EU emissions trading scheme to ensure that aviation contributes to reduction target according to the European Green Deal. We also have the Refuel EU Aviation Initiative that applies to airport operators, that applies to fuel suppliers, and aims to promote market development. We have also another initiative legislation that is very important, the Alternative Fuel Infrastructure Regulation, that will make it possible, in articulation with all airports, the access to the supply of clean electricity at the main airports of Union, and also to promote the use of preconditioned air supply and electricity to parked aircraft, avoiding, whenever possible, the use of the aircraft's auxiliary power unit. We also have the Renewable Energy Directive, the Energy Efficiency Directive, and of course, very important, the revision on Energy Tax Directive. So we have to work globally, we have to work at a regional level. We had previous speakers from the industry, from airlines, from air navigation service providers. So what are the challenges for regulators? More important than offsetting emissions, the very stakeholders in our system must work together to reduce them. That's why the alignment is so important. We must work in a collaborative way. Governments, regulators, industry, everybody should play their part. One of the greatest, I think the huge challenge from regulators that we are facing today is to balance testing innovative solutions, developing the regulatory environment, providing legal certainty, ensuring a level playing field, supporting the industry by reducing uncertainties of the certification process. It's not an easy task to do so. In fact, if we look in depth at what are our challenges, we have safety regulations and environmental protections, how to integrate them, technological transformation with standards, how to integrate them, new actors in the civil aviation system, sustainability challenges, definition of safety goals and standards based on new concepts of operations. To face these challenges, it's important to have an holistic and a comprehensive view regarding the integration of those regulations that I've mentioned you. And this is enhanced by having an integrated regulator with expertise and critical approach on all these domains. But these are not only the challenges that we face. We face also challenges at integration of airspace and airspace management and social exceptions, noise and sustainability, security and cybersecurity, and new skills that are required for human resources all over the domain of the civil aviation value chain. ANAC is committed to address these challenges and to contribute to the sustainable development in aviation. So, how are we addressing this? ANAC is responsible for submitting to ICAO Portugal's action plan for reducing CO2 emissions. So this plan has to be published, its new version, in 2024. It's based on ICAO's basket of measures. So it relates to what's being done in Portugal related to technology and standards, sustainable aviation fuels, operational improvements, market-based measures, and additional measures implanted by stakeholders. What are we doing further than the State Aviation Plan? We are close monitoring ongoing regulatory developments at European and ICAO level. Previous speakers spoke today about sanctions to be applied for whom does not comply with regulations. We actively contribute at ICAO level and at EU level on the drafting of these regulations. And we hear what our stakeholders feel, and we hear our stakeholders' views, and work in order to transpose them into the legislative approach. ANAC is also implementing the existing market-based measures with the Environmental Portuguese Agency. And we are monitoring all the activities deployed by our own stakeholders to reduce their environmental impact. ANAC is a part of joint undertaking Clean Aviation. We are also monitoring the environmental key performance indicators of NAV Portugal Performance Plan for Air Navigation. Very important topic. And we are developing capacity building actions to Cape Verde, to our stakeholders regarding SAF, regarding environmental sustainability. As I already mentioned, there are a multitude of environmental challenges for the aviation sector. The search for sustainable aviation requires the development of appropriate solutions in order to reduce the current level of emissions and also the future level. ANAC is committed to implement these measures and to contribute to the sustainable development of the sector. For regulators, it will be determined to ensure that safety requirements will still prevail and will not be impacted in this transition, ensuring adapted and safe solutions. So, let's take action and move towards a sustainable aviation. Thank you.
For today, thank you very much all, and particularly the ones that stay with us until the end. We were a little bit delayed, but I hope you all enjoyed, and I think it's clear to everyone that is something that we have to start working a little more actively and jointly. So thank you very much all, and we'll see you again soon. Thank you.
AED cluster mission is to be a trusted added value partner for the aeronautics, space and defense sectors in Portugal, fostering growth in key opportunity areas by being an active voice of the industry and mobilizing its members towards synergies. Our goal is to foster a positive networking environment for cooperation, enabling the competitiveness of the Portuguese industrial, scientific and technological communities. And, so far, the results have been amazing.
The cluster gathers the main stakeholders within these three sectors, being able to act as an entry point and a one-stop shop for Portugal for all national and international players. We are looking forward to continue to work with all our members and partners in order to keep this incredible path and to consolidate Portugal as an international reference within the aeronautics, space and defense global industries.
In our interconnected world, trust is essential for societies to flourish. Trust in our institutions, trust in our systems, trust in technology, trust in each other. And the people we all rely on to make our world go round, they rely on Thales. They come with big ambitions to build a future that's safer, greener, and more inclusive. We help them secure the stability that makes sustainable progress possible, face their decisive moments with confidence, and navigate new frontiers with optimism. Our experts bring together innovations across many domains, from the bottom of the oceans to the depths of space and cyberspace, collaborating to find solutions to the biggest challenges in the most difficult conditions, continually exploring new ways to push technology further, to think smarter and act faster. As responsible future makers, we are guided by our ethical charter, always building solutions that are imaginative and resilient, human-centered and sustainable, so that together we can harness the extraordinary power of technology to build a future we can all trust.
Hello. Good afternoon. We will start with the industry sections now. I invite all the participants to join us. I would prefer to have you here on my left-hand side. That makes us more warm. I would like to invite Frederic to join me for the moment. This is a joint organization within IDD and AED. Frederic is my counterpart in IDD. We have organized this morning some sessions with particular companies that we have selected as most valuable for the presentations we have today. We will start immediately the presentation with Leonardo, and will be followed by the presentation from Daman here physically, and we will have a connection with a fellow from BAE Systems to close this introductory part. After that, we will have some words from IDD member of board, Miguel Pinto, isn't it? Yeah. Is a member of IDD board that will also give you some words, and then we will finalize, and is part also this package of this afternoon with a presentation about European Defence Fund made by our MOD representatives. Thank you so much. Salvatore, the floor is yours. Obrigado.
Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Salvatore Mazzarella, and I work in procurement, supply chain, corporate, following mailing structures, system equipments, and services commodity. I have a few slides showing Leonardo. I mean, even being in Portugal as an entity here with Gary Perks, you shall know already better what we do as Leonardo, but I have just a few slides to remind as company, and then I will move to the supply chain portion. So Leonardo, as you all know, is a leading company that develops multi-domain operational capability in aerospace and defense and security, providing integrated solutions for military and civil programs. I mean, just to give you an idea, we have more than 500 products, almost 600 if you want to count. We mainly develop our business through 4 main sectors. One sectors are the helicopters, which we have a dedicated division, and then we have we have a different control and participate company. We have a company in PZL in Poland, 100% dedicated to production for helicopter. We just bought recently Copter, a company that gave us the possibility to enlarge the portfolio, having a full portfolio of helicopters. And then we also have, however, the 100% of Leonardo UK helicopters, the Westland acquisition, and 32% on H Industries for military helicopters. Then we have all the defense and electronic and security sector that is pretty full. I mean, we have the electronic division, the cyber division, the Leonardo DRS controlled 80% from Leonardo, so a US company. The Leonardo UK Electronics, 25% in MBDA, which is pretty well-known company. We just bought 25% of Ensol, just to enlarge our capacity on electronics, on sensor. And we also have 31% of an Italian company, and 2 Italian companies, Elettronica and Larimar, that give us the opportunity to have a full product also for the future soldier. The other 2 sectors are the aeronautics with the aircraft division, which includes the Air Macchi, famous for the military trainer. We also have some cargo transportation aircraft. And the ATR consortium with the Airbus, 50% consortium, which we have a very long, very aged, very fortunate for Leonardo product like ATR, which is leader in their segment. And Eurofighter, the EFA, the interceptor fighter aircraft, of which we participate with the BA and other companies. So the space also, we have 3 different participation, Telespazio, with Thales, and also with Avio, which is focused on the booster and satellite. So with this, we cover the 4 main sectors. We also have just a few numbers. I will try to go fastly to go to the other part of the presentation. So we are a company of 15 billion revenue. The 4 main sectors that you saw before, the first one, the 45, is defense, electronic, and security. Then we have the helicopters, 31%, 21% are the aircraft, the military aircraft, and the other portion are 3% of aerostructures, dedicated to the aerostructure, not only for OEM customer, but also for the internal product. However, like all the major company, we have a certified balance sheet in sustainability. So we invest the 50% of our investment in sustainability with good result that we already took with all the action usually the main company does on CO2 reduction, which we gained the minus 15%. So I will go to the next one to explain, that we, however, to maintain a high level of technology and sovereignty, we invest around 2 billion on R&D, which is approximately almost 14% of our revenue. In fact, then I will have a slide on R&D, but just to give you an overall of international footprint, we are a company that are basically developed in 5 countries. One is Italy, then UK, United States with DRS, UK with Selexink, the previous Selexink and Westland, then Poland that I mentioned before, that we have a manufacturing for helicopter, and the 5th one, recent acquisition, is Rada in Israel, dedicated for making radar. So these are the 5 domestic countries on which we have more than 50,000 workforce, but we have a presence in 150 countries, and as I told before, one of our presences is in Portugal. The revenue are mainly developed geographically. The 14% are Italy, and the 86% are export outside from Italy. As I told before, we invest 2 billion, almost 14% in R&D. We have a significant effort in R&D. More than 12,000 people working. We like to mention the 6.2 petaflops of computing. I even don't know how to explain these sites, but it's very important for us, the digitalization. We installed 3 years ago in Genova a Da Vinci computer that is one of the most capable, and I don't remember in which position is around the 50 biggest in the world. And we have collaboration with more than 90 universities. 90 universities, the most are outside from Italy. The most are outside from Italy. As I told before, technology and innovation are key for us. We have 11 labs dedicated to all the strategic technology for Leonardo, from applied artificial intelligence, aircraft technology, all the electronic and sensing solution, rotorcraft technology, security and safety. So we cover all the needed technology like new material, quantum technology, space technology, and also advanced logistics, because we also have a company dedicated for logistics. And we also have a 4 joint lab with 4 partnership. For example, on new material, we have an advanced material lab with Solvay SciTech, dedicated to new material, new process, which we really develop what for us is the future composite to be ready for the future, especially on air mobility and everything is needed for that. A few numbers, because I have my friend Josea was pretty accurate on supply chain, more than usual. So giving detail about our supply chain. So we buy more than 9 billion, 9.5. However, being in mainly in 4 countries, buying indirect services, the most of our procurement is located in the 4 domestic countries, no? That are mainly 3, that are Italy, UK, and USA. But we also have other, we buy also outside from these 2, even the USA and Italy and UK represent almost the 80% of the buy, having 3 big companies there. The rest is, however, tied to technology and accurate buy, and however to offset if are located in another country. As I told, we are anyway active in 79 countries. We have more than 10,000 suppliers. Even we do the 80% of the spend. I don't know what happened. Anyway, I'll go anyway. We do the okay. We do the 80% of the spend with 1,200 suppliers. One interesting thing that I wanted to share is a project that we launched as a procurement supply chain to make more reliable and sustainable our supply chain. We call LEAP project. That on which we went to select our best partner to create a really solid and sustainable relationship. I mean, we really long contract, very clear contract, transparent, with selected suppliers, strategic, but also key supplier in terms of volume and technology. So this supply chain project was launched before the COVID, but then we accelerate during the COVID because we realized that the sustainability of our supply chain is the key for our growth. And we launched a dedicated project, the LEAP project, on which I will let you know in the next chart several initiatives that we dedicated to the supply chain. First of all, we start to be more accurate in the assessment of the supplier. So if you can see the clock, as we represent it here, so we don't assess the supplier only looking performance and capability, like standard technical capabilities, asset capabilities, but we also start to assess sustainability with different axes like compliance, risk management, business health strategy, managerial capabilities, because having more or less the 80% of our SME that are family companies, small, medium enterprise companies, that is not bad comment that I'm doing, it's just reality. So we dedicated a project to increase their managerial capabilities to be more aligned with what we need for the growth. And also helping them on innovation, digitalization, health and safety, social and environmental responsibility, because we have our certificate and our key strategy to maintain sustainability as part of our growth. We launched 2 different projects. One we called the Supply Chain Manifesto, on which we help all the supply chain to learn, in some cases, what we need in terms of digital transformation, in cybersecurity, in people and planet. So we involve them in several sessions. And we also offer our expert to teach them. And we also develop different initiatives for managerial training, for financial support. We did several agreements with the bank to help physically the supplier in having a preferable weight on how to anticipate investment. We had several projects on digital cybersecurity, innovation, and however we are improving on the material, because we do believe that to have a stable supply chain, we need to help them in the raw material strategy. So we develop a company, this is Leonardo Logistics, that is becoming in the future the service provider for all the suppliers, for material and components. Last chart, so I'm on time, are some of the results that we did, because for a sustainable supply chain, we do believe that, technology is important, but in some cases, size is also important. So to have a company that is not so small is important for us. And so in some way, we help company to make synergy and to make among them M&A operation. And with our support, we close more than 50 M&A operation in supply chain to have more bigger supplier and sustainable. Then on the 3 streams of the manifesto, we really involve the supplier on cybersecurity, on all the initiatives that I showed before, with 18 lines of action that really identify on the ESG. What was good is also all the activity that we did with our supplier. However, our digital platform, the Air Supply, now involved something like 5,500 suppliers. So we covered the most of the supply chain because we almost covered the 90% of the spend. We involve many suppliers in what we call Industry 4.0 in cyber with the dedicated project. However, in that case was with the Italian local financial support with the supply chain, but I just want to share as just practice that we did. And it was important also to make an LOI with the 7 banking groups, of which our supply chain could access if our preferred supplier and be preferred in all the financial support that they need for their growth. So we did really other capacity building. As I told before, we had 67 suppliers in what we call the Elite Leonardo Launch that was organized in Milan, which we had dedicated class for all the manager of our supply chain to be taught. But we also did a technical training to lower, to not only to the manager, but also to the key people of the company. And we had 22,000 training hours organized by Leonardo Training Technical Center. So this is an overall of all the project we launch is Leonardo to try to have a reliable and solid and sustainable supply chain that can support us in our growth. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
I'd like to invite our guest from Damen. I hope your presentation is ready. Yeah, I hope so. Please. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting us for IDD also to give here a presentation about Damen Shipyards. My name is Rick Dekkers. I'm a retired naval officer and I'm working in the naval division, of course, of Damen Shipyards Group. I think this is... Yeah, there we go. This is, in short, my agenda for the next 15 minutes or so. I will tell you a little bit about the organization, Shipyard Group, what we are doing actually in recent years. I will have a quick look at our portfolio, and the portfolio is wide. So then I will look into the projects we are working on right now. And of course, I will have a quick look at the programs here in Portugal. And then in the last 2 bullets, I will try to answer the questions which were raised by AED and IDD on the opportunities for cooperation with Damen Shipyards Group. Maybe you don't know, but Damen Shipyards Group is a family-owned, privately owned business, which is kind of special because especially in the naval shipbuilding, you will not find many privately owned shipyards. So that is kind of special. And I can tell you that it has advantages and disadvantages. If you are a government-owned company, it simply works, the dynamics are different in the commercial market. So we have to handle that. The company is almost 100 years old, 96 to be exact. And this is what we try to achieve, to design and build ships with all which goes along with it. Here you see our owner, Mr. Kommerdame. He's halfway the 70s, but he is still very active. He's the president of the board, and the day-by-day business is run by his son, Arnoud Dame. But he is still very much involved. When he is sailing around the world, he meets customers from 10 years ago and he hears complaints, we will know the next day. That's the way this man likes to operate. So he is very on the customer side. So if you have complaints, come to me as the president of the company. It is really amazing. But he started very small. He started really in a company with like 6 people. And they were building very, very small tugs of 10 meters and so. But he then, the characteristics of his approach were, okay, I'm going to standardize ships and I'm going to build them on stock. So in average right now, today, we have 150, 200 ships on stock. Those are not frigates, but you have to think about workboats and tugs. But that means that if a customer is in need for a tugboat, we can deliver sometimes within weeks. And that is really a game changer in the market of tugs. And I think Dame Shipyards is the world leader when it comes to tugs. But this, of course, has changed over the years. And we have expanded the company. And also, since a little bit more than 20 years, the naval division has become part of the Damen Shipyards Group, and it used to be a government-owned company in those days. Here you see our portfolio, and except for big container ships, you could say whatever sails we build, from very small working boats. In the offshore business, defense and security, that's my department. The mega yachting, very good business in recent years. And everything what you offshore wind is, of course, a big challenge today. Public transport also. So we play in all markets. And that is, of course, a challenge, but it also has an advantage, because if one market is going up, the other one may go down, and overall it balances fairly nice over the years. Here you see our footprint worldwide. I think the right number at the moment is something like 12,000 people worldwide. We own 35 shipyards all over the world, across all the 5 continents. On the right-hand side, you see the Netherlands. In the Netherlands, we also have something like 20 shipyards. But there are also other companies in the group, like engineering companies and component companies and so on. But you can see that on strategic places, in the Caribbean area, in Cape Town, but also in the Middle East and in Southeast Asia, including Vietnam and China, and of course a big part concentrated in Europe. And you can also see from the colors, from the dots, that we have several joint ventures or other types of cooperation with other companies. And it could also be only a logistic service hub. Here you see our statistics from 2022. 2.5 billion turnover. For us, it was a record number. And here on the left side, you can see the numbers in terms of vessels. And you can see here that in 2022, we delivered over 100 vessels. So that is quite nice. And you will see the breakdown that, for instance, in defense and security, we delivered 11 vessels. But the big numbers are in harbor and terminal, so that is the tug and workboat business. So almost half of the vessels is in that area. Here you see also the ratio between new builds and repair. New building and repair business is completely different. The dynamics are completely different. So we have specific shipyards dealing with repair jobs. They have their own sales organization, they have their own workforce, and we try to not mix up new building and repair, because that is, from a logistic perspective, we think not wise to do. On the world map, you see where our interests are. If you compare it to the years before 2022, it is changing. And especially in the naval business, the focus the last 2 years is much more on Europe. It's really a dramatic change. As you probably all know, European countries are increasing their defense budgets, and they all try to reach the NATO standard of 2% GDP, and we notice that. The business is at the moment booming, for sure. Now I want to have a quick look, because of the nice pictures, but also to show you what we are currently working on. This is a patrol vessel out of a series of 3. We are building this in our shipyard in Cape Town, and it is indeed for the South African Navy. It is a 62 meter, that is the 4 digits. We also always indicate the length of the ship is the first digits and the width by the second 2 digits. So this program is almost completely finished, and it is a so-called inshore patrol vessel, IPV. This is for the Malaysian Coast Guard, a bigger ship. It is approximately 2,000 tons. It is not very military, because not all Coast Guards are, let's say, military or are having sensors and weapons like naval vessels. But this is a very nice project in Malaysia. This is an ongoing program, actually the second batch of 4 ships for the Pakistani Navy. And they ordered a couple of years ago 2 of these ships, but one size smaller, approximately 2,000 tons. And this second batch is now 2,600 tons, and they are being built in our shipyard in Romania, in Galați. And you can see from the photo, this is a patrol vessel, but indeed there is some serious armament on it, surface-to-surface missile, the Millennium gun in the back, and another gun in the front. So, and also a serious radar. This is a program which is already running for almost 3 years. That is the so-called combat support ship for the Dutch Navy. It's almost done. It should be moved. It's built in Galați in Romania, and it is supposed to move to the Netherlands to hand over to the Navy later this year, early next year, something like that. And this is a typical tanker support ship for the Dutch Navy. This is our biggest program. This is in the naval shipbuilding market. This is really kind of an exception, because normally those programs are not tendered on the European market. It is applying Article 346, but the Germans decided in this program to tender it on the European market. And in the end, we won this project. And those are the biggest frigates you will see in the near future in Europe. There are no bigger frigates. This is a 10,000 ton plus frigate. And the whole program is of a value of 4.5 billion euros. So this will keep us busy for the next 10 years. And the German Navy also still has an option on number 5 and 6. And they are spending, because of the developments in Eastern Europe, they are spending at the moment a lot of money, the German government. So that could be number 5 and 6. This is what we are working on for the Colombian Navy at the moment. That is one of our typical Sigma frigates. It is like 105 meters long, 50 meters wide, also with a typical Sewako fit, gun, surface to air, surface to surface, the works. And this is a running program, and the Colombian Navy may decide later this year to build these ships, maybe in a series of 5. We will see. This is one of our latest successes, you could say. This is the program, the frigate program for the Dutch and the Belgian Navy. It is already in working for more than 5 years. We have been working this for more than 5 years with the Dutch government, but recently they decided, okay, let's do it, and we will sign the contract for this frigate in a month from now. And this is approximately a frigate of a little bit over 6,000 tons, and I think from the top side is really state of the art. So this is the Navy, both in Belgium and the Netherlands, are quite happy about this program so far. And then we are also working together with our friends from Saab Kokkums in the project for the replacement of the diesel-electric submarines for the Netherlands Navy. This is one of the best diesel-electric submarines in terms of going deep, endurance, and they want really a replacement for that kind of a capability. So not an inshore submarine, but really an ocean-going submarine. The Dutch government decided to open this for competition. So Naval Group, TKMS, Saab, together with us, we are in this competition. Actually, we are preparing the final details for the proposal. The proposal is having a deadline of the 28th of July, and then the government, the MOD, will make a decision by the end of the year or maybe next year. Important program, of course, with a lot of value involved. Then I would like to have a quick look at the programs here in Portugal. As you probably noticed, 2 weeks ago, the tender documentation was released for the ocean patrol vessels, for the 6 ocean patrol vessels. 2 days ago, the tender documents were released for the multipurpose vessel. The last 3 years, we have been working in the Netherlands on the midlife upgrade of the frigates. Those are Damen-built frigates, and they were sold from the Dutch Navy to the Portuguese Navy in 2009, and we executed the midlife upgrade. So I'm sure that the Portuguese Navy is quite happy right now with these frigates, and they have to last until 2035, because in the plans for the Portuguese Navy, they are looking for frigate replacement, both from the MECOs and these frigates in 2035. So it's about time to start thinking about that. Another urgent requirement in the Portuguese Navy is, of course, the tanker, the AOR, because the Berrio is beyond repair, and still is not operational anymore. So the Portuguese Navy does not have a tanker, which is, of course, an urgent requirement. Here you have the OPVs. It is the 3rd batch of the Viano do Castelo class. So this is on the table. It will start with a classification period of 30 days, and then we have something like 6 weeks to respond to the tender. What is also on the agenda is the midlife upgrade of the Vasco da Gama class, the MECO frigates. And then, of course, what I already mentioned, the future frigates. The Portuguese Navy is thinking about the replacement in 2035, from 2035 onwards, to replace the Vasco da Gama class and the M frigates. And ultimately, to enhance the logistic capabilities, they are also looking for a more mature logistic support vessel, and maybe you see the similarities with the combat support ship we have been building for the Dutch Navy, and that's what we have been discussing also with the Portuguese Navy. Then on the group level, this is an ambition, and it's probably very recognizable for Leonardo, because those big companies, they all have this kind of an ambition to become the most sustainable and connected shipbuilder in the world. And you can read from the slide how we intend to achieve that. But also in very practical terms, we are working closely together with all kinds of companies, also startup companies, smart young people who can really think out of the box to make this happen, because that's the only way. Naval shipbuilding world is very traditional, so you really need fresh ideas, and I think we are doing there a good job. Here, in other words, this is what we think is our mission. And keep in mind what I told you about our owner. He is really about the customers. He is really concerned if customers are not happy, and then we will hear it. Then I come to the questions asked by AED and IDD. And I turn the question a little bit around by first telling you what our core business is and where we need support or where we seek cooperation. What a typical approach is for us is to design, engineer, and construct ships. That is not a big surprise for you, but we are not in manufacturing engines and all kinds of other systems. That's what I'm trying to say. The next thing is project planning. Project planning is very important for a successful program, so we keep it to our chest, the program planning. And then, of course, the execution, the building of the ship. We can do it in one of our own shipyards, but we can do it anywhere in the world. So if a customer is having the requirement, you have to build the ship in my country, at that shipyard, we will make it happen. And that's what we do. And what is becoming more and more important, also in the naval shipbuilding, is life cycle support. Navies, they want to reduce life cycle support costs. It is really becoming an issue, and it is also a very wise thing to do, because if you invest upfront, you can save a lot of money later. But we are not in the business of systems and subsystems. So in a typical program, we would completely outsource this. Engines, generators, you name it, sensors, weapons, combat management systems, we completely outsource that. So, and I think I have an example. This is the program for the combat support ship. And in the background, you see our partners, our subcontractors. And we can really say in a program like this, but also in the German program, 80% of the total volume of the program is outsourced. And a lot of it to German companies, of course. So, and the same thing is true for this combat support ship for the Dutch Navy. I don't know the number of companies you see here, but it is at least 100 in total. And when you enter into a complicated frigate program, the subcontractors could be up to 200-300 subcontractors. So there are lots of opportunities to be part of that kind of an initiative. So what are we looking for? This is not rocket science. Of course, the requirements from the customer, they are leading. Of course, you have to comply with the requirements of the customer. Of course, it needs to be competitive. The price is a very important factor. What we also think is important is cooperation and flexibility. Sometimes the naval shipbuilding business is very slow, but sometimes it goes very fast. Portugal is a typical example. Everything went very slow year, and now they are at the point of taking decisions, and now everything goes very quickly. That also means that subcontractors have to respond quickly, because sometimes you only have a couple of weeks to respond to a request for quotation. So that is important. Good references is, of course, important, but not a necessity. And especially if you are talking innovation, of course you cannot have good references from the start. And the last bullet is added value. It seems very obvious, but that could be in many different forms. It could be for political reasons or whatever reason that you can add to a project. Then something about research, development and innovation. And what we try to do in all kinds of fora is to respond, of course, to current trends and needs in the shipbuilding market and the naval shipbuilding market. Some of the trends I have listed here, and this is more typical for the naval shipbuilding than in general, but in the naval shipbuilding market, navies are looking for smaller crews. If you can save 100 people in a crew, and this is really happening over the last decades, that crews go down from 300 to 100 with the same type of ship. So just imagine what kind of money you are saving there. But what is also next to that is, of course, that navies are more and more looking to unmanned systems of all kinds, in the air, on the surface, subsurface, for all kinds of reasons, but also because of manning problems, personnel problems. Almost every European navy has a problem in manning the fleet. And the problem is not getting smaller, it's getting bigger. So they have to. Fuel consumption. As long as in this business, every time you have to go down on fuel consumption. And of course, reduce emissions and have a close look at new and cheaper and more efficient propulsion systems. And that is something which is high on our agenda when it comes to research, development and innovation. Automation, that's the next bullet. Of course, that is very much linked to the lower manning principle. If you automate a lot of systems or activities on your ship, for instance, firefighting, we have produced patrol vessels for the Dutch Navy. You don't need people anymore for the firefighting. It's completely automated. And that makes a hell of a difference in terms of personnel. But it is much more than only firefighting. It is also in the sensors and weapons, of course, that this is changing dramatically. Digitization, use of big data, becoming more and more important. Also to remotely monitor your systems. So a frigate is sailing on the ocean, but the system itself is monitored in the maritime headquarters back home. That is the ultimate idea where a lot of navies are busy with. Also to save money and to save personnel. And what I already mentioned, always an issue, lowering the life cycle cost. And there we have a kind of a challenge, because in a lot of governments and in a lot of navies, investment budgets are different from maintenance budgets. And a lot of governments do not want to mix that. But if you don't invest, you cannot save later. So you have to bring these two together. And that is a challenge for us to explain it. And some of the navies are really already moving in that direction. And that means that if you are preparing a proposal, you also have to come up with a life cycle plan for the whole life cycle of a vessel. So what we do with quite a number of people, not the numbers you mentioned, but also is a relatively big group of people in the R&D business. We work at national levels with the Navy, with the government, with other industries. We do it at a regional level, for instance, with Northern European countries, and of course on the European Union level. And what I already mentioned before, we also have what is called cooperative venturing, and that is an initiative where we get in contact with small startup companies, young people, and try to promote their products and their solutions. And here I can show you some of the initiatives and some of the working groups. On the lower side, those are all national in the Netherlands. sea defense is almost all shipyards in Europe are part of that in EU initiative. Of course, the European Defense Industrial Development Program is a lot of work programs, and we try to be part of that almost in every domain. And cooperation in Europe is becoming more and more important, also for specific programs. Most of the politicians, MOD, say, okay, you have to cooperate with another nation, otherwise you will not have a program. That is going to be the trend. And that is, I'm not sure what the time is, but that was my contribution. Thank you. Oh, time is up.
We will have Michael Branting from BAE Systems virtually to join us. I just have to check. Yeah, Michael, good afternoon. Welcome to our event. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to participate, even if it's virtually. I'm going to talk a little bit about my company, which is a business unit of BAE Systems, a Swedish business unit of BAE Systems. My role is that I am responsible for a number of countries and regions. I'm responsible for Americas, North, South, and Middle America, responsible for Spain and Portugal and the UK. So, BAE Systems is, as you probably are aware, one of the biggest defense-related companies in the world. But I should also mention that this is not only one company. It's a big company, of course, but it's basically a big umbrella organization for different business units or companies. The main company's mother company is British, as you probably know, but a very big part of it also resides in the United States. In total, for a little bit more than a year ago, we were some 89,600 people in total spread around the world. Our business unit, a company called BAE Systems Bofors AB, which is a Swedish company actually belonging to BAE Systems, belongs to the American organization. As you can see here, those 33,000 people that you saw on the previous slide. And we belong to a sector called Platforms and Services. We have 2 Swedish business units in this sector. It's BAE Systems Bofors,
Michael.
and then it's, yes?
Michael, sorry to interrupt you, but it seems that you have not chosen the proper option to present. We are not seeing your slides. If you can change for presenter mode.
I am in presenter mode.
Click on the present mode.
I did. I'm in that.
Okay.
That's actually what I see.
Now, it's the same, you just move the slide. On the bottom of the screen.
No, I need to...
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm hitting present mode.
Michael, I'm sorry to interrupt you, okay? It's because you're changing slides, we cannot see it from on these sides. Basically, what you need to do is unshare your screen, hit present.
Okay.
After you do that, just hit present, and then you share the screen after that. And you select the full screen slides, not the editor.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, okay?
Yeah, no problem. So I am right now.
So hit present mode.
Yeah.
Okay, now you go to the share screen button on the Zoom platform.
Yeah, but you know I can't reach the Zoom platform if I'm
Are you on
presenting.
PC or Mac?
PC.
Okay, so you need to hit Alt and Tab at the same time, together. And then you select the slides, the Zoom platform. Can you do that?
Yeah, well, just a minute. Okay. No.
Tem os slides dela? Senão também posso... Any success?
So I'm in presenting mode, Alt and Tab.
Yeah, Alt Tab. Now you go to Zoom platform. Share screen. And then you select the window where you have the slides like full screen.
Yeah. No. And you still don't see anything? Or?
No. Have you shared your screen already?
You see anything now?
Now hit present.
Yeah.
No, it's because you have two screens, right?
No, I don't have two screens.
You only have one screen, okay. It's because when you hit present, what is happening is you are seeing the slides full screen, and we can see.
I'm in presenter mode, and it says that I'm sharing this window right now and presenting. It says on my computer.
We are seeing your editor, but can you try and change your slides? Maybe you can see it in here.
You just see the editor, okay? Interesting.
Maybe you can use the editor instead of the present mode.
I think I do that instead. That's probably better.
Just don't hit present then, and just use the editor.
And move back and
Yeah. Can you do that?
Yep. Do you see it now?
No, you haven't shared yet.
Now?
That's exactly that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Sure. Okay, you haven't seen much of this, I guess. Let's restart a little bit from the beginning here. As I said, BAE System consists of very many different parts. We belong to this American organization that you can see here, 2 Swedish business units, 1 UK business unit, which is the old UK gun business, and then several different business units in the US concerning vehicles, naval guns, a lot of other things as well. This platforms and services sector is situated in many different places in the US. And as you can see, 2 business units in Sweden, as I've been saying, and in the United Kingdom as well, in Barrow. We are, as the gentleman from Damen said, also in a growth position because of the situation around the world. We have been growing for almost 10 years now, going from a pretty low level, but we are today in 2023 around 600 people in the little town of Karlskoga where we are situated. We have an R&D sector of around 35-37%, varies a little from year to year. A similar sized production sector, and then staff functions, 24% of the employee task. This is a quite old company. We were founded in 1646 as an ironworks, but went into defense in 1883. We were acquired by Alfred Nobel, the man with the Nobel Prizes, in 1894, and he actually owned us at the time of his death. One major breakthrough for the company was the 40mm anti-aircraft gun that we started, developed and delivered in 1936. We went quite big. The complete Bofors company were around 10,000 employees around 1970. Most of those things, what we did then, still have a lot of employees and activities going on, but it's now divided into different companies. There was a lot of civilian parts. Some of it now belongs to Saab. We belong to BAE, and there are a lot of civilian companies as well. In year 2000, we were acquired by a American defense company called United Defense, which in turn was acquired by BAE Systems in 2005, and that's how we came into BAE's ownership. We are active in a number of countries around the world. Europe, of course, US, quite big customer base for us, Canada, Mexico, Brazil. We are working with other companies in the Latin American part of the world as well. And we are now also engaging in Portugal as we are looking on the ship programs there to supply naval guns to the different programs. And you can see also that we have activities in Southeast Asia, Japan, and India as well. So what are our products? Naval gun systems is one of them. Ground-based air defense based on 40mm systems. Really an evolution of the older guns that we began selling in the late 1930s, but in a much more modern version. We are very active in smart munitions. We work with Raytheon to produce the Excalibur artillery round, and with Nexter in France to produce the bonus anti-tank round. And we are also now back in the artillery business with a lot of activities. We are producing howitzers now for Sweden, and we recently have a contract from the UK Army as well for the same howitzer that we will I will mention a little bit later. Of course, we have support for all our products. We have a research and development department, as you saw previously, and we try to work with different partners internationally to support our customers and find business opportunities. Our naval gun systems are basically two different kind of systems. This 40 Mark IV gun that we are offering to the Portuguese Navy for the OPVs and potentially for the MECO upgrade as well. Was introduced on the market in 2015, and so far we have sold some 55 of these guns to 7 nations, the one that you can see down there, Sweden, Finland, UK, Belgium, Netherlands, Brazil, and Japan. See quite a good interest for these guns around the world. We have the 57 Mark III gun, also air defense gun, but can also be used for much more than air defense, together with this smart 3P ammunition that is programmable. We have since around the year 2000 sold more than 125 systems to 11 nations. The biggest customer is the United States. Both the US Navy and the US Coast Guard are buying these systems. US is the biggest customer, but as you can see, there are several other countries buying it as well. UK for the T-31 frigates, Mexico, we have the German Coast Guard as well, buying them actually, Finland, Sweden, our home navies, Malaysia, Indonesia, Canada, and so on. Our next product area are the artillery system. This is the Archer 155mm howitzer. This is the Swedish version and also the version that we recently sold to the UK Army. It exists in two different versions. One is the one you saw on the previous picture. You can see it's built on a commercial vehicle, really howler vehicle from Volvo. Sweden wanted that because it is quite easy to get spare parts and so to these vehicles. But now we are working with a version that are mounted on a Rheinmetall MAN vehicle. You see the bottom one there. So we are next batch of Archers we will sell to Sweden will be on that vehicle, and we are also offering that to international customers. We have campaigns in several other countries, Switzerland, trying to sell more to the UK, trying in Canada, in the US, and some other countries. Ammunition for these howitzers, I've already mentioned that we are working with two different companies as partners. We're working with Raytheon for this Excalibur round. That's a long-range multi-target capability round that's GPS guided. This is a round that only can be bought from the US via FMS, but we are producing parts of the round. The bonus round is a bilateral agreement between Sweden and France, and we work with Nexter to produce these rounds. We have a market agreement that we sell the rounds in certain countries and Nexter in others. Both these rounds are actually active in the current conflict, a little bit to the east of Europe. Ground-based air defense. We're going back into the air defense area on the Army market. We have not been there for some years, but we have now developing or adapting, we should say, the 40mm naval gun to fit on different kind of vehicles. We have a modular concept that you can put it on different kind of carriers and platforms. Also well, you very easily can move around this system and place it to defend bases, air bases, or whatever you want to defend from an air defense perspective. This system uses our 3P programmable ammunition that can be used to combat drones. You can see some firings of these very small drones. The proximity fuses works well for these drones, and we have shown that it has good effect against those, but also against more conventional targets as missiles, aircrafts, and so on. So here we have campaigns going on in different countries as well. We of course have support for our systems to keep them, well, and give them a through life readiness and sustainment, helping with preventive maintenance, spares, of course, and training. And this is something that we very much would like to work with companies in the countries where we have the end customers. So here, this is something that we, if we are successful in Portugal, would like to come and work with Portuguese industries and also, of course, the end customers themselves. I should also mention that our business model is not primarily to produce. We develop, design our systems, we qualify them for use, we sell them, assemble and deliver them. We do not have much in-house manufacturing anymore, only very strategic items and subsystems. 90 or 95% of the parts and subsystems are actually procured from outside suppliers on our specifications, though. And we are also always looking to increase our supplier base. And because of that, we are very willing to work with companies, for example, in Portugal. And also partners that can help train our train end customers if that's a requirement in the country in question. Well, basically that was what I was going to present. Are there any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. We are not doing questions, sorry.
Okay.
Can you share your contacts just to allow the companies to mail you directly if anything is required? Or I will share with the attendants your contacts if you don't mind, to allow them to get in contact with you. Okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mike. Okay. Thank you.
I disconnect.
Well, to finalize our session today regarding the industry sessions, I will give the floor to Miguel. Please, in name of IDD, give us our final words. 1 minute, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, BAE Systems. I don't know if you're still there. Thank you, Leonardo, and thank you, Damon. This will be a 1 minute comment since we are running behind schedule and we are starting another session about the European Defence Fund. At IDD, one of our missions is to promote the Portuguese defence technology and industrial base. We call it also defence economy, creating opportunities for Portuguese companies and research entities on this area, on defence. And this morning, together with AED, we had, well, these info sessions. During the morning, we had some B2B meetings. I think all the slots were full, so I hope they were a success. And in the afternoon, we had these presentations. I always learn a lot also. And these questions that were addressed about priorities for these prime integrators are important for us as well. So thank you very much. I think we'll be in contact. Our coordinates have been shared. And now it's up to the companies to do business. Our mission in this part is concluded. So thank you very much. And para as pessoas que estiverem em casa, não desliguem, já vamos continuar com o Fundo Europeu de Defesa. Okay. Portanto, vou tirar o chapéu da Industry Sessions e agora vou pôr o chapéu da Info Session. Eu estava a dizer que uma das nossas missões em Portugal, da AED Portugal Defence, é promover oportunidades para as entidades que integram a base tecnológica industrial de defesa. Estes contactos com os prime contractors, com a grande indústria, é fundamental para desenvolver negócio, mas existe toda a parte que está a montante. E em parceria com a AED organizamos os Industry Sessions e agora eu também vou já sair do palco porque vamos ter aqui duas pessoas que vêm da Direção-Geral de Recursos de Defesa Nacional, que nos vem falar sobre o programa de trabalhos do Fundo Europeu de Defesa para 2023, as quais foram lançadas há um mês, vão estar abertas até ao outono, mas é um trabalho que se faz, que demora bastante meses, de criação de consórcios, portanto vamos ver as oportunidades. E logo de seguida, eu contei aqui, vamos ter a Agência Nacional de Inovação, Margarida Oliveira, também a falar-nos de oportunidades de financiamento no âmbito do programa Horizonte Europa, em particular do Cluster 3, Segurança Civil para a Sociedade. Portanto, há aqui algumas áreas de contacto para as empresas que estão presentes aqui e em casa. Para quem está em casa e nos chega através das redes, se quiserem colocar perguntas, há uma transmissão no YouTube, há uma transmissão na plataforma da AED Days, por favor enviem e nós, que não eu, as perguntas serão respondidas aqui ao longo da sessão. Outras questões, têm sempre o contacto da AED Portugal Defence e também da Direção-Geral de Recursos, que podem ajudar a esclarecer algumas dúvidas. Obrigado. E a apresentação, para não ser indelicado, vamos ter o Coronel Veiga e o Comandante Monjinho, da Direção-Geral de Recursos de Defesa Nacional. Venha, para não aparecer aqui anónimo. Obrigado.
Boa tarde a todos. Boa tarde a todos. Coronel Francisco Veiga, da Direção-Geral de Recursos da Defesa Nacional. Nesta sessão relativa ao Fundo Europeu de Defesa, ela vai ser feita em colaboração com a ANI, a Agência Nacional de Inovação. A engenheira Margarida, que já está também ali, será uma das oradoras e, portanto, também irá apresentar algumas oportunidades no âmbito da segurança. Na prática, as entidades que participam, que é o Tecido Industrial e o Sistema Científico e Tecnológico Nacionais, enfim, tanto participam nas oportunidades da defesa como da segurança e, portanto, faz sentido juntarmos algumas sinergias, até porque este ano também o Fundo Europeu de Defesa tem ali uma call que visa transitar alguns projetos com já meios desenvolvidos, já com algum produto, para a área da defesa. Também o Comandante Carlos Monjinho, que também está ali, da Direção-Geral de Recursos da Defesa Nacional, e que é o nosso representante no Comitê do Programa do Fundo Europeu de Defesa, se seguirá a seguir a mim na apresentação. Assim sendo, e sem mais delongas, eu propunha-vos esta pequena agenda. Arrancaremos com um ligeiro enquadramento. Falaremos depois do programa de trabalho e das calls para 2023, como preparar as propostas. O Comandante Carlos Monjinho dar-vos-á uma ideia daquilo que nos espera para o próximo ano, a dita perspectiva plurianual. Depois passará passada a palavra à engenheira Margarida Oliveira para falar também sobre as oportunidades da ANI e, por fim, que serão as questões. Mas, embora elas estão ali por uma razão simples, porque são duas apresentações diferentes. Eu também vou já referir que vocês vão encontrar ao longo da apresentação um conjunto de links que depois poderão usar para, digamos assim, aprofundarem a informação e ver as escolas que efetivamente vos interessam. A apresentação será disponibilizada depois no site da AED Portugal Defence, mas também será, naturalmente, ficará disponível para consulta. Assim sendo, e passando ao enquadramento, importa começar por referir que o Fundo Europeu de Defesa é executado através de um programa de trabalho, ou seja, programas de trabalho que são anuais e que está devidamente estruturado nas 17 categorias temáticas que estão... Peço desculpa, isto já foi para a frente e não era, ainda era para trás. Nas 17 categorias temáticas que temos ali naquela imagem, digamos, e duas que são não temáticas, são horizontais, são as tecnologias disruptivas e a inovação e defesa, portanto, lá no canto inferior direito. Esta programação tem a ver, naturalmente, com o programa plurianual da União Europeia 21-27. O Fundo Europeu de Defesa é, então, uma iniciativa da Comissão para apoiar a investigação e desenvolvimento colaborativos em projetos de defesa e que visam promover a base de defesa na área da indústria, de uma forma inovadora e competitiva. cerca de 2/3 para a área do desenvolvimento colaborativo, cerca de 1/3 do investimento para a investigação e desenvolvimento. Portanto, 5,3 mil milhões e 2,7 mil milhões. Os objetivos do Fundo Europeu de Defesa são basicamente estes 5: maximizar o retorno com investimento em defesa, reduzir a fragmentação dos equipamentos produzidos pela indústria europeia. Portanto, há diversos sistemas de armas, se compararmos com aqueles que são produzidos fora da Europa, por exemplo, nos Estados Unidos, e, portanto, há uma certa necessidade de harmonizar. Fortalecer a resiliência da nossa indústria, aumentar a competitividade e apoiar e atuar como facilitador e fornecedor da cooperação transfronteiriça. Portanto, interessa interligar quanto mais as indústrias europeias nesta área. Já sabemos que há os grandes players, há os mais pequenos e há as pequenas e médias empresas. Portanto, temos que ir conseguindo aos poucos harmonizar. Contudo, o Fundo Europeu de Defesa tem alguns constrangimentos e também convém termos presentes algumas orientações, e nós aqui elencamos estas 7. Portanto, é um programa que é de base anual, ou seja, que significa que todos os anos tem que haver a discussão do programa no conjunto dos 27 Estados-membros para se chegar a um documento que normalmente é adotado, enfim, na primavera do ano seguinte. Nesta altura já se começou a discussão daquilo que será o programa de trabalhos para 2024. E está alinhado, naturalmente, com aquilo que são as capacidades dos elementos prioritários no âmbito do CDP, do CARD e também do PESC, a Cooperação Estruturada Permanente, que também vos é conselho familiar. Visa uma coisa muito importante, que é satisfazer as lacunas existentes nas capacidades militares. Portanto, não basta termos uma boa proposta, é preciso que essa proposta sirva para alguma coisa no contexto daquilo que são as deficiências das Forças Armadas na Europa. Daí a necessidade de todos os projetos precisarem de serem vistos, de serem harmonizados no contexto militar. Portanto, das Forças Armadas dos países, enfim, no qual estão sediadas as entidades que estão a apresentar a proposta. Naturalmente, o programa deve estar alinhado com o planeamento dos Estados-membros, no que concerne ao investimento. No caso português, já sabemos que a fonte de investimento primária é a Lei de Programação Militar, está, como todos sabemos, também em fase de discussão e, com certeza, em breve será aprovada. Está em linha com o regulamento do Fundo Europeu de Defesa. O orçamento é conhecido, é limitado, para ao longo dos 7 anos são aqueles 8 mil milhões aproximadamente, cerca de 1 milhão, ou seja, cerca de 1.000 milhões por ano, é bastante dinheiro mesmo assim. Está em linha também com as prioridades políticas e é o único programa industrial de defesa da União Europeia vocacionado realmente para o desenvolvimento e para a investigação. Okay? São duas pernas do mesmo percurso. Convém ainda referir que, de acordo com o regulamento, neste caso o artigo 9º, só podem primariamente concorrer a entidades sediadas em território da União Europeia e de Estados associados. Neste caso, Noruega é o Estado associado que também, neste contexto, tem os mesmos direitos e deveres, visto que contribui para o fundo. Também as infraestruturas de gestão executiva devem estar situadas em território da União Europeia. Não podem estas entidades concorrentes estar sujeitas a controlo de terceiros, ou seja, entidades fora da União Europeia. Contudo, é possível haver realmente essa prestação, portanto, existem derrogações, desde que sejam dadas garantias pelos respectivos Estados-membros. Quero dizer o quê? Que pese embora a empresa seja controlada por uma empresa sediada fora do território europeu, essa empresa poderá concorrer desde que sejam dadas garantias de que as suas infraestruturas produtivas não serão deslocalizadas para fora do território da União Europeia enquanto o projeto estiver a decorrer, que a empresa, digamos que mãe, aquela que controla, não vai, digamos assim, procurar utilizar os IPRs referentes a esse projeto, ou seja, e também não vai alterar a estrutura de gestão daquela empresa. portanto, são algumas premissas que é necessário cumprir. Ações elegíveis. De acordo também com o regulamento, as ações em produtos e tecnologias de defesa, qualquer uma delas pode ser realmente elegível, portanto, e podem provir de países terceiros. Em concordância com... Mas, atenção, nós não podemos desenvolver produtos que vão contra o direito internacional. Imaginemos o seguinte, temos a desenvolver uma arma autónoma, em que lhe queremos dar capacidade dela própria decidir se vai, no fim, disparar ou não vai disparar, se vai matar ou não vai matar. Isso não pode acontecer. Essa parte tem que haver intervenção humana. Ou seja, o sistema pode preparar, planear, desenvolver toda a ação, mas no momento capital de disparar tem que haver uma decisão humana. Pronto. Essa é uma das imposições. A ação deve responder perfeitamente e claramente àquilo que estiver previsto no texto da call publicada. Está aqui um exemplo. Se na call disser que é mandatório que tem que ser desenvolvidos estudos e design para aquela ação em concreto, depois essas ações não são evitáveis, tem mesmo que estar lá. Contudo, isso não impede que outras ações não possam também ser desenvolvidas. Ali naquela imagem mais à direita, nós temos lá em cima a azul Research e cá no fundo Development. A azul, ou seja, pese embora o Studio Design se enquadrem nas duas possibilidades, no Research e no Design, não impede que, se a proposta for na área do desenvolvimento, não possa ir para a prototipagem, para o teste, para a certificação. Nada impede. Mantendo, naturalmente, aquilo que é obrigatório. Assim como, se for na área do Research, nada impede que comece logo por estudar realmente o conhecimento, gerar conhecimento e integrá-lo. Mais uma dica que também importa ter como referência. O projeto tem que ter viabilidade financeira. Vamos aqui, com este slide, abordar a situação essencialmente do ponto de vista do desenvolvimento de capacidades. Visto que, do ponto de vista do desenvolvimento, aquilo que eu vou dizer, do ponto de vista da investigação e desenvolvimento, isso não se aplica àquilo que eu vou dizer agora. E porquê? Porque a viabilidade financeira do projeto, no que concerne à investigação e desenvolvimento, está assegurada pela Comissão, uma vez que é financiado a 100%. Contudo, na área do desenvolvimento de capacidades, nas escolas que vocês vão ver marcadas com DA, não há financiamento. O que há é cofinanciamento. Significa que há uma parte do valor monetário da proposta que tem que ser coberto por um terceiro. E esse terceiro pode ser o Estado-membro, ou melhor, os Estados-membros nos quais estão instaladas as entidades concorrentes ou pelos próprios consórcios. Mas tem que haver essa garantia. Okay? Por outro lado, tem que haver, no mínimo, 2 Estados-membros que se comprometam a fazer uso da tecnologia que está a ser produzida ou a adquirir o produto. Acordem especificações técnicas comuns. Isto quer dizer o quê? Quer dizer que quando a proposta de projeto está a ser desenhada pelo consórcio, há uma fase a partir do qual o líder do consórcio integra garantidamente entidades de diversos países, mas há um líder, que pode ser de qualquer um dos 27 Estados-membros. A entidade que liderar o consórcio tem necessariamente que entregar a sua proposta de projeto no Ministério da Defesa desse país. O Ministério da Defesa desse país, o que vai fazer? Vai pegar na proposta e ver quais são as entidades que lá estão participantes. E se imaginemos que lá está uma entidade, ou 2 ou 3, de Portugal. Vai enviar essa proposta também para Portugal. E o que é que vai fazer Portugal? Vai pegar na proposta e vai enviá-la para os ramos das Forças Armadas. Se ela for transversal, enviará para os 3 ramos, mais o Estado-Maior-Geral das Forças Armadas. Se ela for mais vocacionada para a componente terrestre, enviará para o Exército. Se ela for mais vocacionada para a componente marítima, enviará para a Marinha. Se for aérea, enviará para a Força Aérea. Para quê? Para perceber se os requisitos que ali estão desenhados cumprem realmente as necessidades e poder propor alterações. Portanto, chama-se a esta fase as especificações técnicas comuns. Estamos a harmonizar o projeto. E, por fim, então, tem que haver o comprometimento da aquisição do produto ou a utilização da tecnologia desenvolvida. Para isso, O consórcio só vai conseguir submeter a proposta se tiver aquilo que se designa por Letter of Intent, que é a tal carta que os Estados-membros nos quais estão sediadas as entidades que estão a concorrer vão ter que assinar entre eles. É dizer que, basicamente, ok, concordam com o que ali está e que, enfim, darão apoio ao projeto e começam já a prever, no futuro, fazer um MOU para realmente adquirirem a tecnologia ou adquirirem o produto. Basicamente é assim que funciona, no aspecto do desenvolvimento de capacidades. Está bem? Portanto, muito importante, se tiverem a pensar apresentar projetos nesta área, eles têm que necessariamente passar pelos Ministérios da Defesa dos respectivos países onde estiverem as entidades. Outro aspecto a terem atenção é que critérios é que os experts vão seguir quando estiverem a avaliar as propostas. E vão seguir estes 8 critérios. Contudo, o critério 6 e 7 não é aplicável à parte da investigação e desenvolvimento, ou seja, do research. Se estiverem RA, marcadas com RA, depois na designação da call, não se lhes aplicam o critério 6 e 7. Os outros critérios são aplicados de igual maneira às diversas propostas. Podem ver com mais detalhe a descrição de cada um deles, ou no artigo 12º do regulamento, ou então seguindo o link que ali está. Também outro assunto importante, os chamados custos indiretos. Bom, nós, para preparar a proposta, temos custos. Seja com os equipamentos que adquirimos, seja com o pessoal com as viagens que temos que fazer, com os alojamentos, enfim, custos. No geral, como é que se calculam? Aplicando uma taxa de 25% aos custos elegíveis. Contudo, se nos Estados-membros houver uma entidade certificadora na área da contabilidade que certifique todos os documentos e as empresas os entreguem, também poderá ser aceito. E aí já não são 25%, é o que for. Em Portugal ainda não temos essa entidade. Na maioria dos países europeus também não temos essa entidade. Existem 2 ou 3 só. Portanto, não está a ser usado. Ou seja, de uma forma macro, o que é usado é mesmo o primeiro caso. 25%. Outro assunto importante, até porque tem a ver com os bónus. No contexto do Fundo Europeu de Defesa, e como ele já não é novo, a maioria, se não todos, já naturalmente ouviram falar e já até o estudaram, existe um conjunto de bónus que pode ser usufruído ou pela participação das pequenas e médias empresas, e pequenas e médias empresas cross-border, portanto, pode ser só pequenas e médias empresas e dá um bónus de 5%, ou se as pequenas e médias empresas forem cross-border, ou seja, de um país diferente àquele ao qual pertencem os primes, digamos assim, as grandes empresas, então dá 10%. Ou então, mais outros 10%, que se o projeto que estamos a apresentar, seja a proposta que estamos a apresentar, incorporar requisitos de qualquer projeto de pesca. Ou seja, são intenções políticas que, se forem também assimiladas, ainda temos mais 10%. Mais à frente iremos ver que isso poderá levar realmente a um financiamento, deixa de ser cofinanciamento e financiamento, em alguns aspectos, até aos 100%, com o acumular dos bónus. Portanto, isto para dizer o quê? Que convém terem atenção àquilo que é uma pequena e média empresa. E uma pequena e média empresa, basicamente, é isto que aqui está, do ponto de vista da União Europeia, naturalmente. Contudo, aquele primeiro link, que está logo lá em cima, aquilo é um link, leva-nos para uma página em que nos permite simular se efetivamente a nossa empresa, se tivermos dúvidas, é uma pequena e média empresa ou não, para este contexto. Está bem? Baseia-se naturalmente nas pessoas que lá trabalham, na capitalização, enfim, isso vai nos permitir ver de que empresa se trata. Portanto, é mais um alerta que também deixamos e aqui temos, portanto, uma autoavaliação de se é ou não uma SME. Dito isto, passamos ao segundo ponto da agenda. Eu estou a andar assim um bocadinho mais depressa, contudo, no fim, há de haver oportunidade para as questões, que iremos deixar para o fim, para todos o tempo é o que é. E Programa de Trabalho das Escolas 23. O período, elas foram realmente, o programa foi adotado no dia 29 de março de 2023 pela Comissão e foram publicadas no mesmo dia no site da Comissão e depois, ali por volta de meados de abril, apareceram para quem estiver já habituado, no Funders and Tenders Portal. É onde serão submetidas as propostas. Já lá estão todas. Contudo, o período de submissão vai começar dia 15 de junho. É claro que nesta altura já se estão a formar consórcios e as empresas já estão a falar entre elas. E vai terminar no dia 22 de novembro. Está bem? Isto é um período importante para a submissão das propostas. Em 2023, o Programa de Trabalhos prevê um orçamento de 1,2 mil milhões para apoiar projetos colaborativos de investigação, desenvolvimento e inovação no setor da defesa, distribuídos da forma que ali está. Grosso modo. Está bem? Depois, neste último link que está também aqui presente, o documento que estava na imagem anterior está disponível, para quem ainda não tiver encontrado, eventualmente. Neste programa de trabalho vamos ter 7 calls, 5 cobrindo 15 das 16 categorias de ações. No regulamento estão previstas, por exemplo, 17. Há uma categoria que é a simulação e treino que não foram contempladas este ano. São as outras 16. 2 especificamente na área do Research, lá está o TLRA lá em cima. Research Actions, é o que significa, e Development Actions. No de baixo, ok? Portanto, temos na parte do Research, 157 milhões, são os 130 mais os 27, já estamos aí a buscar o orçamento do próximo ano. E para o Development, para além dos 375, vamos lhe somar mais 339, dá 714 mais ou menos, para trabalharmos nessa área. Uma terceira call, apenas com um tópico, que é destinada às tecnologias disruptivas. Okay? E a forma de serem financiadas é através de somas fixas, estão chamados lump sum grants. Okay? Pronto. Aqui, ao contrário daquilo que é a norma, que é terem que existir pelo menos empresas sediadas em três países diferentes, ou seja, entidades em 3 países diferentes. Eu disse empresas, disse mal, devia dizer entidades, porque também podem ser instituições de investigação e desenvolvimento. Neste caso, só preciso estar em 2, como estão ali a ver. É a única exceção. Okay? Em 2 different member states. É a única exceção. E claro que o orçamento disponível são cerca de 16 milhões. Por fim, as últimas 2 nesta área. A primeira é a tal novidade que visa dar uma olhadela para projetos que já foram financiados no contexto de outros programas da Europa, por exemplo, o Horizonte Europa, ou o Horizonte 2030, verificar que produto lá está e se é adaptável para fins militares. São 3 tópicos nesta call, com 59 milhões de euros. Portanto, se houver entidades que já tenham trabalhado projetos, enfim, ao abrigo de outras fontes de financiamento na Europa, podem repescá-las para estas calls. Atenção que não têm que ser as mesmas entidades que já participaram nesses consórcios. Podem ser outras. O que tem que haver é a garantia que podem usar o produto, obviamente. Está bem? Portanto, esta call aqui, SI, Research Action, SI, aconselhava-vos também a dar uma olhadela, poderá ser interessante, especialmente para as entidades que já trabalharam outros programas da União Europeia. Por fim, os desafios. Portanto, a União Europeia também, na área do Research Action, vai lançando alguns hackathons, alguns desafios, enfim, para que, digamos assim, puxar um pouco mais pelas pequenas e médias empresas e também pelas microempresas. Quanto às 2 calls não relacionadas com as categorias temáticas, ou seja, transversais, são dedicadas às pequenas e médias empresas. A primeira, pequenas e médias empresas e Research Organizations, é o que significa aquele RO, e Research Organizations, Também é através, em termos de financiamento, através de somas constantes, os lump sums, mas atenção, o coordenador tem que ser uma pequena e média empresa. Podem participar entidades de investigação, centros de investigação e desenvolvimento, das universidades, por exemplo, ou de outras entidades. Contudo, o coordenador tem que ser uma pequena e média empresa. Por outro lado, o orçamento que venha a ser atribuído a esses centros de investigação não pode ultrapassar os 40%. Quer dizer que 60% tem que estar do lado das pequenas e médias empresas. Portanto, é outro aspecto que convém termos presente. No que concerne ao desenvolvimento, ela também segue o mesmo esquema de somas constantes e também é essencialmente dedicada às pequenas e médias empresas. Só as pequenas e médias empresas é que poderão aqui participar. Há um orçamento de 36 milhões de euros. Cada projeto não deve ultrapassar os 4 milhões, o que significa que cabem ali vários projetos ainda. Por outro lado, também é importante esta nota, as PMEs que tiverem sucesso e passarem à fase seguinte, portanto, se forem avaliadas os seus projetos e passarem à fase seguinte, poderão, digamos assim, ter apoio da Comissão na condução do processo burocrático da própria proposta. Está bem? Há um valor também dedicado a isso. Contudo, estas atividades, as atividades que venham a ser desenvolvidas, não devem limitar-se a estudos. E aconselho-vos depois a ler a página 25 e 26 do programa de trabalho sobre isso. Esta vê-se mal aqui, eu sei, mas digamos que o mapa geral de todos os tópicos, portanto, das escolas, de todos os tópicos que estão publicados. O que está ali assinalado com umas estrelinhas tem a ver com o AED Days, ou seja, são tópicos ou propostas que hão de contribuir para a European Defence Investigation Scheme. Portanto, já temos ali também a nova proposta da União Europeia no sentido de ainda dar um empurrão maior à investigação e inovação. Aqui, o orçamento indicativo também, e vamos usar em 2023 366 milhões que são antecipados de 2024, já. Portanto, isto vai dar mais ou menos 1.000 milhões por ano, que é a ideia. Como havia muito dinheiro concentrado no último ano, foi-se antecipando. Pronto. A descrição completa das calls está naquele link. Ali, só por curiosidade, a Comissão colocou à parte a contribuição da Noruega para o Fundo Europeu de Defesa. Basicamente é a mesma informação, só que agora agrupada pelos 15 tópicos na área do Research e os 19 tópicos na área do desenvolvimento. Esquema de bónus. É isto. Research. Portanto, ações de investigação 100%, não há cofinanciamento, há financiamento, inclusive, neste caso, não é necessário que os Ministérios da Defesa deem o seu parecer ou lhes sejam tão pouco presentes, contudo, poderá ser conveniente. Atenção que o Research apenas vai centrar naqueles primeiros 4 pontos, Generating Knowledge, Integrating, Studies e Design. Daí para baixo já não é aplicável. Quanto às ações de desenvolvimento, aquilo que é a base, se não houver bónus, é aquilo que temos ali na baseline, em termos de cofinanciamento. Contudo, se formos capazes de ir buscar os bónus promovidos pelo PESCO, promovidos pelas PMEs e pelas PMEs cross-border e também pelas média capitalização, que assim me disse há bocadinho, que pode ir até 15% também aí, então nós podemos ter, também no que concerne ao equivalente às atividades de investigação e desenvolvimento, também 100%. Aquilo que terá sempre menos financiamento é a prototipagem. Atenção que aqui há um aspecto. Eu não disse isso, mas vou já dizer já, o Fundo Europeu de Defesa não cobra ações de aquisição, nem de treino e exercícios. Isso sai fora deste âmbito e será à conta de cada um dos Estados-membros. Quando o Estado-membro se compromete a adquirir a tecnologia ou o produto, como eu dizia há bocadinho, enfim, já se está a comprometer a adquirir o produto. Vai adquirir de per si. Okay? Então, dito isto, há que prepararmos as nossas propostas. E, antes de mais, é preciso que haja um consórcio. E que cada entidade pertencente ao consórcio esteja registada no portal do participante, que é o Funders and Tenders, mais uma vez. E as propostas também são submetidas através desse Funders and Tenders. E o que é isso do registro? É aquilo que se denomina o PIC, que é o Participant Identification Code. Portanto, tem que estar registada no portal. Okay? Também, cada uma das pessoas que pertencem às entidades ou não podem participar no Fundo Europeu de Defesa, mas como experts. Também se podem candidatar e ser-lhe-ão distribuídas partes das propostas para avaliar as partes em que realmente sejam experts, comprovadas. Portanto, quando no dia 22 de novembro as propostas fecha a submissão das propostas, elas, depois de uma primeira verificação se estão conformes, se a documentação está conforme, vão ser distribuídas por experts para começarem a ser avaliadas. E cada um de nós pode participar como expert. Toda a documentação de referência pode ser encontrada aqui. Basicamente, eu já expandi além para 2023. Aqueles documentos são importantes. São muitos. Quem estiver interessado deve ler, deve começar a preparar-se já, porque o período de submissão depois é curto. Está bem? E queria aqui chamar a atenção para a autoavaliação daquilo que é o processo. Portanto, a questão ética. Cada vez mais caminhamos para o Ethic by Design. Significa que devemos responder ao questionário que está disponível nesta documentação de forma clara e séria, porque a nossa proposta pode ser tecnicamente muito boa, mas se forem tratadas falhas ao nível da ética, ela não vai passar. É mandatório, está bem? E essa não vão ser experts, são mesmo os legal experts da Comissão a fazê-lo. Alguma informação adicional que vos deixo aqui também, uma compilação que poderão seguir, mas queria aqui chamar a atenção para, essencialmente, o primeiro, que é o tal portal do Funders and Tenders. Queria também chamar a atenção para o site da AED Portugal Defence, onde vão ser divulgadas e onde está a ser divulgada a informação, e também, em princípio, esta apresentação para lá irá, com certeza. O Dr. Miguel Pinto já me está a dizer que sim, lá irá. E também, atenção, importante, se vamos lidar com a informação no domínio da defesa, temos que estar licenciados no contexto da Lei 49/2009. E para isso, terá que ser feito através da Direção-Geral de Recursos da Defesa Nacional. Está ali já o link para não dar muito trabalho. Bem, ela será avaliada internamente e será submetida a despacho da Sra. Ministra e depois, naturalmente, a partir daí, então, estaremos em condições de participar. Mas, à anterior, é preciso estarmos credenciados. E isso é o GNS que credencia. Isto porquê? Isto também é importante. Se no consórcio existir uma entidade que não está credenciada e se essa proposta for considerada para a adjudicação, vai chegar à altura de fazer aquilo que se chama o Project Security Instructions, que é imediatamente a seguir à publicação dos resultados. Ou seja, concorreram 100 propostas, imaginemos, foram consideradas 40, essas 40 vão ser submetidas à tal framework de segurança. E quem é que vai fazer a framework de segurança? As autoridades nacionais de segurança dos países onde estiverem sediadas as entidades. Como a questão da segurança não é do direito europeu, é exclusivamente das entidades nacionais, aquelas 3, 4, 5 ou 6, não interessa, países onde estão as entidades vão ter que chegar a acordo qual é a framework de segurança que se vai aplicar. E que significa que se no projeto houver informação classificada ou vier a haver informação classificada, as entidades vão ter que estar credenciadas. O processo de credenciação pode demorar cerca de 4 meses, significa que, se temos a intenção de concorrer, o melhor mesmo é tratarmos destes aspectos destes dois últimos aspectos, licenciamento e credenciação. Também há um questionáriozinho que, se quiserem submeter à DGRDN para avaliar, está ali a verde, está lá, é só carregar no link e descarregam o formulário. Está bem? Este quadro também eu gostava de vos mostrar para deixar logo uma ideia do que é isso do interesse nacional. Nós temos aqui assim 5 cenários. Um primeiro cenário, o projeto é ótimo para fazer face às capacidades militares, é realmente uma necessidade que nós temos, uma lacuna que precisamos de preencher. Existe fundo de financiamento, mas não existe indústria. Este, felizmente, não o teremos, mas é um cenário possível. Não existe indústria, logo, não podemos ter esse projeto, mas embora ele fosse muito importante. Por outro lado, o projeto é importante, melhor, a proposta de projeto é importante para fazer face a uma lacuna, permite cumprir aquilo que é o planeamento de capacidades das Forças Armadas. Também temos indústria, o problema é que não temos fundo de financiamento. Então, põe-se aqui um problema, se não temos fundo de financiamento, não se pode financiar. E se não se pode financiar, das duas, três, ou a indústria avança sozinha, e o ramo até pode dar alguma participação, o ramo das Forças Armadas, in kind, ou seja, por exemplo, disponibilizando centros de testes, laboratórios, áreas de investigação, assim. Ou seja, é a tal colaboração in kind, porque não tem fundo de financiamento. Se calhar até tem fundo de financiamento, só que era para 2 anos depois, e não consegue antecipar. Pronto, pode acontecer. Um terceiro cenário é, ok, o projeto é interessante, mas não tem interesse para o levantamento de capacidades, ou seja, não vai suprir uma lacuna, também não há fundo de financiamento, mas há indústria. Pese embora, e neste caso, não haja financiamento e não haja interesse para as Forças Armadas, nada impede que a empresa também não siga. Claro que aí vai ter mesmo que assumir as suas expensas, a participação no projeto. Mas pode ter interesse porquê? Porque quer participar naquele grande consórcio, quer ganhar conhecimento adicional, quer influenciar, tem todo o direito de fazer isso. E terá também aí o nosso apoio, não como uma letter of intent, mas poderá ter uma carta, digamos, de conforto. O último cenário é o ideal, em que temos interesse para o suprimento de lacunas existentes nas Forças Armadas, portanto, posicionamento de capacidades, temos fundo de financiamento e temos indústria. Portanto, está tudo alinhadinho, à partida está garantido. Está bem? São, digamos, os 4 cenários que desenhámos assim aqui para melhor orientar. Mais uma vez, descarrega aqui o formulário em formato Word. Se quiserem depois dar a conhecer previamente, isso aconselho já da GRDN, porque vai chegar o momento em que a GRDN vai receber vários ao mesmo tempo. E depois o tempo é muito curto para avaliar seja o que for. De maneira que, com o tempo, se já têm a intenção, vão mandando só os tópicos, nem que seja só uma ideia genérica. Dito isto, passava agora a palavra ao Comandante Carlos Monjinho, que nos vai dizer o que é que vai acontecer no próximo ano, grosso modo.
Isto é só para a frente e para trás? Ok. Bem, boa tarde a todos. Obrigado, Francisco. Eu estou a 5, 6 slides de terminarmos e depois passamos à ANI, portanto vou ser mesmo muito breve. E vou falar-vos da perspectiva plurianual. É um documento que eu vos convido a ler. É um documento interessante, sobretudo para quem já tem alguma maturidade nestes projetos, mas dizer-vos que é essencialmente um documento indicativo de perspectiva plurianual, ou seja, basicamente, houve um esforço, tentámos, de alguma forma, ter aqui um pensamento estratégico em relação ao Fundo Europeu de Defesa. E como podem verificar, conseguem ir para cada uma das categorias de ação, têm, de facto, aquilo que é o planeamento indicativo para cada uma destas categorias de ação, durante o funcionamento até ao final do quadro financeiro plurianual. De facto, houve esta preocupação no programa de trabalhos, de começarmos a pensar mais estrategicamente relativamente aos programas de trabalhos anuais, fazer isto de uma forma integrada. E, sobretudo, haver coerência com aquilo que já existe em termos de matéria de defesa, ou seja, os programas de trabalho anuais não caem do céu e, portanto, há todo um corpo de trabalho que é feito a montante, com base quer nas iniciativas e mecanismos financeiros no âmbito da União Europeia e também, sobretudo, sempre com a preocupação de haver aqui, de alguma forma, não duplicação com a NATO e com as iniciativas NATO e, portanto, há todo um corpo de trabalho que é feito a montante e que serve de base, de facto, para os programas anuais. Desde logo o Capability Development Plan, o plano de capacidades da União Europeia, os projetos PESCO, o programa precursor EED IDP e também os próprios programas de trabalhos anteriores, ou seja, 21, 22 e assim sucessivamente. Daí conseguiram-se de alguma forma extrair aquilo que nós chamamos de Main Expected Outcomes, que no fundo são os resultados mais visíveis que nós pretendemos obter ao fim dos 7 anos do quadro financeiro plurianual, de 21 a 27, e que de alguma forma a Comissão estima que possamos ter cerca de 27 protótipos em 12 das 16 categorias. E, portanto, neste momento já temos 15 protótipos em curso e eu vou-vos mostrar, só para ter uma ideia do que é que estamos a falar, já depois deste slide. Isto é só para vos mostrar, de facto, a questão da coerência com todas as iniciativas em curso, a questão da coerência com as prioridades da NATO, que é essencial. Portanto, há uma preocupação, como sabem, muitos países da NATO são também da União Europeia, portanto, não pode haver aqui duplicação de esforços. E é isto que eu vos estou a falar. Portanto, basicamente, há um exercício já de planeamento estratégico que eu vos convido, de facto, a verem esta apresentação depois com alguma atenção e vão perceber que, na realidade, a verde aquilo que já está concretizado, a azul aquilo que está já em curso e a laranja aquilo que se estima a muito breve curso. E, portanto, para cada uma das categorias da ação e para cada uma destes tópicos que aqui estão, vocês conseguem perceber em que ponto, em que fases de cada uma destes tópicos estamos e aquilo que se pretende fazer. E, portanto, só para ter uma ideia, vou-vos passar isto rapidamente, porque não vale a pena estarmos agora aqui a ver com muito detalhe, mas só para ter eu acho especialmente interessante, eu sou da Marinha, portanto, acho especialmente interessante que no cluster da categoria Naval, um dos protótipos vai ser, de facto, construir uma fragata. Neste caso vai ser uma corveta, mas é uma fragata para os nossos parâmetros nacionais. Estamos a falar no Multi-Role Patrol Corvette e, portanto, a ideia é mesmo termos um navio com 100 metros, estão a ver, como protótipo, que é uma coisa extraordinária que nunca foi feita. Portanto, isto é um dos principais protótipos que vão ser construídos com o Fundo Europeu de Defesa. E, portanto, convido-vos, de facto, a verem depois com algum cuidado esta apresentação, porque ficam logo com uma ideia muito clara aquilo que vai ser os próximos programas de trabalhos nos próximos anos, está bem? Termino mesmo, eu prometi que ia ser breve, para passarmos a palavra ali à ANI, só para dizer que nós estamos sempre a trabalhar no Fundo Europeu de Defesa basicamente em 3 strands de trabalho, ok? Portanto, neste momento estamos prestes a saber os resultados daquilo que foram as candidaturas nacionais, as candidaturas de todas as entidades, mas nós estamos naturalmente expectantes com a performance das propostas nacionais, naturalmente, e temos boas razões para crer que vai correr bem. E vamos ter esses resultados muito em breve. Portanto, até final de junho, vamos saber o nível de participação das nossas entidades, seja em consórcio, sejam a liderar eles próprios o consórcio, e vamos conhecer isso depois, logo no dia 20, já disse, dia 22, é o que está previsto, e logo muito em breve isso vai ser publicado pela própria Comissão Europeia. Em simultâneo, 1,2 mil milhões as calls que estamos aqui a discutir, até 22 de novembro, e já estamos a trabalhar nesta fase, já numa fase adiantada dos trabalhos do Programa de Trabalhos para 24. Portanto, estamos sempre a trabalhar em avanço, cerca de 1.000 milhões, o Francisco já tinha dito há pouco, e esperamos, um bocadinho à semelhança do que aconteceu este ano, no final de março do ano que vem temos o Programa de Trabalhos fechado e vamos voltar a repetir o ciclo, ok? Portanto, novamente para o ano, entre abril e outubro, novembro, vamos ter o período das escolas para o ano que vem de 24. Termino aqui, eu disse de facto era só para ficarem com esta ideia, espreitem a perspectiva plurianual, de facto para ficarem com a ideia daquilo que aí vem nos próximos programas de trabalho. Terminei, vamos ter depois de passar às perguntas depois da ANI, e agora convido a nossa... só um pequeno aviso lá em cima. Nós já não é o terceiro ano que fazemos esta sessão de esclarecimento. Normalmente procuramos fazer sempre cerca de um mês antes da grande sessão de esclarecimento da própria Comissão Europeia, que vai ter lugar a 28 e 29 de junho em Bruxelas. Portanto, quem puder lá estar é extremamente interessante. Eles fazem dois dias de sessões completas, muito detalhadas. Quem não puder, há a possibilidade de acompanhar em casa, através de forma híbrida. Mas, portanto, é de aproveitar se puderem, de facto, assistir, está bem? Convido agora a colega da ANI para fazer a sua parte, está bem?
Obrigada. Boa tarde a todos. Antes de mais, quero agradecer o convite para estar aqui presente. Não está aqui a minha apresentação. Mas pronto, eu sou Margarida Oliveira, ponto de contacto nacional para o Cluster 3, Segurança Civil para a Sociedade, do Programa Horizonte Europa. E venho da Agência Nacional de Inovação. Como é que... Ok. Há aqui algumas... Eu estive a ver as apresentações anteriores. Eu foquei-me um bocadinho nas oportunidades específicas para 2023, mas eu vou tentar acrescentar alguma informação que eu considero útil, mas que depois, se vocês estiverem interessados a saber mais, ter acesso à informação, os links, eu ponho nesta apresentação e, claro, nós, pontos de contacto nacional, estamos disponíveis para reunir e para esclarecer dúvidas. Portanto, o Horizonte Europa é um programa gerido pela Comissão, é o 9º programa quadro desta natureza, iniciou em 2021 e vai ter uma duração de 7 anos. É um programa, em termos gerais, que pretende apoiar e financiar atividades de investigação e desenvolvimento e inovação. E é este o grande core. Para o vosso conhecimento também, a maioria dos resultados dos concursos do biênio 2021 e 2022 já são conhecidos, nomeadamente no Cluster 3. Nós, NCPs, fazemos sessões de esclarecimento e fazemos às vezes sessões dedicadas à apresentação dos resultados. E eu estou a referir isto porque no âmbito do Horizonte Europa, o histórico dos concursos que já existiram e tanto da participação a nível europeia toma uma particular importância. Portanto, se vocês quiserem ir a jogo, pode ser interessante olharem um bocadinho para trás para também saberem jogar aquilo a que está a concurso agora. E não descurar também o programa quadro anterior, que é o H2020. Alguma desta informação de resultados é pública, mas é difícil navegar, por isso podem entrar em contato connosco, nós podemos ajudar melhor a navegar na informação dos resultados e projetos já financiados. Em termos de estrutura, o programa Horizonte Europa é um bocadinho grande, não me atrevo a dizer complexo depois da apresentação do EDF, assenta em 3 grandes pilares, sendo que o meu foco aqui hoje é o pilar 2, que é onde está integrado o Cluster 3. Portanto, o pilar 2 divide-se em 6 grandes clusters, divididos numa lógica de desafios societais e não de domínios científicos ou áreas do conhecimento. E é aqui que está o Cluster 3 e é também no pilar 2 que estão integradas as chamadas missões e parcerias. O que é que caracteriza o pilar 2 e, por consequência, os clusters? Aqui a abordagem é top-down. Há um grande foco, então, nos desafios societais e tecnologias industriais e reflete políticas europeias e internacionais. O que é que isto tudo significa? Portanto, a Comissão Europeia e a União Europeia têm prioridades políticas, agendas, metas a longo prazo, e depois são várias, não é? São diferentes conforme o tema e o domínio que estamos a tratar. Aqui estão exemplos de algumas mais relevantes no caso do Cluster 3. E depois é com base nestas políticas que, num processo de maior definição e afunilamento, que nós vamos chegar aos programas de trabalho e aos concursos propriamente ditos. Eu acho que, estou aqui a esticar-me toda, mas isto adapta-se. Então, com base nestas prioridades políticas, foram definidas orientações estratégicas-chave, áreas de impacto, com base nisto, impactos esperados, e depois são então definidos os programas de trabalho. E o que é que vai ser financiado? Projetos que se proponham a ter resultados, sejam eles a curto, médio e longo prazo, que contribuam para os impactos esperados definidos pela Comissão e com base nas tais prioridades políticas e que estejam alinhados com as mesmas, que contribuam para as mesmas a longo prazo. Acho que aqui o conceito de impacto no Horizonte Europa, do que eu percebi, é um bocadinho diferente do impacto esperado, o conceito de impacto esperado no FED. Não há aqui uma timeline nem uma obrigação de cumprimento, mas convém os vossos projetos e as vossas propostas mostrarem que estão alinhados e que vão contribuir para. Também em termos de estrutura, o Horizonte Europa, os clusters, têm cada um deles um programa de trabalhos, portanto isto é um documento onde constam as principais agendas políticas para esse cluster, os objetivos gerais que se quer atingir e depois os concursos. O que é que aqui é importante saber? É que estes programas de trabalho são tipicamente bianuais. Portanto, aquilo que são os concursos ou aquilo que vai acontecer em 2024 nós já sabemos e vocês já podem consultar. Portanto, sabemos logo a 2 anos. Depois, cada cluster divide-se em destinations. As destinations dividem-se em calls. Tipicamente, há uma call por cada ano do biênio ao qual o programa de trabalho se refere para cada destination, e depois dentro das escolas temos os tópicos. E em linguagem do Pilar 2 do Horizonte Europa, é aos tópicos que submete candidaturas. E então é tópicos a palavra que eu vou usar agora em diante. Portanto, também aqui eu não trouxe esta informação, mas isto dos programas de trabalhos até à sua publicação, eles também são trabalhados em co-criação, digamos assim, com os Estados-membros. E nós, pontos de contacto nacional, somos também representantes nos comitês em que estes documentos são trabalhados. Portanto, se vocês também quiserem saber com alguma antecipação ou acompanhar a evolução dos programas de trabalhos, podem fazê-lo, porque nós temos uma plataforma no qual submetemos estes documentos confidenciais. Não tenho aqui o link, mas eu depois acrescento um slide e essa plataforma chama-se GNAD, Grupo Nacional de Apoio à Discussão do Horizonte Europa. Portanto, os documentos são confidenciais, mas nós acabamos por dar acesso mediante vocês declararem que aceitam os termos de utilização e que não vão divulgar os documentos. O que é que caracteriza o Cluster 3? Portanto, esta grande proximidade às políticas da União Europeia. No caso do Cluster 3, em termos gerais, estamos a falar de segurança civil, redução do risco de desastre, resiliência ao mesmo, prevenção, mitigação, preparação e capacitação no caso de crises. Há aqui uma grande uma vontade de ir ao encontro daquilo que são as necessidades dos chamados utilizadores finais, sejam eles quais forem os aplicáveis conforme o tema, e por isso é exigido o envolvimento ativo dos chamados utilizadores finais. No caso específico do Cluster 3, isto acaba por ser um critério de elegibilidade e que varia de tópico para tópico. Portanto, há regras gerais de participação e elegibilidade do Horizonte Europa, que são bastante simples, que eu posso mencionar rapidamente, ou depois na parte de perguntas e respostas, mas no Cluster 3 pode acrescer um critério de elegibilidade que é a inclusão de pelo menos 3 autoridades da polícia de 3 Estados-membros, por exemplo. E porquê isto? Para garantir que os projetos e as atividades de investigação e desenvolvimento vão ao encontro das necessidades de quem os vai utilizar a longo prazo e para garantir este chamado uptake dos resultados. Pronto, depois também caracteriza-se por ter que ter em consideração o contexto societal, a fatores humanos, o respeito pelos direitos fundamentais, incluindo a privacidade e proteção de dados pessoais. O que é que aqui eu também não referi que é importante? O que é elegível no Cluster 3? Apenas atividades para uso exclusivamente para o civil, ok? Porque há aqui uma diferença então com o Fundo Europeu de Defesa. Como eu referi, os clusters dividem-se em destinations. As destinations do Cluster 3 são o combate ao crime e terrorismo, gestão de fronteiras, sejam elas aéreas, marítimas ou terrestres, resiliência das infraestruturas críticas, cibersegurança, termos sociedades resilientes ao desastre e support to security, research and innovation. Eu nunca, não sei traduzir isto para português, acho difícil. Pronto, eu depois trago aqui os grandes temas, os grandes objetivos a longo prazo de cada destination. Como estamos assim um bocadinho atrasados, eu se calhar vou só referir muito brevemente. Portanto, aqui no combate ao crime e terrorismo, um foco nas autoridades da polícia, em termos do aumento na prevenção, detecção de várias formas de crime, combate ao terrorismo, segurança dos cidadãos, inclui segurança do ciberespaço. Em 2023, especificamente, temos 6 tópicos a concurso. Depois há mais em 2024, não os estou a referir aqui hoje. Portanto, aqui nesta tabela tem o título do tópico, mas que só vos dá uma indicação daquilo que vai tratar o tópico ou o que é que se quer financiar. Portanto, a leitura do tópico na sua íntegra é determinante. E está aqui o link depois também para o portal Funding and Tenders, em que está descrito o tópico. Nesta tabela também está indicado o tipo de ação ao qual o tópico corresponde. O que é que o tipo de ação significa? Determina a elegibilidade das atividades que vão ser financiadas e a taxa de financiamento por tipo de entidade. Portanto, temos RIAs, temos IAs. O que é que RIA quer dizer? Research and Innovation Action. O que, se pensarem no processo de desenvolvimento do novo produto, portanto, de investigação, seja o que for, são aqueles primeiros passos. É quando temos uma maturidade de investigação e desenvolvimento mais baixa. Tipicamente corresponde a Technology Readiness Levels de 2 a 6. Se pensarmos nas IAs, em termos de taxas de financiamento, peço desculpa, são 100% para todo o tipo de entidades. Se for uma IA, uma ação de inovação, então já estamos a pensar nos passos a seguir a uma RIA, portanto é pegar nos resultados de uma RIA e escalar e, portanto, aumentar a escala, fazer replicação de mercado, prototipagens, demonstrações, etc. Tipicamente um TRL de 6 a 8. E aqui a taxa de financiamento é de 70% para entidades com fins lucrativos, 100% para todas as outras. Eu estou a dizer isto porque não trouxe em slides, mas eu depois prometo meter isto em slides, porque senão é difícil estar a absorver esta informação toda. Mas é mesmo muito, muito simples, digamos assim. Portanto, 6 tópicos a concurso. Também temos uma coluna que indica o orçamento por tópico, ok? Ao qual cada projeto que será financiado poderá pedir no máximo, e depois uma coluna indicando o número de projetos que serão financiados ao abrigo de cada tópico. Depois, gestão de fronteiras, portanto aqui também um grande foco nas chamadas Border Authorities, que são os utilizadores finais principais, portanto quer-se aumentar a segurança das fronteiras marítimas, terrestres, aéreas, também melhorar a experiência de atravessar a fronteira, seja ela por parte de passageiros, seja por autoridades, e aumentar a segurança da cadeia de fornecimento e aduaneira, customs. 4 tópicos, portanto eu aqui já não vou entrar em detalhe para não vos aborrecer, mas podem depois ver e ver se vos chama a atenção. Se vos chamar a atenção, leiam o tópico na íntegra e depois não hesitem em contatar-nos, pontos de contacto nacional, para vos darmos apoio. Portanto, infraestruturas críticas, aqui quer-se a resiliência e a capacidade das infraestruturas críticas e um foco também nos operadores e um foco também nas chamadas Smart Cities. Apenas 2 tópicos a concurso. Um sobre como aumentar a cooperação para garantir serviços essenciais e depois apoio aos operadores no caso de ameaças ciber e não ciber. Cibersegurança também, uma destination dedicada à cibersegurança, em que os tópicos de 2023 teremos um Computing Continuum, preservar a privacidade e identidade e termos sistemas de inteligência artificiais seguros. E aqui, ao abrigo de cada tópico, acabam por ser financiados mais projetos, ao contrário das outras destinations. 5ª destination, sociedades resilientes ao desastre. Portanto, aqui um grande foco na gestão de emergências, de crises, em particular no caso de desastres naturais, mas também não naturais. Um foco nos chamados First and Second Responders, sendo também nos cidadãos e na componente social e dos fatores humanos. Portanto, nós todos podemos ser second responders e temos de saber agir no caso de uma crise. 6 tópicos a concurso, vários temas. Temos sistemas autónomos e não autónomos, temos a parte da preparação social e societal para dar resposta em emergências, por exemplo, de saúde ou de desastre, portanto, desenhar ações de preparação e prevenção no caso de digital breakdown. Portanto, isto são alguns dos temas aqui abordados. Destination Support to Security Research and Innovation é uma destination que pretende apoiar o chamado uptake, então, dos resultados que vêm dos projetos de investigação e inovação no Cluster 3. É a destination mais pequenina, mas, na verdade, é a menos concorrida. Portanto, aqui as taxas de sucesso são elevadas e é muitas vezes para redes e pode ser uma boa porta de entrada. Portanto, muito modesto este orçamento ao lado do que já ouvimos hoje, não obstante, é interessante participar. Há taxas de financiamento de 100% para muitas entidades, no caso de RIAs, e prazo, portanto, 174 milhões de euros para 2023, distribuídos pelas 6 destinations, e um prazo para submissão de candidaturas, 23 de novembro, nada em conflito com o prazo para submissão de candidaturas do FED. Também para a vossa informação, e estou mesmo a terminar, 10 e 11 de maio decorreu em Paris, em formato presencial, o chamado SMIG, isto é um evento anual de brokerage, que é um dos principais eventos de brokerage para quem atua na área da segurança, e onde estão lá grandes players, e quem está interessado em candidatar apresenta pitches. E estes estão disponíveis online, neste link, onde diz aqui mais informação aqui. Portanto, vocês podem ir ver quem é que foi ao SMIG e disse que estava a preparar uma candidatura, que tipo de entidade é que está à procura, que entidades é que já tem no consórcio, tentar estabelecer um contacto e também ficar com uma ideia de quais é que vão ser os tópicos mais concorridos. 27 e 28 de junho, também um pouco em conflito com o Infoday e brokerage do EDF. Não sei se vocês têm brokerage, percebi que era Infoday 2 dias, não percebi se era brokerage. Portanto, presencialmente em Bruxelas, o Infoday é organizado pela Comissão, no caso do Cluster 3 é DG Home e DG Connect, portanto, DG Connect é apenas responsável pela parte de cibersegurança, e depois um evento brokerage também aqui para promover as colaborações para participar no Cluster 3. Não sou só eu, pontos de contacto nacional, também delegadas, ou seja, estamos todas presentes nas reuniões de comitê, em que há tal acompanhamento dos programas de trabalho. Eu não sei se esta apresentação depois vai estar, onde é que vai estar disponível. Eu vou acrescentar uns slidezinhos de alguma informação que só falei e não hesitem em contatar-nos para esclarecer as vossas dúvidas. Obrigada.
Vamos abrir aqui o espaço para algumas perguntas. Já percebi que existem perguntas, mas se calhar chamava o Comandante Monjinho, Coronel Veiga. Não sei se há perguntas para a Ani também. Não, eu deixo, não sei se há microfones. Não, se calhar podem responder aqui. Mas podem ficar depois. Fala mais. Não, vocês precisam ser gravados, não é? Então, estamos a ser transmitidos, pelo menos.
Não ia acontecer, disseram que não ia acontecer.
Não tem problema, não tem problema. Há um microfone de mão. Ok. Eu não vou falar nada, vocês é que vão falar. Eu só tenho dúvidas também, não tenho respostas. Ok.
Temos que esperar um bocadinho, se não se importar.
Tá bom. Ou então. Sim, se não houver pessoas envergonhadas aqui na assistência, esperamos um pouco. Sim. Vem cá responder. Ok. Está bem. O chão é teu.
Infelizmente não tenho para a Ani, peço desculpa. Então vá. Pegando nas palavras do Sr. Coronel Veiga, em primeiro lugar, agradeço as apresentações, sempre muito detalhadas e precisas. Custos indiretos, naturalmente esperavam essa pergunta. Para quando é que nós vamos criar a nossa entidade? Porque neste momento estamos em desvantagem perante pelo menos 2 países, que eu saiba, Espanha e França. Pronto, pelo menos 2. Em 27? Pronto, em 27, mas não quero olhar para os 27, quero olhar para nós, porque entre 25% de custos indiretos ou 58%, 59% que os meus colegas de Espanha apresentam, há uma diferença enorme. Essa é a primeira pergunta. A segunda é, empresas do UK e beneficiados do UK, como é que poderão participar? A terceira, uma vez que sem falar tanto da guerra na Ucrânia e do impacto da guerra da Ucrânia nos orçamentos europeus de defesa, a guerra da Ucrânia vai se traduzir em algum orçamento do FED? Penso que seria interessante. E quarta, agora eu passo ao comandante, perspectiva plurianual. Mostrou um gráfico, penso na slide 35, onde se apareciam as categorias por ação. A pergunta é, e nós temos os interesses nacionais nesse quadro plurianual? Penso que do nosso caso seria interessante, ou seja, naquele quadro, se nós temos alguma indicação por parte das Forças Armadas, quais são as áreas mais importantes para o futuro? Uma vez que estamos a falar de um quadro já a longo termo, poderia ser interessante. E eu acho que, não isso sobre essa questão, poderemos entrar a meio, ou seja, num quadro plurianual em que está a decorrer, pode-se entrar a meio? Pronto. São essas as 5 perguntas.
Obrigado. Indo direto à primeira questão, custos indiretos. Realmente, em Portugal, ainda não se podem apresentar os documentos comprovativos das diversas despesas elegíveis. Atenção, que estamos a falar de custos indiretos aplicados a despesas elegíveis. O que é que são despesas elegíveis? Pois na altura em que a proposta é apresentada, são logo verificadas quais são as propostas, as despesas elegíveis, tais como disse há bocadinho, equipamentos que se tenham que adquirir para fazer as propostas, alojamentos, viagens, isso é que é elegível. Bom, ainda não temos, enfim, vai haver discussão acerca disso. Pretende-se que haja uma certa harmonização europeia. Realmente há 2 ou 3 Estados-membros que já vão mais à frente. Dentro da própria Comissão, e nomeadamente no contexto do Comitê, ainda não há consenso, ainda é uma área que vai continuar a ser discutida. Contudo, é implementarmos esses passos e, naturalmente, devagarinho, porque isto não vai ser de repente, já sabemos que este aspecto legislativo demora sempre o seu tempo, é necessário primeiro que as entidades, enfim, que superintendem estas matérias, as percebam claramente e depois, passo a passo, com certeza que vamos lá chegar, porque isto não depende da defesa. A defesa é apenas um player. Quem trata de contas não é certamente o Ministério da Defesa. Há um Ministério para tratar disso, não é?
Uma nota. A informação que eu tenho dos meus colegas de Espanha é que é no Ministério da Defesa que fazem a aprovação destas despesas.
Pode até ser, mas cada nação terá a sua metodologia. E pode vir até ser também no Ministério da Defesa, mas tem que ser decidido politicamente. Como nós não somos políticos, não vamos decidir essa parte, nem vamos falar nesse assunto naturalmente. Assim aqui. No que concerne à segunda questão, empresas de terceiros, neste caso de UK, foi essa a questão. Elas podem empresas sediadas na UK ou empresas que detenham da UK que tenham em Portugal?
Sediadas no Reino Unido?
Não, não podem. Podem participar em empresas detidas por empresas mãe, digamos assim, que esteja na UK e cujas participadas estejam em território da União Europeia.
Mesmo porque a Universidade do Reino Unido?
Sim. Sim. Quem diz UK diz qualquer outro terceiro Estado-membro que não os 28, os 27 Estados-membros mais a Noruega. Esses podem sempre. No resto, ou seja, se uma empresa que tenha as suas infraestruturas, o tecido produtivo em Portugal, mas tiver sido adquirida por uma empresa sediada num terceiro país, o UK, já que estamos a falar do UK, a empresa que está em Portugal pode participar desde que haja garantias do Estado no que concerne à idoneidade dessa empresa e desde que haja garantias da empresa que a detém, neste caso que está sediada no UK, de que não vai deslocalizá-la do território da União Europeia, de que não vai alterar a sua estrutura acionista, portanto a sua estrutura global, que não vai querer apropriar-se durante o período de vigência do projeto dos IPRs que estejam a ser produzidos. Portanto, isso já aconteceu em diversos Estados-membros, incluindo em Portugal. Também Portugal já deu as suas garantias a entidades no sentido de poderem participar. Portanto, esse assunto também está. Quanto ao outro assunto? O orçamento. A guerra na Ucrânia é realmente um caso que se vem naturalmente refletir naquilo que é o investimento em defesa. Contudo, a União Europeia já tem previsto um programa de compras conjunta, como todos sabemos, o que significa que esse sim é dedicado aos Estados-membros e continua a ter que haver 3 Estados-membros em conjunto para adquirir e, portanto, já está a adquirir essas questões em pacote. Contudo, é natural e isso vai já refletir. Nas escolas deste ano, ainda bem que você falou nisso, que é assim, o endocentrador atmosférico, que é um equipamento importante para detectar as armas e interpretar, melhor dizendo, as armas supersónicas, há de fazer parte do programa de trabalho. Portanto, sim, vai-se refletir no orçamento, não só de forma indireta, como de forma direta. Portanto, vai influenciar decisivamente a entrada de algumas escolas no programa. Portanto, não sei se respondi às 3 questões. Quanto à última questão, deixo para o Carlos.
Para não gastarmos aqui o Francisco, só muito rapidamente, em relação ainda à Ucrânia, só dizer exatamente isto. Portanto, eu presumo que a pergunta, e isto já não é a primeira vez que fazem, se de alguma forma havia a expectativa, face ao contexto atual, de haver aqui um incremento do montante do FED, ok? Pronto, mas é assim, não vai haver, até ao final do quadro financeiro plurianual, duvido que haja aqui um incremento. Têm procurado, de alguma forma, outras fontes supletivas, para além do Fundo Europeu de Defesa. Em reforço àquilo que o Francisco acabou de dizer, é precisamente isso, ou seja, reflete-se agora nos programas de trabalhos, counter hypersonic threats e coisas desse género, enfim. Agora começa a haver uma grande preocupação e, de alguma forma, estou a ser atacado. Deve ser um AV ou qualquer coisa, não sei. Ou, nesse caso, enfim, já anda bem. Bem, pronto, e, portanto, dizer isso. Em relação à perspectiva plurianual, portanto, só dizer o seguinte, que aquilo que se pretende mostrar é que, estou a ser mesmo, isto ou é chinês ou é russo. Enfim, é um drone. Portanto, só dizer que, de alguma forma, nós podemos entrar sempre quando quisermos, não é? Portanto, isto é mesmo para dizer que já acabámos. Alguns daqueles tópicos nós participamos. Portanto, nós estamos em alguns daqueles tópicos com consórcios nacionais que tiveram o apoio das Forças Armadas. Portanto, isso já existe. O que se procurou fazer, este exercício que foi feito pela Comissão, é precisamente para mostrar que o Fundo Europeu de Defesa não se esgota nos programas anuais, mas que há aqui uma continuidade e uma linha, há aqui uma sequência lógica que vem de trás, mas que também tem consequências para o futuro. Naturalmente que ainda vai haver mais 4 programas de trabalho e, portanto, as entidades portuguesas e as Forças Armadas portuguesas podem sempre participar daquilo que vier. Naturalmente que os tópicos novos vão cada vez ser menos, não pode haver grandes inovações no final do ciclo, não é? E, portanto, tem que haver aqui garantia de que aquilo que foi começado no passado tem depois, de facto, dar resultados até ao final do quadro financeiro. E passa muito pelo sucesso, mesmo para terminar, passa muito se nós queremos ter um segundo Fundo Europeu de Defesa, temos de facto temos de demonstrar sucesso. A Comissão Europeia tem isso muito presente, não só no apoio direto às pequenas e médias empresas, às SMEs, mas também, sobretudo, com estes outcomes, não é? Com estes main expected outcomes, que é para mostrar que, na realidade, isto deu origem a qualquer coisa. Portanto, dito isto é um processo que estamos a melhorar, mesmo com as Forças Armadas, e, portanto, é um processo que nós temos que aprender a pensar um bocadinho à la longue. E só termino mesmo só para dizer que o programa de trabalhos de cada ano é, de alguma forma, logo condicionado por aquilo que está no programa plurianual. Portanto, o programa de trabalho de 25 a baseline, vão ser os tópicos que vão ser inscritos neste programa plurianual para 25. Estão a ver? Pronto. Ok. Obrigado.
Eu penso que online estamos já em perguntas. Alguém tem alguma questão? Bom, estamos com timidez ou já bastante fora de horário. Estas apresentações vão ficar no site da AED Portugal.pt. Nós estamos disponíveis para estas questões. Nós percebemos que são processos longos. Não sei se alguém... Nós agradecemos a participação. Nós vamos continuar disponíveis, quer na AED, quer na da GRDN, quer na ANI. São processos longos no sentido em que o próximo milestone é a apresentação dos resultados de 2022, agora mais para o final de junho. Depois temos o processo de 2023, está a ser esperado o 2024, portanto falem connosco na procura de consórcios, no apoio da defesa, no melhor entendimento das regras de funcionamento. Portanto, enviem-nos um e-mail, telefonem-nos para quem tem essas coordenadas, também podemos partilhar no final. E obrigado pela participação. Não sei se alguém quer concluir. Boa tarde. Sim, força.
Vê se sou atacado outra vez, só para mesmo...
A mim não me ataca.
Não, mesmo só para agradecer. Enfim, em nome da DGRDN, permitam-me só agradecer, não sei se está alguém a ver online, este exercício de articulação e de coordenação com a IDD começou desde o início, nós agradecemos. A AED juntou-se em boa hora a nós e nós agradecemos também a possibilidade de o fazermos, e também não posso deixar de relevar à Agência Nacional de Inovação, porque foi, de facto, procurarmos dinamizar este encontro, que eu acho que é um encontro feliz, que nós temos que vai fruir, a meu ver, e que nós temos de desenvolver. E, portanto, cada vez mais há aqui um crossover entre entidades que vêm, de facto, da área da segurança, da security, para a defesa, e nós temos de desenvolver isto. E, portanto, o nosso desafio, eu acho que é um desafio interessante, que é para o ano, se calhar, lançar aqui para o nosso Presidente da AED já, temos que integrar isto, não no fim da linha, mas, se calhar, integrado no âmbito das atividades do AED Days, por exemplo, para termos, de facto, aqui mais impacto, porque eu acho que se justifica criarmos estas sinergias todos e participar. Acho que faria sentido. E acho que o contexto é excelente e agradeço do nosso lado. Está bem? Obrigado.
Esse reminder elegante de agradecer AED, esta possibilidade é bastante facilitadora também no contacto, logisticamente, etc. Portanto, obrigado.